Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. 3 Eats. Chapter 101. Stopping this murderous monster is even crazier than killing celestial dragons. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Blood splattered. Kronos' entire arm carried the guardian's heart directly through his entire chest. Cough. A mouthful of dark red viscous blood was coughed up by the guard. The guard died on the spot. The other guard looked at this sudden scene, and was immediately horrified. Without hesitation, he withdrew and went out, keeping his distance from Kronos. Shoot. Kronos withdrew his hand. A large amount of blood poured out from the guard's chest. And the blood on Kronos' arms. At this time, he was quickly swallowed by the black mist that was swirling around Kronos' arms. When the only remaining guards pulled a safe distance from Kronos, they stood still. Kronos' eyes also fell on him. Immediately afterwards, Kronos made a move. Ohm. A soft chirping echoed. A long spear formed by the condensation of black mist. It suddenly appeared in Kronos' hands. In the palm of the hand by Kronos. Facing this sudden scene, the guard's pupils shrank. It's just that he hasn't waited for him to respond. Kronos violently threw the black mist spear in his hand. Shish. 133. The black fog spear with the sound of breaking the air, like a streamer flashing. It hit the guard's abdomen in an instant. PFF'd. But this is not over. The moment the black mist spear pierced the guard's abdomen. Advertisement. It is like a seed that has received nutrients and immediately grows. In the next second, countless black fog spikes grew out of the black fog spear. Steep erupted from the body of the guard. Irregularly from the inside to the outside, it runs through the entire body of the guard. Puff. Puff. The red blood splashed into the sky. The guard at this moment is like a black hedgehog. The body is full of black fog spikes that run through. Such a horrific scene. Immediately, Celestial Dragons was so frightened that his legs went limp and he slumped to the ground. PFF'd. Now, he does not have the arrogant attitude that he had before. Yes, only the boundless fear of Kronos. Even the surrounding people. Rao is a pirate who was used to seeing life and death. After seeing the guards who were pierced by countless black fog spikes and died on the spot. Also, Ache couldn't help taking a deep breath. I felt inexplicably frightened. Even Capone Bege, the captain of the flame tank pirates with a bounty of over 100 million, is one of the most evil generations. After seeing this scene, I was also shocked that the big smoke in my mouth fell to the ground. Chopping down on celestial dragons, this guy is really crazy. Heard. The crew member standing behind Bege couldn't help but speak. Want to stop him. Let him go on like this and it's bound to attract Marine Admiral. 99. At that time, not only him, but also us will be affected. As soon as the crew said this, they were immediately refuted by Bege. Do not. This time, the crew members around were stunned. His captain has always been sensible and steady. This is the case now. Advertisement. If you continue to let the other party go on like this, it will inevitably usher in the worst situation. Marine Admiral will come, that's for sure. At that time, even they themselves will be in danger. From this, stop that man's madness now and avoid the worst. This is the most sensible and best choice, isn't it? It was also when people were suspicious. A very solemn expression appeared on Capone Bege's face. Don't you see it? The strength of that guy is not at the same level as us. 95. The 3 powerhouses can't hold even a single move in his hands. Going up to stop this monster, or this monster with strong killing intent, is undoubtedly the same move as a lunatic. This is crazier than slicing celestial dragons. Bege said this. The surrounding crew members suddenly woke up. Yes. How could they just think that taking on the celestial dragons would attract Marine Admiral? And completely ignored the guy in front of him who was going to cut celestial dragons. How terrifying is the power? Facing the 3 powerhouses, it was all an instant kill. That's not a fight. It was a massacre. A one-sided massacre that beat the opponent to the point of no resistance. Go ahead and stop this monster. Are you crazy? Thinking of this, everyone was suddenly shocked into a cold sweat. At this time, Capone Bege also gave Kronos a deep look. Go. Get out of here. This guy, even if he killed 3 people, his killing intent will not be reduced in the slightest. Continue to wait and see, I'm afraid we will suffer now. With that, Capone Bege turned around and walked away. Advertisement. At the same time, he did not forget to say something coldly. That celestial dragons can't live today. In the face of such a strong killing intent. Even the nobles of the world have to be reduced to a tool to vent their anger by being tortured and killed. 35. Soon, all members of the flame tank pirates evacuated the scene. And Kronos also walked in front of celestial dragons at this time. Those eyes that exude a black streamer, like the gaze of the abyss. Kronos beckoned, and a black knife made of black mist appeared. Celestial dragons shouted in horror at this. A mere pariah, you look down on me. I am a nobleman of the world. Yes, celestial dragons. 35. Without any nonsense, Kronos stared coldly at celestial dragons and slashed down. PFF'd. Blood splashed out. One of celestial dragon's legs was cut off on the spot by Kronos. Accompanied by the screams of celestial dragons like killing pigs. The second update is here. Regarding the problem of feeling water, it may be caused by the slow update of the author and the long stay of the plot. The author sped up the update a bit. This plot will end in at most half a chapter. Also, the author just suddenly saw those two new comments disappear. For my defense, the disappearance of those two new comments is really none of my business. That's the comment section. The author has no choice. Not much to say. The author is not the kind of person who has no tolerance for sand in his eyes and deletes comments at every turn. Even if it is a comment from the author will think about it after reading it. Chapter 102. Come on. Come on and attack me. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This moment witnesses Kronos chop off celestial dragon's legs. Everyone present was dumbfounded. But following their faces, they were replaced by boundless fear. The next second, someone suddenly stood up and yelled at Kronos. Damn. Are you crazy? 99. Having cut down on celestial dragons, are you tired of living? 35. Aren't you afraid that the world government will come to crusade you? Damn it. It's okay if you die, you killed us. Marine Admiral will come. Stop him. If celestial dragons dies here, we'll be in big trouble. 99. The masses stood up one after another, and the momentum was also guaranteed by mutual encouragement. At this moment, they forget the celestial dragons, the atrocities against them. Shout out to Kronos. Hear the pained wailing of the celestial dragons, and the crusade of the masses. The black mist emanating from Kronos' body grew thicker. The next second, Kronos turned his head with cold eyes. Looking at the crowd on the side of the street, he said coldly. Do you think I won't kill innocent people indiscriminately? While speaking, Kronos has slowly raised the black fog long knife in his hand. And the surrounding people saw this scene. His face changed instantly. This is not what they thought. This guy's expression. It's really going to kill you. Without giving the crowd a chance to react, Kronos raised his sword and slashed. Clang hum. A harsh humming sound exploded. A black moon slash flew out with the slash of the Kronos black mist long sword. A harsh sound came from the space. It's like space has been cut open. Shish. Advertisement. Chong. At the same time. After leaving the scene, Capone Bege's pupils suddenly shrank in the alley. A strong sense of crisis welled up in his heart, which made the alarm bell in his heart ring out. Without the slightest hesitation, Bege immediately shouted. Get down. It was also the moment when all the members of the flame tank pirates fell to the ground. A sharp hum exploded. Chong. Immediately afterwards, they saw it. The surrounding houses were all cut into two pieces at this moment. The upper and lower parts of the house are still separated by a height of several meters. At this moment, the people of the flame tank pirates, even in the alley to bypass house after house, away from the scene where Kronos was. At this time, I can clearly see Kronos holding a black fog long sword. Is that a lie? This guy, he even cut the surrounding houses in two. The people of the flame tank pirates are terrified in their hearts. It was also at this moment that the upper part of the house briefly suspended in midair for a while. It crashed down. Bang. 99. Boom rumble. In an instant, there was a loud roar. Thick dust swept through the air, covering the entire surrounding area. In the dust mist, everyone in the flame tank pirates was already scared out of a cold sweat at this time. Guru. Which kid suggested to go up and stop that guy earlier? Just this kind of monster. Can anyone stop it? Bege swallowed hard and cursed with some fear. On the other side, where Kronos is. At this time, no one dared to speak out. Because Kronos just slashed all the people on one side, including the room, and cut it into 2 pieces with one slash. Advertisement. Blood poured out like a tide. The surrounding silence was terrifying, and there was not even a sound of mourning. The crowd on the other side was silent at the moment, not even daring to take a breath. He stepped on the head of celestial dragons, whose pupils were still curled up on the ground. Kronos stood proudly with the black mist sword in both hands. He glanced coldly at the crowd who were still kneeling at the scene and said coldly, "I killed the celestial dragons. 99. Whether it's you, Marine, or world government. If you want to beat me, then come. Come and beat me. Kronos, right here." A loud voice resounded. The momentum of Kronos also burst out at this moment without reservation. Boom. In an instant, the ground beneath Kronos' feet collapsed and cracked. Countless cracks spread quickly like cobwebs. The black streamer in Kronos' eyes became more and more striking. The black mist that overflowed from the whole body was even more soaring at this moment, filling the 4 directions. Boom. It was also at this moment that a vision suddenly appeared. Above the sky, the clouds rolled and boiled, and the white clouds turned into dark clouds. It seems to be restless, it seems to be roaring. The entire Subvert archipelago also fell into darkness, no longer as bright as before. 0. Ask for flowers. There was a thick black mist on his body, and Kronos stood with his sword in both hands. It's like a god at the moment. The strong sense of oppression caused the surrounding masses to drop their heads. Not unconscious collapsed to the ground. It's just crawling on the ground in silence. Before long, hundreds of marine support arrived. But celestial dragons has already been tortured to death by Kronos. Even the hundreds of marines who came to support were not spared. Advertisement. All slaughtered by Kronos alone. Soon, this matter spread to the world government, to the Holy Land. Holy Land Mariajoy. In an empty conference room. A burly man suddenly raised his hands and slammed it on the conference table. Boom. Immediately afterwards, he saw an ugly expression on his face, his head bowed. Gritting his teeth. Damn it. Why? Why at this time? Why do you have to make such a thing happen to me at such a time? The first one is here. Please take a look. Many people in the comment area responded that the author was in the water, and the author responded to this matter several times. When Naihi woke up, not only the main comment was swallowed, but the reply was also swallowed. The author can only leave a message at the end of the chapter. The definition of water is to scribble in order to make up the number of words. But the author's this is really not water, it's really not just making up the number of words, but a foreshadowing. Killing celestial dragons is only the end goal. Celestial dragons appeared 10 cards without dying, not the protagonist, and celestial dragons played 10 cards. Most of these are small plots that pave the way for subsequent plots. Bonnie pirates, Hawkins pirates, flame tank pirates. As well as the awakening of the protagonist fruit, the display of the ability to symbolize darkness, these are the same. The plot at the top will unfold in 1 or 2 chapters at most. The awakening of the protagonist fruit ability is necessary, and chaos is really awakening, and he will also appear at the top. If there is no sign, the protagonist will unfold the awakening form as soon as he reaches the top, which is too abrupt. And after the top, the protagonist is basically playing high-end games, and the little pirates are basically unable to pave the way. Therefore, the foreshadowing of the subsequent little pirates, and the foreshadowing on the top, must be completed in this plot. So much so that it seems a bit much. A little bit of understanding of the spoon. Chapter 103 Martial Naval Headquarters, Sengoku. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing that, it was not far from the burly man. A marine officer, also dressed in marine clothing, then spoke up. According to intelligence, all but Kronos were at the scene. 35. And several others on his ship, as well as dozens of jewelry Bonnie and companions. 35. A total of 53 criminals with a reward, 5 of them are newcomers with a reward of over 100 million. More than 100 civilians and pirates were killed and injured at the scene, and more than 60 houses were damaged. The main culprit is of course Kronos, the captain of the Kamui pirates who killed celestial dragons. The 237 guards from the same occupational security center who went to support after receiving the request for help also lost contact. Yeah, it should be the whole army annihilated. In the end, the officer who reported the report was a little less eloquent. Killed nearly 400 people in one go. This is truly an unprecedented event of 137. After a moment's pause, the officer who reported to him spoke again. In short, the killing of celestial dragons is an unheard of event. Hearing this, that burly man also wore a marine cape with a seagull standing on his head. He also turned his head slightly and asked, "Do you have any requests?" Obviously, it's about celestial dragons. This matter is not just as simple as catching pirates. Such a bad incident has already caught the attention of the world government. And highly valued. All staff are required to be executed on the spot. The officer replied in a deep voice. It was also the moment when the officer's voice fell. Another officer hurriedly ran out of the conference room. Report. Marshal Sengoku. The burly man with the seagull on his head heard the call. He couldn't help but looked sideways and asked. Advertisement. What's up? The officer who had just arrived said after hesitating for a while. 1. Subvert Land 1. Celestial dragons were beaten. As soon as the news came out, Sengoku suddenly felt his head go round. That guy named Kronos again. The officer who just arrived shook his head when he heard the words. No, it's Monkey D. Luffy from the Straw Hat Pirates. 95. This time, Sengoku felt his head go round again. It's that kid again. What happened to that clan? 39. Meanwhile, that's behind Sengoku. An officer who was sitting in a chair and drinking tea leisurely also said leisurely. Anyway, I will take action against the nobles of the world. It's okay if we don't move, right? Mr. Sengoku. Hearing this, Sengoku turned his head subconsciously. Kizaru. Somewhat lazy, Kizaru slowly stood up after drinking a sip of tea. I'm going. Be back soon. Do not worry. Having said that, Kizaru relieved the teacup, turned around and strode out of the conference room. Meanwhile, District 21. In a hospital. Hey, Kronos, we're here. Are we really all right? Admiral. Marine Admiral is coming. Bonnie looked at Kronos nervously and asked. Hearing this, Kronos calmly sat at the table. Advertisement. He drank tea calmly and said. Where I am, there is the safest place. 35. As long as you're by my side, I'll keep you all safe. This is safer than sailing out of the Subvert archipelago and taking shelter. Listen to Kronos' words. Bonnie couldn't help but subconsciously looked at the other members of the Kamui pirates. As a result, they were as calm as Kronos. Those who drink tea, and those who drink tea stand on the side in silence. There was absolutely no Marine Admiral coming, no sense of impending doom. Alas, that's Marine Admiral. Are you really sure? Kronos was silent. Instead, it was behind Bonnie, and her crew spoke up to comfort him at this moment. Captain. Just listen to what Captain Kronos has to say. I think it's pretty safe to stay here too. The sudden words made Bonnie stunned for a moment. When she looked back, however, she suddenly discovered that at this moment, her crew members were as 0.0 as Kronos and others. A series of calm, leisurely drinking tea. As if it was none of their business at all. Not only that. For that sentence just now, all the other members nodded in agreement with a solemn expression. After a while, Bonnie became furious and scolded. Hey, what are you bastards doing? 99. Is it time for tea? 35. It's Marine Admiral. You guys still have the heart to drink tea here. Listen to Bonnie yelling. Advertisement. The crew members took a sip of tea and shrugged helplessly while being shocked. But, there's nothing you can do now, right? It's too late for us to run now, right? If this happens to meet Marine Admiral on the way, we're in danger, aren't we? And I think Captain Kronos has a point. It's safer to stay with him now than to go out. 5. Speaking of which, everyone nodded in unanimous opinion. They don't know how strong Marine Admiral is. However, the horror of Kronos is real. Instantly kill the guardians of celestial dragons. Kill hundreds of people in one go. This kind of powerful and terrifying strength, to be in the company of this kind of guy, although I am afraid it is a bit scary. But I can't stand the 4.7-fold increase in the sense of security against the enemy. Listen to Captain Kronos sip from your own crew. Bonnie was also pissed off at the moment. I saw her eyes closed tightly, holding back her anger, and the blue veins on her forehead bulged in a deep voice. Make it clear to me, hey. 99. One bite of Captain Kronos, who is your captain? You idiots. With that said, Bonnie rolled up her sleeves, clenched her fists and beat up her boats. Played a kind of crew screaming. But afterward, she made a cup of tea herself and sat leisurely across from Kronos. At this time, she also thought about it. Kronos was right. At this time, it's a little safer to stay by his side. 28%. Chapter 104 Admiral of Headquarters, Kizaru. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Today, the Kamui pirates and the Bonnie pirates gather quietly in the lobby of the hospital. In the back room, he was lying because of his serious injuries. And the three people who fell into a coma, Vians, Kant, and Asak. It's like being in two different worlds. The hospital where Kronos is located is quiet and peaceful, while outside, there is chaos. Shit. The city is going to be in trouble, and the archipelago is going to end. I heard that Straw Hat Luffy beat Celestial Dragons, in GR Auction Room 1. What? What did that bastard, Straw Hat Luffy, do? He doesn't know if he hurt Celestial Dragons. Will Admiral from Marine HQ lead the army here? Run away. Have to get out of here. Marine Admiral is coming soon. Damn. Damn Straw Hat. At this moment, the entire O2 cities and even the archipelago were in chaos. A large number of people are restless and flee. However, among these fleeing people, there are some confused people. And these people are the survivors who survived the time when Kronos beheaded celestial dragons. Why? Why Straw Hat? Obviously Kronos. 35. He killed the celestial dragons. Why are you all saying it was the Straw Hat who beat the celestial dragons? Why don't you believe me? I managed to survive that massacre. 35. Is everything I've been through a dream? Damn it. At this moment, they couldn't help shedding 2 lines of tears. Probably nothing. Advertisement. The news that they almost lost their lives was denied. Is it more heartbreaking? In that massacre, too many people died, and there were not a few people in a coma. After the massacre, there were not many people who could stand up. The small waves they stirred up will eventually be completely engulfed by the big waves. The other side, Marine's army, has approached the Subvert archipelago. And the Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru is now on the Marine warship that is leading the way. Bang. Boom. Boom. Accompanied by 3 loud bangs. The ship's third gate cannon fired 3 shells. The figure of Kizaru disappeared from the leading warship. Standing in the blazing shells, the shells flew towards Subvert archipelago. When the shells are about to fall into the city, Kizaru radiated golden light all over his body, and then disappeared above the cannonball. And the shells fell towards the city at this moment. Hey, year. Boom. 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 35. A huge roar exploded. The city is full of fire and smoke. The air wave caused by the explosion swept through. The people fleeing on the street had to stop and raise their hands to resist. Boom boom. It was also after the air wave caused by the explosion swept through. When people put their arms in front of them down, the figure of Kizaru suddenly appeared on this street in the city. Came to the front of the crowd that was fleeing. Wow, I'm Kizaru, I've arrived, please reply. 39. Completely ignoring the meaning of the crowd in front of him. Advertisement. Kizaru raised his arm and spoke first to the phone bug on his wrist. At this time, the people around were already in a cold sweat by the arrival of Kizaru. Without the slightest hesitation, everyone turned around and ran away at this moment. At the same time, he screamed in horror. What? Admiral Kizaru is here. Run away. 99. Run away. However, Kizaru didn't pay any attention to them at all. Only behind him, the moored warship poured out a large number of naval soldiers armed with weapons. Catch all the pirates. There are bounty offenders everywhere, so be especially careful with over 100 million repeat offenders. 35. The laziness on his face remained the same, and Kizaru continued to shout at the phone bug. Hello, can you hear me? Hey, I'm Kizaru. However, no matter how he shouted, the phone bug didn't respond. This made him frown slightly. Very strange. Hello. I'm Kizaru. Saying that, Kizaru also stepped into action at this moment. Walk all the way, shout all the way. Kizaru walked through streets, cities, and mangrove districts. It was also when Kizaru passed a city. Standing on the street, he suddenly smelled an incomparably strong smell of blood. Instinctively looking sideways, Kizaru's brows are already wrinkled. As this, the smell of blood. Without too much hesitation, Kizaru walked in the direction of the smell of blood. Just as he walked the corner of the street. When I discovered the source of the bloody smell. Advertisement. Rao was Kizaru, the admiral of headquarters, and his pupils contracted sharply at this moment. A look of incredible shock appeared on his face. Hey, is this kind of thing serious? At this moment, I saw Kizaru in front of him. There are 137 corpses all over the wide street. The whole street has also been completely dyed red with blood. Broken limbs are everywhere, and in the center of the street, among the many corpses, there was a pole erected. On the pole hangs a dead head. That is the head of the world nobles, celestial dragons. As this a blatant provocation of the world government. To kill so many people in a single battle is really not soft at all. Atrocious. Young people today, it's really scary. Meanwhile, in the hospital, hearing bursts of mourning from outside, as well as the roar of artillery. Bonnie and others in the hospital immediately became nervous. Looking at Kronos, a smile appeared on his face at this moment. As if it was none of his business, he looked out the window sideways and said lightly. It's started. How many people will see that head? The third update, here it is. I was going to go to bed earlier tonight. Then I will write 4 chapters tomorrow, send 3 chapters, and send the draft in a few days at one time. As a result, I glanced at the comment area and found a few comments saying, good looking, and more updates. When I think that I only updated 2 chapters today, I can't sleep well. Finally got up and wrote another chapter. 29%. Chapter 105 New member, Artoria. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Located in a town in a mangrove area. Hawkins was sitting beside a fountain, with several tarot cards with purple light floating in front of him. I saw him draw out one tarot card after another, divination time and time again for the whereabouts and future. Around him, riots continued. But he didn't care about it, just divination for himself. As the number of divinations increased, the nervous expression on Hawkins' face gradually eased and calmed down. As this, destiny. Looking at the divination result of the last tarot card, Hawkins murmured softly. Beside him, many crew members stood around him. Unlike Hawkins' calmness, they were obviously a little flustered at this time. What's going on with this riot? Did that horrible guy kill you? Captain Hawkins, don't we have to escape? At this time, the faces of the crew of the Sea Hawkins pirates were obviously a little scared. If it was really that, the monster with terrifying murderous aura would attack. Then they are probably in serious trouble. However, what the other crew members did not expect was facing their inquiries. Hawkins, who had been divination for a long time, looked calm and said calmly. We don't have to worry, our fate is set. That is, the moment Hawkins' voice fell. A gust of wind blew past. Next, Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru, wearing a marine cape and a yellow and white striped suit. He appeared in front of them, and said with a slightly lazy tone. I want to inquire about something. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding Hawkins pirates turned their heads subconsciously. When they saw that the speaker turned out to be Kizaru. Advertisement. Eyeballs almost popped out of fright. Yellow. Kizaru. 99. But then, they stood on Hawkins' body one after another. He said with a deadly expression on his face. Leave this to us. Captain. Run. However, even in the face of Kizaru, Hawkins' face was still so calm and calm. Don't worry, I can escape from that monster's hands early, and I can also escape from his hands. 35. Today, I can't die. With that said, Hawkins took out the tarot cards and began to divination the odds of fighting against Kizaru. Battle, the defeat rate is 100%. Fleeing, the success rate is 12%. Defense, evasion rate 76%. Looking at Hawkins, who was talking to himself, Kizaru narrowed his eyes and said leisurely. Can I interrupt you? 35. I'm looking for a man named Zontaomaru. Seeing that Hawkins still ignored him, Kizaru shouted again. Hello. At this time, Hawkins also responded. But he didn't even look at Kizaru. I don't know that person. Go ask someone else. Hearing this, Kizaru said with some trouble. Oh, I can't find him. Saying that, Kizaru's eyes suddenly became playful. However, I am more free now. At this time, you can't let go of you, a criminal with a bounty, right? 35. Bounty 249 million berry, Basil Hawkins, the magician. Speed as weight. Advertisement. Have you ever experienced a flash kick? Between the words, Kizaru slowly raised his right leg, the golden light shining on his leg. The next moment, only to hear a bang. Hawkins is like a shooting star. He was directly kicked out by Kizaru and slammed into one side of the building. Boom. 35. Boom rumble. At this moment, smoke billows everywhere in the Subvert archipelago. Battles big and small broke out everywhere. Under the crushing force of the pacifists, the marine camp captured a large number of pirates with crushing momentum. Boo. Ha. 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 35. One after another flash waves flew by, and the explosion sounded continuously. Boom. 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 Boom rumble. The pirates, like mice crossing the street, fled everywhere in fear. Run away. The pacifists are here. You can't win at all. It's over. It's over. 39. Damn straw hat boy. On the other side, in the hospital. It was dark outside, but in this small hospital. But it seemed peaceful. It's like being isolated from the outside world. As the biggest culprit in this incident, Kronos killed celestial dragons, slaughtered the crowd and marine. But it was not widely spread. Instead, it was the straw hat Luffy who only punched celestial dragons. Right now, the entire Subvert archipelago is known and hated by everyone. Advertisement. Is there not even a fight here? Kronos looked out the window, the smoke rising in the distance, and muttered to himself in surprise. Sit across from him. With steaming tea in both hands, Bonnie looked at Kronos silently, not making a sound. Exactly at this time, in Kronos' mind, a system prompt sounded suddenly. Open black lens bracket ding. Congrats on the prestige upgrade of the host, get the prestige value plus 30. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Congrats on the prestige upgrade of the host, get the prestige value plus 20. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Congrats on the prestige upgrade of the host, get the prestige value plus 16. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket prestige close black lens bracket. 6453. Looking at the panel, his prestige balance, a smile appeared on Kronos' face. There are a lot of people killed this time, and a lot of prestige points are obtained. 6453 prestige. Just enough to call the crew once, and 53 left. With this thought in mind, Kronos didn't hesitate, and turned to the page where Dow called members. Clicked call member. Open black lens bracket prestige value minus 6400, close black lens bracket. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the members of the Fate World, Artoria Pendragon. I heard the system beep. Kronos couldn't help but slowly looked away from the window. Artoria. King Arthur. 35. Whispering, Kronos suddenly laughed. The members gathered this time are dumb. It was also when Kronos' voice fell. The closed wooden door of the hospital was also knocked at this time. Boom. 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 95. Chapter 106 Condensation of the Storm, Public Execution Day. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing the sudden knock on the door, Kronos and the others were fine. But the Bonnie pirates. But the frightened body froze, and he turned his head sharply and looked out the door. Hey, why is there still someone knocking on the door at such a time? 55. It's not Marine, is it? 99. Marine Admiral. At this moment, all the members of the Bonnie pirates raised their hearts to their throats. Only the members of the Kamui pirates looked calm. It was also at this time. Squeak. Echoed. The wooden door was pushed open. A woman wearing armor, a blue cape, and golden hair walked in slowly from the door. Da. Looking up, he glanced at Kronos who was sitting at the table. The blonde woman moved her lips slightly and called out softly. Captain. Hearing this shout, Kronos smiled. Then he turned his head and said to Ilya, who was beside him, "Make tea. No one else is coming now." Exactly the new members that Kronos called. King Arthur, Artoria. .140. As the day passed, the roar of the war outside gradually calmed down. After a day of sweeping by marine, Subvert the archipelago has a sense of devastated wreckage. Countless pirates suffered. Advertisement. On the contrary, Kronos, the biggest culprit in this incident, was at peace with the Bonnie pirates in the hospital. Not even a fight took place. Not even marine. Vians and the others are still in a coma at the moment. Kronos and others also stayed in the hospital and did not leave. Another day has passed. Vians and the others, who were in a coma, woke up leisurely from the coma. But they are still very weak. However, seeing Vians and the others wake up successfully, everyone in the Bonnie pirates was relieved. The next day, after saying goodbye to Kronos and others, the Bonnie pirates and others embark on a journey. Set sail to the Fishmen Island. The Kamui pirates are still on the Subvert archipelago, waiting for Vians and others to recover from their injuries. Prepare to wait for them to recover from their injuries and set off for the Fishmen Island. Into the night, Marineford. The marine headquarters is brightly lit. It looks calm on the surface, but inside is turbulent. Located in the hallway outside the marshal's office. The sound of rapid running echoed. After a while, an officer wearing a marine cloak came to the marshal's office. In the office at this time, sit with Marshal Naval Headquarters, Sengoku of the Buddha. On one side of the sofa, there are also several Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Marshal Sengoku. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral has news. The officers who came in reported. Hearing the words, Sengoku also turned his head and looked over. Advertisement. The officer looked serious and continued to report. One Piece Boa Hancock finally gave in. Getting here now. Hearing this news, Sengoku also spoke in a deep voice. Finally agree. It's good to be there. That woman is very strong. Saying that, Sengoku's face gradually became solemn. In this way, 6 people from Shichibukai came. How's the prison guy? Almost calmed down, Sengoku asked. But the officer replied, no, he seems to be firmly opposed to war. 99. Say it's ready to be deprived of Shichibukai's mind. Ache. At the same moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the corridor again. Moments later, another officer arrived and reported to Sengoku. Report. His Royal Highness, Subvert Archipelago, Kizaru Admiral arrested 560 pirates in order to vent his anger. It's too late to file with Impel down now. Hearing this, Sengoku didn't care at all. Hold your hands for a while. Let them go. Now, don't report anything to me but Whitebeard. The officer who reported it was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly said. Then, there is also the World Nobles. As soon as he heard the World Nobles, a mask of pain appeared on Sengoku's face. I saw him covering his face, gritted his teeth with an incomparable headache. Let the admirals handle it. There was another rapid sound of footsteps echoing outside the corridor. Advertisement. Then another officer rushed to report. Marshal Sengoku, something bad happened. Whitebeard is in action. Hearing this, Sengoku's pupils shrank suddenly and looked up. Come yet. Is it the report of the surveillance ship? Take it, I'm going to ask myself next. However, just as Sengoku finished speaking, the expression of the officer who came to report changed. No. The 23 surveillance ships responsible for monitoring the Whitebeard main ship, the Moby Dick. I just lost all contact. As soon as the news came out, Sengoku's face changed immediately, and he was stunned. What did you say? The officer, on the other hand, continued to report news about Whitebeard. In New World, the other pirates seem to be restless. How big are they now? And when they get here, the intelligence can't be mastered. I'll arrange another surveillance ship right away. Bang. 35. Before the officer could finish his words, Sengoku slapped the table with an unbearable slap. Said through gritted teeth. Don't be preempted. Has the action started yet? I don't know where it will come from. While Ace is being held, there may be a decisive battle in Impel Down even before the public execution day. Go and inform everyone. As soon as Sengoku said this, the surrounding marine officers immediately responded loudly. Yes. Chapter 107. How can such an interesting thing be missing us? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marines' preparations are in full swing. Because Whitebeard wiped out all surveillance ships, Marine headquarters also became more tense. The famous Marine generals from all over the world were also urgently summoned to Marine headquarters. Marineford Harbor. Colonel Naval Headquarters Hina pulled up her sunglasses slightly and stopped for a while to look at the tall building of Marine headquarters. Then he put down his sunglasses and greeted Kabuto with his hands. Gone. Saying that, Hina strode forward. Behind him, the 4 or 5 Marine sergeants followed. Not far away, Colonel Smoker, Naval Headquarters, also arrived at the port. Not only that, but outside the port at this time, there are also a large number of Marine warships, gathering towards the port. A vice admiral, a colonel, and an officer stepped down from the warship that was berthed in the port. Head to the Naval Headquarters building. Da. At this time, the port was crowded with people. Almost all of them are Marine officers. Wearing a Marine cape, with a rank of ensign or above, grab a lot. Fighting forces in the name of justice have gathered at Marine headquarters. Among them, including Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral. An unknown island. A one-armed man with broken red hair, a black cloak, and 3 scars on his left eye. Holding a newspaper in his hand, he sat on a boulder and murmured while looking at the peaceful, endless sea. Ace. Whitebeard. It was while he was whispering. A fat man with a big body and a big meaty leg in his hand came behind him and called out. Boss, everything is ready. Hearing this, the red-haired man could not help but slightly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, he slowly stood up from the boulder. He was wearing a white shirt, baggy cropped trousers, and a pair of sandals. This simple outfit, coupled with the short stubble around his mouth, made him look a little bohemian. But at this time, under his uninhibited appearance, there is a strong sense of oppression. And he is also one of the 4 emperors on the sea that is terrifying. Redhead. Shanks. Let's go. A low, serious voice echoed. Below, his crew members all made way for him at this moment. Let him pass. Time flies, and a few days passed. The public execution day, watched by the whole world, is here. Marineford, at the port. Get ready now. Over there. Stop dawdling. On the warship, on the fort, the various sailors were busy transporting the supplies needed for the war. On the square, a Marine vice admiral of the giant clan looked at the densely packed Marines and officers below with a solemn expression. These are all well-known sailors summoned from all over the world. About 100,000 people in total. They are all Marine elites. Looking at the 100,000 people in front of him, the giant Marine vice admiral also spoke at this moment. Don't be paralyzed. Whatever happens, there are only 3 hours left. When the time comes, everything will end. As soon as the words came out, the 100,000 Marine elites below all raised their weapons at this moment. Shouted in unison. Drink. The loud and huge scream made the entire Marineford seem to be shaking. Advertisement. At this moment, the morale of the Marines is soaring. Located behind the Naval Headquarters. In addition to the Marine Headquarters, there is a large town where most of the families of the Marines live. But this time, there was no one in this huge town. All of them were persuaded to leave and took refuge on the Subvert archipelago. Through the big screen on the Subvert archipelago, the refuge. People are always watching the real-time situation of the war. Journalists and photographers from all over the world. In order to spread the news to the world as soon as possible, we are waiting for you. As expected of the Marine headquarters doing their best. A photographer looked at the big screen. Marine can't help but sigh with the strong lineup displayed. On one side, the reporter who was recording also spoke with a solemn expression. Whitebeard, he should know that too. Even so, did he still show up? At the same time, on the other side of Subvert land. After several days of training on the Subvert archipelago, the injuries of Vians and the others are almost healed. 0 katakana middle dot ask for flowers katakana middle dot. The Kamui pirates have started their journey again and headed to Area 33 to board the ship. Lead your own crew. The Kronos belt walks the streets of the Subvert archipelago. Doubt arose in my heart. Because there was no one on the street at this time, it was extremely silent. It gives the impression that Subvert the Archipelago is already a sky island. What's going on? This kind of situation doesn't seem to have happened in the original book. Kronos looked around, muttering to himself. It was also when Kronos doubted. Conan, who was standing beside Kronos, answered softly. Advertisement. Do you need me to investigate? Hearing this, Kronos shook his head slightly after a moment of silence. It doesn't matter if it's Sky Island or not, it doesn't matter to us. Point 0. Go to Area 33 as originally planned and board the boat to the Fishmen Island. Hearing that, Conan didn't make a sound. Kronos also continued to lead the crew. It's just that the closer it is to District 33, the more Kronos felt like he had forgotten something. Forgot one thing that seemed very important. But he couldn't remember for a while what in the end he had forgotten. Until he inadvertently saw a newspaper tiled on the street. I saw the big words, Portgas Dias, Day of Execution, in the newspaper. Kronos suddenly woke up, and this also caused Kronos to stop moving forward and couldn't help laughing in a low voice. Ha ha ha, so it is. It is so. So what I forgot was the beginning of a big event. All the things that have happened in the past few days have added a lot of trouble to Kronos. During this period of time when Vians and others were recuperating, Kronos didn't mention it, and no one went to buy the newspaper. In addition, he is planning to implement the plan after arriving in the new world. In the end, there is a plan behind it. But it made him ignore it, forgetting it is right in front of him. The big event is coming. Summit War. He slowly picked up the newspaper that lay flat on the ground. Kronos turned his head to the side of the street, the road leading to the vast lawn. A smirk appeared on his face. Fun things like this. How could we be without us? The third update, here it is. Spoon. Chapter 108 Sounds. The Horn of War. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marineford, the great underground prison at Marine headquarters. Dang bang bang. Dang bang bang. A crisp crashing sound of shackles reverberated in this dark and quiet underground prison. Two prison guards held a 6-foot-long straight machete in one hand and the other end of the chain in the other. Looking solemnly at Portgas Dias sitting in front of them, he said coldly. Stand up. Hearing this, Ace didn't say much. He just stood up silently and walked slowly forward a few steps. Crack. 35. In front of the prison, a huge iron gate on the dark road was pushed open. A dark road with no head visible appeared before me. On both sides of the road, there are guards at 3 steps and one post at 5 steps, filled with prison guards with long spears. Recalling the past, Ace took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Step forward and move forward. I don't know how long I have walked, and another huge and heavy wooden door, 140, appeared in front of me. The 2 prison guards in front of the door gestured to the prison guard who was detaining Ace. He turned around and pushed open the heavy door. Boom rumble. Then came to the fore. It is a long staircase with no end in sight. Ace didn't move. Seeing this, the prison guard behind him pulled the chain in his hand and said coldly. Climb up. 35. Hearing this, after being silent for a while, Ace walked slowly and stepped onto the stairs with no end in sight. There is no redundant dialogue and exchange. In the entire prison, only the crisp sound of the collision of chains reverberated. Dang clang. Dang bang bang. Ace, also under the escort of prison guards. On the road to the execution platform. Advertisement. Outside, Marineford Square. More than 100,000 Navy soldiers are waiting in battle. 5 of the 7 warlords of the sea had arrived and were standing in front of the Marine array. Known as the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk is one of them. Under the execution stand, Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji. Headquarters Admiral Akainu. Headquarters Admiral Kizaru. The 3 top combat powers arrived and sat on the 3 chairs placed under the execution stand. The presence of the 3 admirals immediately boosted Marines' morale. There was a tsunami of cheers like a mountain and a tsunami. Drink. Go to the end of the stairs. Another wooden door appeared in front of Ace. As the wooden door was pushed open, a roar of noise entered Ace's ears. He saw it. Saw the sea. Saw 100,000 sailors gathered in Marineford Square. I also saw the execution platform that I was about to board. Being escorted, Ace slowly walked towards the execution platform. Seeing Ace's appearance, the Marines couldn't help but start talking. He's the one. The man who might shape the fuse of a world war. Hearing this, a Marine on the side also spoke up. At the same time, he is also the culprit of the current master who controls the fate of the world. In their opinion, Ace at this time is the master culprit who controls the fate of the world. Because behind him stands a giant enough to shake the world. 4 Emperors. Whitebeard. As Ace came to the execution platform, Marine Headquarters Marshal Sengoku also slowly walked to the execution platform. Bring the phone bugs. Sengoku ordered softly. Soon, the prison guard handed a phone bug. And Sengoku, after receiving the phone bug, came to Ace's side. Looking up at the 100,000 sailors below, Sengoku said in a deep voice. Advertisement. There is something I want to convey to you in advance. Portgas d Ace. About this man, the significance of dying here today. Saying that, Sengoku said in a deep voice after a slight pause. Ace. Report your father's name. Hearing this, everyone present showed a puzzled look. And Ace turned his head slightly at this moment and glanced at Sengoku beside him. After a while, he closed his eyes and said in a deep voice. My dad is Whitebeard. However, just as he said these words, he was immediately refuted by Sengoku. Wrong. Ace also roared and retorted. There's nothing wrong with that. 35. Only Whitebeard. No one else. Hearing this, Sengoku did not try to refute, but explained the incident. We opened our eyes and looked desperately for it. 99. Looking for the child that man may have left behind. We conducted a thorough investigation of newborns, babies to be born, and their mothers. But nothing has ever been found. 99. That's no wonder. Your birth was exchanged for your mother's life. She deceived the eyes of the world. There's an island called Baterilla in South Blue, and your mother's name is Portgas d Rouge. This woman's actions are far beyond our common sense. Ishin kept the baby in the womb for 20 months for the sake of the baby. And then at the same time as giving birth to you, exhausted and killed on the spot. 99. 1 year and 3 months after my father's death. The baby of the world's most evil bloodline is born. 35. Speaking of this, Sengoku looked at Ace and said solemnly. That's you. There's no way you didn't know. Ace closed his eyes tightly, lowered his head, gritted his teeth and said nothing. But Sengoku ignored this and spoke again in a loud voice. Advertisement. Your father is One Piece. Gall D. Roger. Meanwhile, Sabayati Archipelago. Area 33, where the Kamui pirates ship berth. On the deck, Kronos unfolded the chart and pointed out the location of Marine's headquarters after Marineford. Give the chart to the Beast Dopane. This time, please make a trip first. Understood. Beast Dao Pain took the chart and responded. Immediately summoning came out of the Yagasaki. Boom. With a loud bang, thick white smoke rose up. The figure of Yatagaras rushed out of the white fog, and let out a cry in the sky. Cry. 39. And the Beast Dao Pain, at the same time, jumped on the back of the 8 hawks. Immediately afterwards, Yatagaratori flapped its wings violently. One person and one beast, with a whistling sound of breaking through the air, galloped away at 4.7. Boom. Yatagaras are huge in size. However, it is limited and cannot carry all the members of the Kamui pirates. Therefore, Kronos will let the brute Dao Pain one step ahead. Wait until he arrives at Marineford Marine Headquarters. Kronos will be able to use him as a coordinate to expand his ability to break through the void plane. Lead the entire Kamui pirates to the battlefield. Summit War will be subverted today. The prestige of the Kamui pirates will also resound throughout the world today. The first one is here. Fixed update this, it is not very fixed, the author will occasionally burst once or twice. The time for this update should be in these 2 days. Explode the story of Summit War all at once. If the fixed update insists, it should be about 3 changes per day, sometimes it may be 4 changes, not necessarily. Advertisement. Chapter 109 Strong Debut. Whitebeard Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing his identity exposed. Hearing that his biological father was One Piece, the news of Gall D. Roger was spread. Ace gritted his teeth, closed his eyes and said nothing. He knew that everything Sengoku said was true. This is irrefutable. Rao, the elite of the 100,000 Marines below, fell into silence after hearing the news. They looked at Ace on the execution platform in shock. The look is full of disbelief. And Sengoku's speech continues. From Ace's departure to the sea, the formation of the Spade Pirates, the adventure all the way, and Marine's awareness in action. They were all spoken out. During this period, Ace was silent and did not refute. Until Sengoku said that, Whitebeard to train you to be the next One Piece. Let the son who was once his opponent get on his boat. As soon as these words came out, Ace's heart was touched immediately. Another Ace growled and retorted. Wrong. I got on that ship to make my father the Pirate King. However, his words were ruthlessly refuted by Sengoku. Only you think so. But the truth is, we can't do anything to you because you are protected by Whitebeard O2. If you just ignore it, you will definitely exert your qualifications to stand at the top of the next generation of pirates. So, taking your head off here today makes a lot of sense. Even for a full-scale war with Whitebeard. Sengoku said these words. 100,000 marine elites below. He also immediately understood the meaning of this public execution. They are justice. Advertisement. It's not just Ace that they're going to execute. Still a symbol of the evil pirate era. At this moment, 100,000 marine elites drew their weapons from their waists. A tsunami-like cry erupted. Drink. Deafening cries resounded throughout Marineford. Soldiers. Momentum climbed to ultimate. The fighting spirit is high and the power is overwhelming. But at this time, an officer ran to the execution stand in sweat and shouted at Sengoku on the execution stand. Marshal Sengoku. The door of justice did not receive any instructions and opened automatically. I can't get in touch with the power room. Hearing this, Sengoku's expression changed immediately. What did you say? The door of justice has been opened, which is a rather dangerous signal. It is even very possible, indicating that the Whitebeard pirates have come. Because such important places as naval headquarters can only be reached by passing through the gate of justice and riding the correct current. At this moment, the whole Marineford was quiet. Even after a while, even the wind stopped. There was also fog on the sea. So quiet. It's so unnatural. Standing in front of the 100,000 marine elites, 7 warlords of the sea spoke in a deep voice. Tensions permeated. The sailors in charge of the lookout carefully observed the movements on the sea. That is, at this time, above the sea, pirate ships with skeleton flags appeared one after another in the fog. This scene shocked Marine who was looking out. Coming. In an instant, a screeching siren sounded throughout Marineford. All the artillery and turrets are aimed at the sea, the approaching fleet. Everyone, get ready for battle. Advertisement. At this moment, Raoshi Sengoku showed a surprised expression. Sudden appearance. Where did they come from? 99. As the pirate ship sailed out of the fog, the ships also appeared clearly. It's a large fleet of pirate ships. Find out where Whitebeard is. Dorma the Ranger. Lei Ching Maku Ge. Brothers Decalban. 35. Squard the Vortex Spider. Everyone is a first-class master, and each is a captain who is famous all over the world in New World. Total 43 ships. No sign of Whitebeard and the captains. But there is no doubt that these are the pirates under Whitebeard's command. In the Marine array, the Marines quickly reported the news. And above the sea, in the large fleet of the pirate ship. All the pirate gates are grinning. Shout out, can you see little Ace? Ace. 99. We're here to save you. Ace. At this moment, among the 43 pirate ships, there was also a tsunami-like cry. The momentum is no less than what Marine has shown before. Even some sailors were frightened by the dense fleet and made panic sounds. And this immediately attracted the low scolding from the crane standing under the execution stand. What's there to panic about? It's really worthless. Compared with the sea soldiers, standing in front of the array, 7 warlords of the sea's performance is somewhat different. Don Quixote Doflamingo laughed even more excitedly. Ha 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 ha. This is really fun and exciting. Come on, Whitebeard. As if hearing Doflamingo's call. Advertisement. In the inner bay of Marineford, a huge bubble suddenly appeared. Boom. Ripples on the sea surface of the inner bay. A dull sound came out. A shadow has been found on the bottom of the bay. A sailor exclaimed. Under the execution stand, he could not help but grit his teeth. As the formation wrong, Sengoku on the execution platform also came to his senses at this time. That's it. Years. Did all their ships come from the bottom of the sea after they were coated? 35. It was also the moment Sengoku's voice fell, accompanied by a loud boom. On the surface of the inner bay, a huge wave was stirred up. Boom rumble. An incomparably huge ship with a light blue whale head on its bow rushed out of the seabed steeply. Boom rumble. Seeing the appearance of the whale-headed vessel, all the Marines were shocked. The Moby Dick is here. Second update. Here it is. The author glanced at the comment area, and some readers said that they were speechless about jumping to the top after landing on the island. The author looked back, and was indeed a little anxious to write. Because after Kizaru came to Sabayati land, there was no important event in Sabayati land. I want to write too much about small events, but I'm afraid it's in the water. Then the author chooses a brush with the whole picture of small events to overdo it. But it seems to be the reason for taking it with one stroke. So that these small incidents did not play an excessive role. But what? The little things in the first half of chapter 106 actually seem to be quite a lot, but they have been taken over by one stroke. If you look at 10 lines, it is estimated that a lot will be missed. If you look at it slowly, the jumping should not be so serious. If you want to modify it, it is unlikely. One is that the process will be very troublesome, and the other is that it will affect subsequent updates. This situation will not happen next time. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Advertisement. Chapter 110 Coordinates arrive, Marineford. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. And this is not over. Accompanied by boom. A few times. Another 3 whale-headed ships rushed out from the bottom of the waters in the bay. Boom. 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 Boom boom. Again. There are 3 Whitebeard pirates ships. Invasion into the bay. 99. The Marines screamed in horror. Soon, there were people standing on the deck of the ship that the army could see clearly. That's the first team captain, Marco. All 14 captains are here. Look at the Whitebeard pirates who suddenly appeared. On the execution platform, Ace's eyes widened, his face full of complicated emotions. At this time, the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick. There was a dull sound of footsteps. Da da da. 4 Emperor's Whitebeard, Edward Newgate climbed the bow step by step on the wooden stairs. Boom. One of the 12 sharp knives in his hand, Kong Yuncut, was steeply placed on the bow by Whitebeard. A burst of laughter followed. Old la la la. We haven't seen each other in decades. Sengoku. Looking at the execution stand, Whitebeard said in a low voice. Seeing the appearance of Whitebeard, Sengoku frowned and his expression was extremely solemn. Whitebeard. Glancing at Ace beside Sengoku, Whitebeard turned to speak. Is my dear son all right? Old la la la. Hearing this, Sengoku's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Advertisement. He never thought that Whitebeard would appear in this way. He was directly invaded here. Wait for me, Ace. Looking at Ace on the execution platform. With a loving smile on Whitebeard's face, Yo-Yo said. Immediately afterwards, he saw Kong Yuncut being inserted into the bow of the boat. He clenched his fists with both hands and swiped his powers violently. Boom. In an instant, the void shattered. The entire Marineford, the entire surrounding sea area, was shaking violently at this moment. Boom rumble. Meanwhile, on the other side, on a marine warship that has just passed through the gate of justice. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates with a bounty of 300 million berry, Monkey D. Luffy told the Shemale King, Ivankov, that he and Ace are not the same father. I learned that Ace's biological father turned out to be One Piece Gall D. Roger. Everyone present was taken aback. What? One Piece, Gall D. Roger? Luffy smiled and nodded. He's obviously so powerful, but he's not. Before Luffy could finish speaking, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly resounded behind them. And this also caused Luffy and the Shemale King Ivankov to turn their heads and look back. Immediately afterwards, a whole body appeared dark green and was huge. Luffy and the others caught sight of the strange bird that was speeding towards this direction. The moment I saw the strange bird, Luffy froze for a moment. Immediately afterwards, he reacted immediately, and said with a star-piercing eye. So fast. Hey, if we ride it, we'll be in Marineford soon, right? Advertisement. With that said, Luffy waved his hands eagerly. But at this moment, Ivankov was standing beside him. Suddenly, he found the back of the strange bird. Stand alone. A man with short brown hair and a long black trench coat. And she is also a member of the Kamui pirates who rushed to Marineford. Beast Dao Pain. Feeling the gaze cast on the warship, the animal Dao Pain also lowered his head and looked over. Indifferently glanced at the situation on the warship. The animal Dao Pain has already seen the number and status of the other party. Below, on the deck of the warship. As the beast Dao Pain cast a scrutiny look, Ivankov also cast a scrutiny look at her. Only, in Ivankov's sight. When he met Rinnegan's eyes, the beast. Immediately, Ivankov looked away uncontrollably, and his heart was even more alarming. An uneasy feeling filled his heart instantly. That seems to be an intuitive warning. It is not easy to warn him, the man on the back of the strange bird. If you take action against her, there will be extremely serious consequences. Perceive this. Ivankov pulled him aside immediately. Luffy, who was about to shoot down that dark green monster. Shen Sheng said, "Wait, Luffy. Can't shoot at that strange bird." Listening to Ivankov's words, Luffy asked in confusion. Why? Ivankov said with a solemn expression. On the back of that strange bird, there is someone. Advertisement. Start with the look at the Beast Dao Pain. Beast Dao Pain's pair of purple eyes with a black circle pattern. It kept popping up in Ivankov's mind. No matter what. However, Luffy failed to understand what Ivankov meant. Hearing Ivankov say that there was someone on the back of the strange bird, Luffy was even more excited. What? Really? That would be great to let her take us for a ride. Luffy said with staring eyes. Before Ivankov could stop him, Luffy had already raised his voice, waved his hands and shouted at the beast Dao Pain in the sky. Hey. However, for Luffy's call. The animal Daope, have you got it, didn't take it seriously at all. Hearing the sound of whoosh, Dao Pain, the beast, flew over Luffy and the others while riding a bastard. Seeing that the beast Dao Pain ignored him, Luffy couldn't help but froze for a moment, his face full of disappointment. On the contrary, Ivankov breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. For some reason, he always had an uneasy feeling towards that guy in the sky. Above the sky, after flying for a while on the Yatagarata, an island in the shape of a crescent came into view of the animal Dao Pain. Just a glance at the animal Dao Pain knew that the destination was coming. There, that's what the captain called Marineford. Beast Dao Pain squatted down slowly. He placed his hand lightly on Yagasaki's back and whispered in a low voice. Quick. Warehouse. The third update. Here it is. Advertisement. 30%. Chapter 111 Kamui Pirates. Pain joins. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hear the order of the brute Dao Pain. Yatagarata let out a sharp cry. The strength and frequency of the large dark green wings flapping increased sharply. Boom. The air currents visible to the naked eye swirled around Yagasaki. The flight speed of the Yakitori climbed again, and it flew towards Marineford. Shoo. At the same time, Marineford, in the waters within the bay. As Whitebeard unfolded an ability, the entire island and the surrounding waters shook violently. The surroundings returned to calm at one time. And, it's unnervingly calm. Anne, have you quieted down yet? What's the matter? The vibration just now, gone. At this moment, a loud shout came from among the Whitebeards in the waters of the bay. Well, it's for Ace. We won't let anyone who hurt you, Ace. Wait for me, I'll save you right away. 39. Make up your mind, Marine Headquarters. Drink. Another scream resounded like a tsunami. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, even in the face of 100,000 marine elites, will not weaken in the slightest. The execution platform was issued, and the Whitebeard pirates who were in high spirits watched. Aokiji, one of the 3 marine admirals, spoke involuntarily. Here's a bunch of amazing guys. Hearing this, Akainu, one of Marine's 3 admirals, also said solemnly. What are 143 still talking about? Kizaru, one of the Marine 3 admirals, also spoke in a lazy manner. It's so uncomfortable. It was also at this time that a strange loud laughter came from the front of the marine array. Gia he he he. This is where our Shichibukai and marine headquarters are the strongest. 3 marine admirals and 100,000 elites. The other party is the Whitebeard pirates and more than 40 pirate ships under their command. Then, are you going to attack like this? Advertisement. Whitebeard. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria shouted excitedly at Whitebeard. That is, the moment Moria's voice fell, the water level of the waters in the bay suddenly dropped rapidly. But after a while, the water level began to rise sharply again. The next second, the entire Marineford suddenly began to turmoil. Boom rumble. 35 feet. Feeling the strong shock, Moria was startled and looked around. What's going on with this position? The Marines, who were as full of doubts as him, couldn't help but look around at this moment. But Garp, who was under the execution platform, now reminded loudly with a serious face. Coming. The sea earthquake caused by that guy just now turned into a tsunami. Shock man of shock fruit. Whitebeard Ache. Edward Newgate. It was also at the moment when Garp's reminder fell. On both sides of Marineford, huge waves surged. And that is the tsunami. Boom. At this moment, the 100,000 marine elites panicked. What is that? It's a tsunami. It's huge. On the execution stand, Sengoku looked at Whitebeard on the bow, his expression extremely solemn. Even if you have an advantage in numbers, don't be conceited that you will definitely win. In the end, it might be us who failed. That man has the power to destroy the world. Soon, those 2 huge waves. It covered half the sky in Marineford. There is a great trend. The 100,000 marine elites below, many people screamed in horror at the scene in front of them. It's over. Damn it. What? At the same moment, Aokiji, one of Marine's 3 admirals who was sitting under the execution stand, could not sit still. I saw a whitish-white chill all over his body. The next second, his entire body disappeared directly into the seat. Whoosh. It appeared again, and it was already in the middle of the sky. Looking at the 2 huge waves, Aokiji opened both hands, and the fruit power immediately unfolded. Advertisement. Ice Age. 35. Crack. Kick. Kick. But for a moment, the huge waves were frozen by Aokiji. Seeing this, Whitebeard below couldn't help but say in a low voice. Aokiji, you brat. Hearing this, Aokiji did not retreat after freezing the waves. Instead, he launched an attack directly at Whitebeard. 2 thorn spears. Accompanied by a crisp clicking sound, 3 tridents condensed from ice emerged. Immediately afterwards, they saw them flying towards Whitebeard with a shish. Seeing this, Whitebeard clenched his fists and fell into the void. Boom. 35. Crack. Kick. The crisp sound echoed, and the void shattered. Horrible cracks permeate. 2 thorn spears flew towards him, and they were shaken to pieces in an instant. When, without the slightest hesitation, Aokiji decisively unfolded the elementalization. And it was at the moment when he started elementalization that Whitebeard's attack came to pass. With a bang sound, Rao, the ice sculpture body that Marshal Aokiji transformed into, was also torn apart at this moment and fell. Call out. Bang. 35. Aokiji's body did not sink when it hit the sea heavily. Instead, he condensed his body on the sea surface and expanded his abilities at the same time. Boom. The terrifying cold air leaked out, and the crisp freezing sound also echoed. Crack. Kick. Kick. But in just a short while, the entire sea area in the bay was frozen by Aokiji. Even the pirate ships of the Whitebeard camp were blocked by ice. The movement of the ship is blocked. On the other side, after experiencing the horror brought by Whitebeard, Marine's 100,000 elites also began to cheer for themselves. We have the most powerful admiral in Marine headquarters here. No, that's right. Whitebeard pirates, there's nothing to be afraid of. Drink. 99. Bombardment. Destroy the Moby Dick. Advertisement. Live with a command. The turrets fired in unison. Boom. 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 Countless shells flew towards the Moby Dick. Ha, ha, ha. Boom. 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 Boom rumble. Looking at the ice surface that was bombarded by shells, but still safe. The members of the Whitebeard pirates also showed fighting intent on their faces. Come on. Let's go. This gives us a great foothold. Let them see how good we are. 99. After all, the captains of the Whitebeard regiment took the lead, jumped directly, landed on the ice, and galloped towards the marine camp. Bang! Boom! Boom! Whoosh! 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 Looking at the captains who have taken the lead has already shot. The pirate gate on other pirate ships also made a loud cry at this moment. Drink. Immediately afterwards, countless pirates jumped out of the boat one after another like crazy. Like the tide, thinking about the marine camp, it rushed over. Boom rumble. At this time, the marines in the marine array shouted at the same moment to greet them. Drink. A chaotic and vast war is about to break out. When. Boom. 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 Puff. Puff. The sound of fine iron slamming, the dull beating sound, the sound of tearing and splashing flesh and blood, and the wailing sound, one after another, continuously. The fierce fighting begins here. That is, not long after the fierce fighting began. Above the sky, a sharp air-breaking sound exploded. 99. Immediately afterwards, a strange bird with a dark green body leapt over the huge waves that formed ice sculptures. Come to the skies above Marineford battlefield. First update, here it is. Advertisement. Chapter 112 Summoning Technique. Pane 6 Paths Assemble. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. And this strange, dark green bird. It is also the Yakan bird that the animal Dao Pane rides. Hovering over the battlefield, the beast Dao Pane stared coldly at the battle below. Murmured coldly. Is this what the captain called Marineford? The same moment, many people also noticed the strange bird that suddenly appeared in the air. What it is? A strange bird with a dark green body. 99. Look, there is still a person standing on the back of that strange bird. Who is it? At such a time, is it also with Whitebeard and the others? 55. The Marines couldn't help but talk. And most of the other Marines are still fighting fiercely with the pirates at this moment. On the execution platform, Sengoku looked at the strange bird hovering over the battlefield, and a look of doubt appeared on his face. Beast. 39. It was Whitebeard standing on the bow of the Moby Dick. After seeing Dao Pane, the beast who came riding on a Yatagara, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. All but one person present. No one recognized who this person who came riding on a strange bird was. I don't know her origin, her purpose, and her position. Only the eagle-eyed Mahawk in the 7 warlords of the sea array. At a glance, I recognized the strange bird in the sky, and the beast Dao Pane on the back of the strange bird. At this moment, Rao Shi couldn't help showing a suspicious look on his face. That's Pen Animal Road. Why is she here? He didn't understand why Pane's animal Dao appeared here. This huge war seems to have nothing to do with them, right? And this is the battle between Naval Headquarters and Whitebeard, Emperor of the Sea. Such a war is not something they can intervene in. Advertisement. It was also while Mahawk was thinking. The beast Dao Pane, who was standing on the back of Yagasaki, jumped directly from Yagasaki's back. It fell into the bay, and fell to the battlefield on the ice surface. Hey. 35. Clatter. There was no dust and mist, only a clear sound. The beast Dao Pane's body fell steadily on the ice, on the battlefield, in the crowd. Immediately afterwards, Yatagara's huge body also crashed down at this moment. Boom. Boom. Rumble rumble. 35. Accompanied by a roaring sound. Yatagara's heavy body shattered the surface of the ice. A white mist of ice debris was stirred up. I haven't waited for the people around me to react. Then I saw Yatagara slightly raised its head, and then leaned forward steeply and let out a sharp cry. The white mist that swirled around the beasts Dao Pane and Yatagara. It was immediately dissipated by the sharp sound of Yatagara. Even the surrounding marines and pirates were deterred by the cry of the Yatagaras. Boom rumble. Facing this scene, the sailors who were deterred and retreated. They all showed ugly faces, gritted their teeth and frowned. Hey. This beast, it doesn't look right. 35. Even such a raptor can be tamed. Who is this guy? Not far away. Contrary to the solemn meaning on the faces of the sailors. The pirates looked at the sudden appearance of the bird of prey and the man, and it was full of smiles. Hey, are you a friend of Little Ace? You bird of prey, you seem to be very powerful. You're here to save Ace too, aren't you? Shout out. Advertisement. The pirates belonging to the Whitebeard pirates laughed softly. I am happy for this friend, who came to rescue Ace in front of me. However, for their greetings and inquiries, Beast Dao Pain did not respond. Woo. A breeze blows by. The blowing made the long black trench coat on the Beast Dao Pain screeching. Looking at the Beast Dao Pain didn't answer. The members of the Whitebeard pirates also faintly sensed something was wrong. Friend. We should be friends, right? 35. Are you here to save little Ace? The people of the Whitebeard pirates call this Beast Pain. But the Beast Dao Pain seemed to have not heard. He didn't respond at all, just stood there quietly. At this time, someone in the marine camp finally recognized the identity of the Beast Dao Pain. It's him. He's a member of the Kamui pirates. 35. The bounty of 65 million berries Pen Beast Road. Heard someone all over the Beast Dao Pain's identity. Doubtful rhetorical questions came out immediately. Kamui pirates. How come I never heard of it again? 35. No. They're the latest super newcomers. Super rookie. 0. Ask for flowers. That's right. Hey, are you kidding me? This is the strongest fighting force in Marine headquarters, and Whitebeard, the Emperor of the Sea. Why does this newcomer appear here? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of all Marines fell on the Beast Dao Pain. Glancing at the Beast Dao Pain, in the Marine camp. Immediately, someone snorted in disdain. Humph. People with a bounty of 65 million berry, dare to get involved in this level of battle, don't they look down on yourself too much? Super rookie. Don't get carried away, the people gathered here are not something that a super rookie can match. Advertisement. What Kamui pirates? Just because they deserve the name Kamui. Humph. The so-called super rookie is nothing in the face of Marines' powerful combat power. The person who has a bounty of 65 million berry, let him recognize the reality. With that said, a group of Marines showed their weapons one after another. Immediately afterwards, they rushed towards the Beast Dao Pain with a big drink. 99. Boom rumble. A loud movement was heard. The animal Dao Pain couldn't help but look sideways. Watching the dozens of Marines rushing towards him, the animal Dao Pain's hands quickly formed a seal. Immediately afterwards, he could only hear him speak in a deep voice. Summoning technique. 9. Accompanied by the Beast Dao Pain's voice. Just here. Bang. A burst of thick white smoke appeared in front of the Beast Dao Pain. But this time, it was not the summoning beast that came out of the Beast Dao Pain summoning. Instead, he summoned Pain in the distance directly in front of him. Rich white smoke, swaying with the breeze. The figure in the white fog also loomed into the eyes of everyone present. That's Pain. And, more than one. It's a full 5. Heaven, Earth, Shura, Hungry Keto, Hell. Plus the animal realm itself. Pain 6 paths, assemble now. Sorry, I have to trouble you to wait. Our captain, we'll be there soon. Dao Pain, the beast standing behind the 5 Pain, looked at the Marine who came rushing, and said coldly. The second update is here. There is one more update that should be very late. Today's state is very wrong and the writing is very slow. This chapter has been written for almost 4 hours, and the authors are all dumbfounded. Advertisement. Chapter 113 Pushing the Marine Front Horizontally, a Shocked Crane. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the white fog, Pain's 6 paths figure emerged. All black long trench coats, all red auspicious clouds, all Rinnegan. With short brown hair and a stern face, Tiandao Pain. With long brown hair and a tall figure, Pain. The hairless man, Shiradope. The figure is slightly fatter, and the face looks a little gloomy and Hungry Keto Pain. The stout, indifferent face of Hell Dao Pain. At this moment, all 5 of them stood in front of the Beast Dao Pain. Confront the aggressive Marine. Looking at Pain, there were 5 more at a time, and the people around couldn't help but be shocked by the Beast Dao Pain's hand. This guy, how did he do that? Summoned 5 companions in an instant. Is this the power of the fruit? I've never heard of a devil fruit with such abilities. Not far away, the captain of the first team of the 143 thief group in the Whitebeard Sea. Seeing the animal Dao Pain suddenly summoning out 5 companions, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. This guy, it's not easy. The Kamui pirates. When did Ace meet such a friend? On the other side, In the battlefield. As Penn's Six Paths identity was preached, Colonel Marine Smoker also cast his eyes. After exhaling a cloud of smoke. Then only Smoker said in a deep voice. Go. Let's go meet. 35. After saying that, Smoker galloped directly towards the beast Dao Pain. Behind him, Tashigi responded with a, yes. And followed in Smoker's footsteps. At this time, Pain also made a move. I saw Tien Dao Pain, Human Dao Pain, and Shura Dao Pain, all leaning forward. In the next second, the three of them shouted, whoosh. And charged towards the crowd of Marines who were rushing towards them. Seeing that Tien Dao Pain and others did not retreat but advance. Advertisement. Immediately, a sailor shouted. Let these ignorant newcomers take a good look at the gap between us. The war here is not something that newcomers like them can participate in. As soon as these words came out, the Marines immediately responded. The Marines held their weapons high and drank in high spirits. Break them down. Drink. Under the execution stand. I heard that the person who came was the super rookie Kamui pirates. Garp's face suddenly showed a dignified expression. With the same dignified expression as him, there is Marine Admiral Aokiji in the icy battlefield. They had met with the Kamui pirates before, and had battles. That battle is not a good memory. Beside Garp, Crane was keenly aware of the solemn expression on Garp's face. This scene immediately caused the Crane to have a puzzled expression. She doesn't understand. Why after the appearance of the Kamui pirates who was called a super rookie? Garp's face suddenly became so dignified. Garp, what's going on? Crane asked. Garp was slightly startled when he heard the sound, and then looked at the Crane subconsciously. And Crane asked again at this time. There's something wrong with your face. What happened? Have you seen her? Hearing Crane's question, Garp fell silent. Immediately afterwards, his face sank. Turning his head to look at the beast Dao Pain again, Garp said leisurely. Do not. I haven't seen her. But, I've seen their captain. 99. Just a few months ago, I met the Kamui pirates. Advertisement. It wasn't just me, Aokiji was there. That was the first time I fought the captain of the Kamui pirates, Kronos. Aokiji also confronts Kronos' second in command, Gojo Satoru. And it turned out, we lost. I lost in their hands and watched them escape. Hear those heavy words from Garp. Crane's pupils shrank uncontrollably immediately. An unbelievable look of horror appeared on his face. Myself. What did you hear? Facing the so-called Kamui pirates, a super rookie. Garp. Lost. Together with Aokiji, one of the three admirals, they also lost. Aokiji naturally goes without saying. The strongest combat force in Marine headquarters, one of the three admiral. How powerful it is self-evident. But Garp actually said that he lost to a super rookie. You know, Garp, though a vice admiral, is getting old. But his strength is no weaker than admiral. But he actually lost. Crane opened his eyes wide, his eyes full of disbelief. As if seeing what Crane was thinking, Garp couldn't help but let out a voice. Xiaohei. You must not believe it, right? To be honest, I can't believe it. At that time, the Kamui pirates. 9. Including their captain, 4 appeared. Captain Kronos is very young, just a kid of 18 or 19. Looks like his crew are older than him. However, they are not easy. 9. Not only their captain Kronos, but also their crew members, their own strength is terrifyingly strong. It is no exaggeration to say that they even met the 14 captains of the Whitebeard pirates. In the case of one-on-one, you may not lose. Even the chances of winning are very large. I didn't feel anything before, but now, I have an ominous feeling. Advertisement. This see. I'm afraid it's going to be a big mess. Garp spoke with a solemn expression. Hearing that, the Crane on the side had already set off a storm in his heart. The look of shock on his face is evident. But Crane said with a forced smile that was somewhat inconsiderate. It's just a stronger newcomer. It's too serious for you to say that. Garp closed his eyes and shook his head. I had the same thoughts as you at the time. 99. But seeing the Kamui pirates here, my mind changed. Take a good look. Xiaohei. The Kamui pirates, it's not as simple as we think. 39. They, not only the captain is strong, but all the crew. After listening to what Garp 4.7 said, Crane was stunned. Then, I saw her turn her head and look at the battlefield below, and towards Pain's 6 paths. When she saw the situation on the battlefield clearly, she immediately held her breath and was stunned on the spot. The pupils are shrinking sharply, and the eyes are shaking violently. An irresistible look of shock appeared on the crane's face. This are they really knew. Now, the ice surface of the waters in the bay below. Even in the face of a large number of marines. The heavenly way Pain, the human way Pain, and the Shura way Pain are 3. It also made the sailors have no power to fight back. With the trend of destroying the dead, pushing the entire marine front. Don't let it get close to the beast Dao Pain. Boom rumble. I didn't stand it yesterday, but I made up for it today at the 4th or 5th watch. First update, here it is. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Advertisement. Chapter 114 Captain. Please let us wave the flag for you. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom. 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 5. The continuous sound of the fierce battle continued, and the wailing of the sailors continued. At this moment, the heavenly Dao Pain, the human Dao Pain, and the Shura Dao Pain are like killing machines. Relentless crushing reaps life. The silhouettes of the marines continued to fly upside down. This scene, Rao as the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, can't help but take a deep breath. Sigh. They are not weak. Isn't it weak? With just 3 people, you can fight against many marines. These guys are literally monsters, right? This strength is not much better than the captain's, right? 39. At the same time, on the other side, Subvert Archipelago, District 33. The birth of the Kamui pirates ship. It wasn't long before Tiandao Pain disappeared on the deck. In Kronos' mind, there was a series of prompts from the system. Ding 02. Congratulations to host for successfully recruiting members of the Hokage World, Human Road, Pain. Warm reminder. This member was formerly a puppet, and this call has been self-conscious. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting members of the Hokage World, Shura Road, Pain. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Congrats to host for successfully recruiting members of Hokage World, Hungry Keto Pain. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting members of the Hokage World, Hell Road, Pain. Close black lens bracket. Warm reminder. This member was formerly a puppet, and this call has been self-conscious. Close black lens bracket. Listening to the sudden coming of the system, a series of prompt sounds. Kronos was stunned for a moment. Some even have no idea what the situation is. With his current prestige value, it is simply not enough for the next summons. Why does the system suddenly prompt itself that it has successfully summoned new members? Advertisement. Having said that, I didn't even enter the summoning page. After standing there for a while, a few thoughts appeared in Kronos' mind. No matter how far apart Subvert Archipelago and Marineford are, Pen can be summoning over. Right now, the system suddenly prompted itself to summon a new member. The only thing that is most likely to do this is the Beast Dao Pain's summoning technique. However, even if you are in a different world, you can summoning over. This is something Kronos never thought of, or even dared to think about. Hehehehe. Suddenly, Kronos laughed. Suddenly there are 4 new members. This news puts Kronos in a good mood. Beast Dao Pain's hand really gave Kronos a big surprise. I just don't know if Dao Pain's hand is a bug that stuck the system. But that doesn't matter now. After all, the system has given them autonomy. Although these 4 new members who suddenly appeared are no match for Tiandao Pain in terms of strength. But their own strength is not weak, and each has its own specialty. With Hell Road Pain, even if other Pain is fatally wounded, he can be resurrected by Hell Road Pain. The captain seems to be in a good mood. Looking at Kronos, who chuckled softly. Gojo Satoru also murmured with a smile on his face. Artoria, who heard this, also showed a smile. It must have been something fun, right? Also at this time, Kronos, who was standing beside the boat, turned his head. He looked at Madara, Gojo Satoru, Artoria, Conan, and a few others from Jiguiwan. Then we should go too. Don't make them wait too long. It was also at the moment when Kronos' voice fell. Asak, Populin, Vians, and Kent. Suddenly, one person carried a flag and walked out of the cabin with a smile on his face. Advertisement. Witnessed the strange dress of the four of Asak, Gojo Satoru and other crew members, including Kronos Zainai. A look of doubt appeared on his face. Kronos, the captain, was the first to ask. What's up with your outfits? Hearing Kronos' question, Asak immediately responded with a solemn expression. Captain, we want to go with you. That's right. The rest of the people responded with serious expressions at this moment. Hearing that, Rao as Wutiao and others. At the moment, he couldn't help but glance at each other, and his eyes fell on Kronos. However, Kronos did not immediately respond to this. Just looked at the four of Asak calmly. There was no trace of turbulence on his face. And the four of Asak, after expressing what they thought, couldn't help but hang their heads in anxiety. Know where we're going, Kronos said suddenly. Cantor heard the captain speak. He nodded solemnly immediately and said in a low voice. Yes, Captain, you are going to Marine Headquarters, Marineford. With the opening of Kent. On the side, Vians also answered. We know it's dangerous. The current Marineford not only gathers Marine's strongest forces. And the Emperor of the Sea, a mighty figure like Whitebeard. I also know that in the face of such an opponent, even if you are as strong as the captain, you cannot guarantee your own safety. But that's why, I beg you, Captain, to let us go together. Although our injuries are not yet healed and our strength is very weak, we can't help you at all. But please let us do our bit. Let us wave the flag for you. Poplar also nodded like garlic at this time, and then opened the mouth. Captain, let's go together. In our entire life, we will only be loyal to the Kamui pirates, and to you, Captain. Advertisement. You let us go. Don't take care of us, just concentrate on your battle. Our lives are not precious, and if we die, we will die. Vians and the others finished their words. At this time, Kronos can be considered to hear the smell. With interest, he glanced at Vians and the others. Kronos smiled. Are you afraid we'll die in Marineford? Kronos said that. The four of Asak were suddenly panicked. Because of what they are worried about. That's it. That's Marine Headquarters Marineford. In the past, Marine was chasing the pirates. When has there been a case of pirates chasing Marine? Right now they are great. Either don't fight, just fight Marine Headquarters. And it's still in this special time. You must know that the Marine Headquarters has made great preparations for this public execution day. The strength of Marines gathering at headquarters today. But it's far from normal. There's more to Marineford today than just Marine. And the Whitebeard pirates, known as one of the four emperors of the sea. Such a huge lineup, so many strong men. If the captain and the others go, it won't be a life and death situation. Having said that, the captain has only a few crew members. Today's Marine Headquarters, two groups of people, at least hundreds of thousands of people must be assembled. If the captain really died in Marine Headquarters, what does it mean to stay here? It's better to fight to the death with the captain and the others. Second update, here it is. Advertisement. Chapter 115 Bonnie. Kronos is going to attack Marine Headquarters. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Captain, don't worry, when you get to the place, you can do what you have to do. 99. Don't mind us. We will definitely not become a black spot for the Kamui pirates, and we will not embarrass you, Captain. 99. When people live, the flag is there, and when people die, the flag will not fall. So I beg you, Captain, to let us play a role. 99. Asak spoke sincerely to Kronos. And his remarks also successfully amused Gojo Satoru, Madara and others on the side. Even Kronos smiled and said nothing. Honestly, they really want to go. If Kronos really wanted to save them, Asak and the others couldn't die. Kronos can also achieve their desired goals while preserving them. Speaking of black spots and shame, though, Kronos doesn't feel that their weak strength will bring black spots to the Kamui pirates, as well as embarrass him as the captain. On the contrary, they carried the flag and waved the flag in the rear. And if you and Madara and the others are fighting ahead. Thinking about this scene, I feel a little ashamed and a little ashamed. To put it nicely, that is to wave the flag and drink the prestige. To put it a bit harsher, there are cheerleaders in this fight. After a moment of silence, Kronos also smiled and turned to look at Madara, Gojo Satoru, Conan, Artoria and others. But he found that these people were also looking at him with a smile. Ah, Kronos sighed softly. Instead, he turned his attention to Asak and others. If you want to go, then follow. As for waving the flag, Kronos paused for a moment, then waved his hand with a smile. Forget it, let's be high profile. How to say, it is also the first battle of the Kamui pirates in the true sense. Advertisement. Let's go. With that said, Kronos turned to face the side of the boat. But at this moment, a figure suddenly ran out of the cabin and called out with a stutter. Ship. Captain. Can I go with me? Kronos turned his head to look at the sound. The one who spoke was the navigator, Ilya. Without much nonsense, Kronos simply dropped 2 words. Keep up. Seeing that the captain agreed, a look of joy appeared on Elijah's face. Immediately afterwards, she saw that she took out a flag from the cabin with one hand and carried it on her shoulder. Okay. Seeing this scene, Kronos' mouth twitched involuntarily. But didn't say much. Like the flag carried by Asak and others, it was a black flag. The flag is painted with a double-winged blindfolded skull that belongs to the Kamui pirates. Set off. A soft reminder. Kronos unfolded his fruit power. A trace of black mist overflowed from his body. The next second, Kronos raised his hand and waved it. Shish. Crack. In an instant, the void cracked. The terrifying crack visible to the naked eye stretches for more than 10 meters. In the next second, the space will be broken. Dang bang bang bang. 55. A crisp sound resembling glass shattering echoed. The space covered by cracks shattered. Advertisement. A bottomless dark avenue appeared in front of everyone. This avenue is more than 3 meters high and more than 10 meters wide. Rao is Kronos et al. Walking side by side, also spacious enough to pass. And witnessed Kronos means firsthand. Asak and the others were immediately shocked. Their pupils are shrinking, their eyes are shaking violently, and their faces are full of unbelievable shock. Is this serious? Hey, I'm not dreaming, am I? This is the true strength of the ship, the captain. But just raise your hand, and even the space is shattered. The ability that Kronos is showing right now. Undoubtedly, a storm was set off in the hearts of Asak and others. Although they know that the captain is strong. But I just feel that the captain can be a powerful existence with one enemy against 100. But I never thought that the captain could be so powerful. It's amazing. At the rear, Ilya looked at the dark avenue, and the whole person was stunned. On the day she met celestial dragons, she saw the strength of the captain. But for now, the captain's strength seems to be much stronger than she imagined. In front of the crowd, Kronos took the first step into the dark avenue. Gojo Satoru, Madara and the others followed closely behind. Walk-on bridges that Kronos has built using planar space. The bodies of Asak and the others trembled involuntarily. But this is not because of fear, but because of the excitement. Backquote. Not good, not good, not good. I'm shaking with excitement now. Conte clenched his fists, the smile on his face could not be restrained. Advertisement. And he was in the same situation, as well as 3 of Asak, Vians and Populin. The smiles on their faces are amazing too. When we reach the destination, we have to bring out the momentum of the Kamui pirates. Momentum. Meanwhile, New World, where the Bonnie pirates are located. Look at the big screen that broadcasts the battle in Marineford, Marine headquarters. In the beginning, everyone was normal. Bonnie is also watching live broadcasts while eating food. Until they saw a dark green strange bird appeared on the screen. There appeared a figure they were very familiar with. The entire Bonnie pirates exploded in an instant. Have you Zhao, hey. That guy. Isn't that guy Pen Beast from the Kamui pirates? Why is she here? The crew members pointed to the big screen incoherently. Rao is Jewelry Bonnie as the captain, and the whole person is stunned on the spot at this moment. The food in his hand also fell to the ground unconsciously. Snapped. No. Isn't it? A member of the Kamui pirates appeared. So, doesn't that mean Kronos is going to? 33. Is he going to attack Marine headquarters? Are these guys crazy? 35. With that said, Bonnie's face was full of horror. The third update, here it is. There is one more chapter. Don't panic, the author is evenly divided into 4 chapters today. I will try to update during the day tomorrow as much as possible. Advertisement. Chapter 116 Overwhelming Power, The Collapsed Marine. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Under the execution stand. Looking at the overwhelming power displayed by the Dao Pain that day, the Earth Dao Pain and the Shira Dao Pain. A look of laziness appeared on Kizaru's face. Really? Are all the newcomers so strong now? It's like a monster. Quote, quote. It's terrifying. Between the words, Kizaru slowly stood up. In the next second, he saw golden light shining all over his body, and then disappeared under the execution stand in an instant. Call out. When he appeared again, he had already appeared on the ice battlefield. Appeared behind Shira Dao Pain. Do you know what it's like to be kicked by a flash? Kizaru's flat voice came out. Immediately afterwards, golden light appeared on the right leg. The next moment, I saw him raise his legs violently and kick towards Shira Dao Pain's head. Shish. But that was when Kizaru's flash kick was about to hit Shira Dope in the head. Shira Dao Pain, who originally turned his back to him, leaned over steeply, dodging it dangerously and dangerously. Kizaru was stunned by this sudden scene. Hey, true. Does he have eyes on his back? It was also when Kizaru spoke. Shira Dao Pain has turned to face him, making an offensive gesture. Sha-la-la. 147. I saw Shira Dao Pain yanked out his right wrist, revealing the string of missiles that he pulled out of his arm. Boom, 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 boom. In the blink of an eye, this series of missiles shot out one after another. Advertisement. Even when Kizaru saw it, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes and quickly retreated. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the explosion continued, and the surrounding firelight shot out thick smoke. Many Marines, even the pirates, suffered together. Boom rumble. When the Whitebeard pirates saw that Shira Dao Pain had hit them, they immediately became anxious. Hey, look carefully. I hit my own people, hey. However, no one of Pain present made any response to this. And really, Kizaru also distanced himself from Shira Dao Pain. Exit 3 or 4 meters away. Wow. 35. Pushed away the thick smoke in front of him with one hand. Kizaru looked at Shira Dao Pain leisurely, and looked at his pair of purple renegons, and couldn't help but be puzzled. But the mouth is indeed open with a sense of ridicule. What kind of look is this? It's terrifying. It was also at this time that Kizaru felt a sudden sensation. Subconsciously, he looked in the direction of the beast Dao Pain. Turning his head, he immediately realized. Pain's eyes are all the same, all purple pupils, with black circles. Moreover, they look to their own eyes. It seems that it is not as simple as just watching the battle. Compared to watching the battle, those eyes are more like monitoring. Monitor your every move. Their eyes. That guy can successfully evade in the face of a sneak attack from behind, isn't it because of their eyes? A bold guess crossed Kizaru's mind. Immediately afterwards, an incredible shocked expression appeared on his face. Hey, if that's the case, then these guys are really monsters. Advertisement. The other side. Heavenly Dao Pain and human Dao Pain divided 2 battlefields. The same as that at this time they are all caught in Marine's siege. Likewise, even in the face of a siege, it was Marine who was beaten. In this short battle, Heavenly Wei Pain, Human Wei Pain, Shira Wei Pain, all showed overwhelming power. And this, directly defeated most of Marine's aura. Boom, 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 doom. 35. After the human Dao Pain knocked down several sailors one after another. Suddenly, he stepped back, and the probe grabbed a Marine's head. Snapped. The moment his head was touched by Dao Pain's palm, an unprecedented fear appeared on the face of the sailor. His face turned pale, and his body was shaking violently. No. Don't. 9. Looking at Pain's indifferent face in the world. There was a pleading look in the eyes of the sea soldiers. But in the world, Pain, how could he listen to him? The hand holding the sailor's head jerked backwards. Shish. The soul of the sea soldier was drawn out by the human Dao Pain on the spot. And that sea soldier, his face became sluggish at this moment, and he collapsed to the ground on the spot. Thump. At this moment, most of the faces of the sailors who faced Pain in the human world were half-faced. There was no blood on his face, and everything became extremely pale. They are afraid. Facing the strange and terrifying means of pain, they were really afraid. Little. Be careful. But you must not be touched by his hand. Will die. Advertisement. The sailors shouted in fear. It seemed that he wanted to use his voice to cover up the fear in his heart. But this is useless. This is not the first time pain has extracted the souls of Marines. There are not a few sailors killed by pain in this way. Marines' fear of pain on Earth. It is already unforgettable. Not far away, Tiandao Pain relies on the ability of Tiandao, Shen Luo Tianzheng. As well as his own penultimate's taijutsu, he resisted the siege of the Marines. And also at this time, Smoker's figure turned into a cloud of white mist, and flew towards Tian Dao Pei. Swish. 35. But in just a short while, Smoker has come to Tian Dao Pain's side. Holding up the weapon, 10 hands, in his hand, Smoker slammed it towards Tian Dao Pain with a single blow. Shish. Just as Smoker's weapon swung down, Tian Dao Pain turned his head abruptly. The pair of Rinnegan stared at the Smoker coldly, without emotion. Next moment. Then I just heard the sound of, Om. Pain Tiandao ability is displayed, and Shen Luo Tianzheng unfolds in an instant. Om. Boom. Not even a single move could fight against Tiandao Pain. Smoker, who had just arrived, was blasted away. Like a meteor, it slammed into the pirate ship on one side. Call out. Boom. Boom rumble. The fourth update, here it is. Advertisement. Chapter 117 Terrified Kizaru. Are these guys still human? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Mr. Smoker. Tashigi, who was right behind Smoker, shouted worriedly. Immediately afterwards, she saw that she turned her head to look at Tiandao Pain and said coldly. You bastard, it's enough. After saying that, Tashigi pulled out the long knife around his waist and rushed towards Tiandao Pain without hesitation. Clanging. Seeing this scene, Tiandao Pain didn't have any nonsense. I saw him do nothing. A pitch black stick fell from his cuff. He was held in the palm of his hand. There was also no pause. Tiandao Pain held a black stick and ran towards Tashigi in a dive. But in the blink of an eye, Tiandao Pain has already rushed to Tashigi's front. Facing this sudden scene, Tashigi was shocked. So fast. An expression of horror instantly took over the expression on Tashigi's face. She hadn't even been able to react. Tiandao Pain had already held a black stick and stabbed her in the face. Shish. The sound of breaking the sky howls. However, at the moment when Tiandao Pain's black stick stabbed out, 2 fences formed of iron branches suddenly emerged from the 2 sides behind Tashigi and flew towards Tiandao One Pain. Shish. Bang. 35. It was followed by a clear sound. Tiandao Pain's body was instantly bound tightly by this fence-like iron branch. Even the black stick he stabbed at Tashigi. It was also placed in a bamboo basket 2 centimeters away from Tashigi's forehead. Guru. Looking at the black stick so close at hand, Tashigi was sweating coldly on his forehead. The pupils were also shaking violently. Looking at Tiandao Pain's eyes filled with indifference. Tashigi's heart is full of fear. At this moment, a low voice came from behind her. What are you doing standing still? Advertisement. I'm not sure I'll be able to restrain him all the time. The sudden low voice pulled Tashigi back from fear. The words were somewhat unfavorable in response. Yes. I see. After all, Tashigi is about to attack Tiandao Pain. But at this time, Tiandao Pain suddenly opened his eyes. Om. 35. A harsh screeching sound exploded. A powerful repulsive force took Tiandao Pain as the center and spread steeply around. Boom. But in the blink of an eye, the iron branch that bound Tiandao Pain was spread out instantly. PFF'd. By accident, an iron branch ran directly through Tashigi's left shoulder. Immediately afterwards, Tashigi let out a scream. Even the man and the iron branch were bombarded by Tiandao Pain's ability. Boom. On the other side, Kizaru facing Shiradope. He also showed a smile at this time. Immediately, he jumped up steeply and hovered in the air. Then let me see if you can dodge this trick. After saying that, Kizaru crossed his hands. A dazzling golden light flashed in his hand. 8-foot Chongu Jade. It echoed with Kizaru's low drink. Countless golden light bullets shot towards Shiradao Pain like a downpour. Whoa, 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 shish. Below, above the ice, facing the light bullets that were as dense as a torrential rain. Rao was Shiradao Pain, and his eyes narrowed slightly for a while. The next moment, the light bullet fell. The continuous roaring sound also sounded. Boom, 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 boom rumble. Thick smoke was stirred up by the explosion of the light bomb. After a burst of saturation blows, Kizaru also landed firmly on the ice surface from midair. Advertisement. Clatter. Huge movement on this side. It also caused the surrounding members of the Whitebeard pirates who were fighting fiercely with Marine. Cast a concerned look. Hey, this guy, Kizaru, actually took action against a newcomer himself. As this also bullying the newcomer. Our captains, but none of them can find an opponent. Several pirates were indignant for Shiradao Pain. At this time, the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, Moby Dick. Whitebeard looked sideways at the battle on Kizaru's side, and couldn't help but sneered. Old La La, 35, dignified Marine Admiral, has he fallen so low that he only dares to bully a newcomer? 99. Sengoku. It seems that the strength of your Marines has regressed a lot. Listen to Whitebeard's sarcastic words. Sengoku on the execution platform gritted his teeth and said solemnly. This is war. 39. Whitebeard chuckled softly. Whatever you say. At this time, Marco shouted to Whitebeard from the deck. Dad, I'm going to meet Kizaru for a while. 39. I can't let these ace friends who came to help, pay the price of their lives to hold Kizaru back. 5. After informing Whitebeard, Marco immediately launched the fruit ability. Boom. The arms transformed into a pair of blue flame wings. Marco fluttered his wings sharply and flew towards Kizaru. Shish. Actually, Marco is clear. The person who fought against Kizaru may have died under Kizaru's attack just now. 0. Ask for flowers. That's one of the three Admiral, the strongest fighting force in Marine headquarters. Not everyone can handle it. Just as Marco conjectured. In the face of Kizaru's powerful light bomb saturation blow. Shiradao Pain is indeed dead. As the thick fog dissipated, Shiradao Pain's embarrassed body. Advertisement. It also caught everyone's eyes. At this time, Shiradao Pain, his right leg and both arms had been interrupted by the light bullet, and the broken limbs fell to the side. Even his right leg and body were pierced by several terrifying holes. Not only that, Shiradao Pain's half cheek was also knocked out by Kizaru's attack. The breeze blew past, and Shiradao Pain's body fell to the ground like that, without breath. But Kizaru didn't feel like winning at all, for some reason. And this also made him not startled and questioned himself subconsciously. You died. It was also at this time. An ominous premonition suddenly rose in Kizaru's heart. Instinctively, Kizaru looked sideways. When he saw it, he suddenly found out. Animal Road Pain, Hungry Keto Pain and Hell Road Pain 3. From beginning to end, he stood silently on the spot, staring at him indifferently, without moving a bit. Even if their companions were in danger, they did not step forward to help. Now is the death of a companion who has witnessed it with his own eyes. Their faces are still the same indifferent expression, without the slightest sadness. At this moment, a chill rose in Kizaru's heart. It was also at this moment that Kizaru seemed to realize a little bit, what is fear. Even if you witness the death of your comrade with your own eyes, you are indifferent. Can't make them act, can't make them look sad. These guys. Daughter people. Kizaru's eyes trembled violently. There was an unbelievable horrified look on his face. Those eyes and eyes full of indifference to life. These guys are real monsters. Respond to popping questions. This Thursday, the author will update chapters 6 to 8, each with a minimum of 2,100 words. I don't know if this counts as an explosion, but it should. The author is not fast in coding, and it is not comparable to those who have more than 10,000 words a day. It is very difficult for the author to code 8,000 words a day. If you want to explode the update, the author can only write as much as possible every day, and then deduct a little bit, save it chapter by chapter, and explode it at a time. It's not that the author doesn't want more, it's that the author is really unhappy. The authors also envied their hand speed. I also often feel flustered and anxious because the update is not up to standard. But the author is really helpless. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Advertisement. Chapter 118 Kamui Pirates, all members join. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Blue flames streak across the sky. Marco's figure was rapidly approaching Kizaru. Kizaru, who had a feeling in his heart, also turned his head at this moment and looked back. Just glanced at Marco, who came over. Kizaru's gaze fell on the beast Dao Pain and others again. However, the animal Dao Pain still didn't move, and it was useless to attack him. There is no sadness or anger even if you witness the death of your companion. 35. How indifferent. Saying that, Kizaru looked away from the beast Dao Pain and the others. It landed on Marco, who was speeding up. Seeing this, Marco, who was in the air, also grinned, and blue flames soared all over his body. Immediately afterwards, the speed of the flight increased sharply. Boom. However, at this moment, the 147 was in front of Marco's flight path. Suddenly there was a crisp cracking sound in the void. Crack. Kick. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying crack like a spider web appeared in the air. It stretches for more than 10 meters. This sudden scene immediately made Marco have to stop moving forward. Hovering in the air. Boom. 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 Marco fluttered his wings. While watching in astonishment, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. How is this going? What happened? Advertisement. At the same time, Kizaru below the void crack, Whitebeard in the bow of the Moby Dick, and Aokiji in the battlefield. And Ace, Sengoku on the execution stand. Garp, Akainu, and Suru under the execution stand all noticed the cracked sky. At this moment, everyone's faces showed doubts, solemnity, and puzzled expressions. Void cracked. Is this what Whitebeard did? Sengoku wondered. Crane looked astonished. The sky is cracked. What happened? Garp standing beside the crane. At this time, he stared solemnly at the terrifying crack in the sky, and muttered to himself. Could it be that those guys are here? The crane on the side heard Garp's strange words. He hesitated for a moment and asked back. Those guys? Who? Kamui pirates. Garp responded in a deep voice. At this moment, the feeling of unease rose sharply in his heart. The vision that suddenly appeared at the moment could not have been caused by Whitebeard. If it was Whitebeard, then he wouldn't be showing any doubts. And apart from him, the most likely ones are the guys from the Kamui pirates. That's when Garp guessed it. The cracked void suddenly shattered like glass. Dang bang. A dark avenue with a width of more than 10 meters appeared in the air. Facing this sudden scene, I looked at the dark avenue that suddenly appeared. Marco, Kizaru, Ace, Sengoku, Garp, Crane, Whitebeard, and a group of Marines, a group of members of the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, the pupils are all shrinking, and their faces are unbelievable. Isn't it? What is this? 35. A channel. Advertisement. Everyone was shocked, so much so that the entire battlefield ushered in a brief truce. The sound of iron slamming, shouting, fist fighting, etc., all disappeared at this moment. The entire Marine headquarters, the entire Marineford, fell into an eerie silence in an instant. Everyone's eyes are looking straight at the midair. The dark road that suddenly appeared. Da da da. It was also at this moment that there were bursts of clear footsteps in the dark road. And this did not surprise Marine and Pirate Gate on the ice. He raised his heart to his throat. Am I dreaming? 35. Is this the sound of footsteps? There, someone. Who? Allies? Or enemies? At this moment, everyone was unconsciously nervous. It was also at this time. The clear footsteps sounded from far to near. Da da da. At this moment, the figure of Kronos slowly walked out from the dark road. Immediately afterwards, Madara, Gojo Satoru, Conan, Artoria, and the other 5 following Kronos were following on both sides of Kronos. In the end, it was the group of Asak who strode out carrying the banner of the Kamui pirates. Crash. Located in midair, gusts of sea breeze blowing past zero. Asak and other 5 people stand shoulder to shoulder banner. The flag painted with a blindfolded skull on its wings fluttered, and the sea breeze blew the hunting sound. At the end of the dark path, Kronos slowly stood still. Gojo Satoru and others in the back. Then Kronos is one position apart, lined up, facing the entire battlefield. Asok and the others were also carrying the flag at the moment, standing on the farthest sides of the team. Advertisement. Overlooking the entire battlefield and the crowd below. A smile appeared on Kronos' face, and he spoke calmly. I'm sorry, everyone. 35. I'm late. However, it doesn't seem too late now. It seemed that the person was really Kronos, and after hearing Kronos' casual words, Garp couldn't help but grit his teeth and said solemnly, Kronos. The other side. On the bow of the Moby Dick. Whitebeard looked at Kronos as he walked down the dark path. Looking at the pirate flag that the Asaks were carrying on their shoulders, the pirate flag being blown by the sea breeze. Even Whitebeard couldn't help laughing at this moment. Old la, but only a dozen people. How dare you hold the pirate flag and swagger over the Marine headquarters? The way you appear is more arrogant than me. 35. Little devil. Recommend 4.7 to recommend a friends. Celestial dragons, the causal reversal will become stronger. Second update, here it is. A simple list of the protagonist's fruit abilities. There are 3 symbols in total, and the fruit cannot be elementalized to avoid damage. Space. You can divide and shape the space at will, such as cubic space, space boundary wall, space plane, teleportation, etc. The overall defense is defensive, and the attack is not weak. Order. Reasonable rules can be formulated arbitrarily in the control space, such as gravity, prohibition, suppression, etc. The overall control is partial, and the attack is not weak. Darkness, Fruit Awakening, Chaos God Chaos Form. The abilities include Black Flash Remote Attack in the form of Flash, with destructive properties, Black Fog, Shapeable, with collapse properties causing natural disasters, etc. The whole thing is aggressive. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Advertisement. Chapter 119. Just let that guy sink into the sea. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. New world. On the ship of the Bonnie pirates. The Kamui pirates of Kronos, who were watching, really hit the Marine headquarters. Bonnie said with a startled sound like a lightning strike. Kronos. This guy really brought the crew to the Marine headquarters. Are they crazy? The current Marine headquarters is when Marine's strongest forces are gathered. Is he an idiot? Inexplicably, Bonnie felt a little angry at this time. In her opinion, Kronos' behavior was really irrational. The current Marine headquarters has 3 Admiral, the hero Garp, the Marshal Sengoku, 100,000 elites, and various Marine generals who are not smiling. If you hit Marine headquarters at such a time, wouldn't that kill you? Not to mention that there is still Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors at sea, who is called the strongest man in the world. And Bonnie's reaction is very different. Around her, the crew also stared at the big screen. At this moment, O2 said with surprise and smile on his face. Facing so many strong men at the same time, I didn't panic at all, as expected of Captain Kronos. 99. A rookie pirate group dared to hit the Marine headquarters directly. That's what Captain Kronos dares to do, right? Not good. I feel like Captain Kronos is super hockey. If you dare to bring someone to Marine headquarters. Being calm in the face of such strong men as Marine Admiral, Marshal Marine, and the Emperor of the Sea, you too can be hockey like Captain Kronos. Forget it, at such a distance, I look a little scared. 35. Advertisement. Hey, did you see that? At the far left of the line, the man carrying the flag is Vian's, my brother. It was also when the crew members were discussing. Behind, suddenly came Bonnie's rise. Turn around, let's go back. As soon as these words came out, the crew members present were all stunned. Almost invariably, all the crew turned their heads at the same time and looked at Bonnie. An uneasy premonition sprouted in my heart. The crew members asked with some unfavorable words. Ship. Captain. Didn't we just arrive at New World? Go back. Why go back? The same conjecture came to the minds of all the crew members. Almost at the moment when the guesses surfaced, all the members of the Bonnie pirates shut their mouths. The pupils trembled violently like an earthquake, the body trembled like a sieve, and the cold sweat dripped like rain. We're not going to go back to the Marine headquarters, are we? It will kill people. The crew of the Bonnie pirates was dripping with sweat. Ship. Captain. Are we going to Marine headquarters? Bonnie responded. Hold head high. After getting the answer, all the members were even more panicked. Even if we go back, it's too late, right? Listening to the crew's words, Bonnie cursed angrily. We're not going to fight Marine headquarters, we're going to collect the corpse for that idiot. 5. Dare to hit the Marine headquarters, I think he is really tired of living. Listening to Bonnie's words, the crew was ashamed. Looking at Bonnie's somewhat angry look, he wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to say it. I could only cry in my heart. Captain, do you want to hear what you're saying? Advertisement. We are so afraid of you. Go to Marine headquarters to collect corpses, are you crazy too? Captain. We are pirates. After confiding in his heart and venting his temper, Bonnie suddenly calmed down. Then, she was silent. Then I saw her covering her face with one hand and waving her hand with the other. Forget it, when I didn't say it. 55. Just let that guy sink into the sea. Meanwhile, Marine headquarters, Marineford. He seemed to hear Garp's deep voice. Kronos' eyes fell on Garp, who was below the execution stand. With the same smile on his face, Kronos greeted Garp calmly. Yo, Garp. 35. Long time no see. It's okay that Kronos doesn't say hello. After this greeting, Garp's expression seemed a little ugly. At this time, the invisible space boundary wall condensed below Kronos et al. The dark path behind Kronos. It also slowly closed at this moment and disappeared from the eyes of everyone. The heavenly Way Pain, the human Way Pain, and the Shura Way Pain who fought fiercely with Marine. They all retreated and returned to the Beast Dao Pain's side. However, the return of Shura Dao Pain was carried back by the human Dao Pain carrying the body. Kronos, who was in midair, and members of the Kamui pirates also saw this scene. However, no one showed sadness on their faces. Kronos knew he could be resurrected, Madara didn't care at all. Asak and others did not know each other. There is no such thing as sadness. Advertisement. Below, Marine has a total of 150 Admiral Kizaru. Looking at the indifferent expression of the Kamui pirates, he couldn't help but tease. Scary. Being indifferent to the death of your comrade, it's really indifference. Hearing Kizaru's words, Kronos lowered his head slightly. Overlooking Kizaru, he smiled lightly. Did you do it? Didn't wait for Kizaru to make a sound. On one side, Whitebeard's deep and loud laughter suddenly came. Old la la la, you're here to save Ace, right? Kid. Kronos looked at Whitebeard at the sound. But I saw Whitebeard's face suddenly change, and he looked at Kronos with a solemn face and scolded. Do you know who the enemy is? Those like you will die. As Whitebeard's voice fell, Whitebeard's own powerful aura also burst out at this moment. Boom. That powerful sense of oppression turned into a gust of wind and swept towards Kronos. Whoosh. It's just, even the coercion from Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. There was no hint of fear on Kronos' face. Still so humble. The first one is here. Chapters 1 and 2 even more. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Advertisement. Chapter 120I. Kronos will subvert this war. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As for Madara and Gojo Satoru who were standing on both sides of Kronos. Not to mention the oppressive aura emanating from Whitebeard. There was also no fear on his face. Even a few handymen and navigator Ilya from Asak were watching Whitebeard calmly at the moment. Of course, Kronos et al. People like Kronos and Madara are really not afraid. In the face of the imposing pressure released by Whitebeard, their fearful legs weakened. But the face is forced to be calm, for the face of the Kamui pirates, without showing any fear. Asak. As this the Emperor of the Sea, Whitebeard. Vians. The sheer momentum alone terrifies me. Poplar. Not good. Not good. Not good. My feet are weak. Can't. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm a member of the Kamui pirates. Ilya. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. The 5 people wailed in their hearts. But the surface is not showing the slightest flaw. This scene made Whitebeard moved. Even Sengoku on the execution platform, and Marco in midair had disbelieving expressions on their faces at this moment. Under the pressure of Whitebeard's aura, how could everyone remain unmoved? Can you actually withstand the pressure of your father's breath? Without showing any timidity. Under the execution stand, Garp and Crane both had extremely solemn expressions on their faces at the moment. If you change it before, let the Crane see that Kronos and others can resist Whitebeard's momentum without being timid. That Crane will only think that they are not bad. But now, it's different. After listening to Garp's previous remarks, Suru no longer has the slightest contempt for the Kamui pirates. Right now, I have witnessed the scene of their composure. The Crane's expression became even more solemn. As this the Kamui pirates. All the members are not simple characters. Advertisement. It was when everyone was nervous. Kronos, who was standing in midair and on the space boundary wall, suddenly burst into a chuckle. He. We're not here to save Portgas d'Ace. Don't get me wrong, old man. Hear the sudden words from Kronos. Many of the people present were so shocked that their eyeballs popped out. Old man. How dare he call out old man Whitebeard? Is this a grudge for Whitebeard calling him a kid? Hey, this guy is too daring. All of the Marines were startled, and their attention was focused on Kronos calling old man Whitebeard. Only a few people, such as Garp, Suru, Sengoku, Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, Marco, etc., paid attention to Kronos' words. Not here to save Portgas d'Ace. Then why is he here? Sengoku and the others are puzzled. Rao was Marco, and he was stunned when he heard that Kronos was not here to save Ace. Immediately after, Marco asked Kronos loudly. Not here to save Ace. Then why are you here and why are you helping us? 35. Why F2F? Hearing Marco's questioning, Kronos turned his head slightly. A smirk appeared on his face. Don't get me wrong. We're just here to make trouble. Saying that, Kronos faced the entire battlefield, facing Marine headquarters. He opened his arms wildly and proclaimed loudly. Listen clearly. Everyone here today is the enemy of my Kamui pirates. I will subvert this war. Kronos' rampant propaganda echoed. At this moment, the entire battlefield was quiet. The pupils contracted slightly uncontrollably. Everyone was looking at Kronos with disbelief on their faces. Advertisement. What is he talking about? All his enemies. He's going to fight Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates at the same time. Is that a lie? Is this guy crazy? The members of the Whitebeard pirates stared at Kronos in horror. I couldn't believe what my ears were hearing. And under the execution stand, his face became more and more solemn after hearing Kronos' declaration of war. At the same time declare war on Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates. How much confidence does this have to do this? Meanwhile, with Kronos' declaration of war, there was an uncontrollable grin on Madara's face. Madara is excited at this moment. War. This is exactly what I was looking forward to. I haven't experienced the thrill of battle for a long time. Glancing at Shura Dopain, who was killed by Kizaru, Kronos directly ignored Kizaru and set his eyes on Sengoku on the execution stand. My crew, thank you for taking care of me. As a token of appreciation, allow me to send you a present. 5. Trust. You'll love it. With a smile on his face, Kronos spoke calmly. Sengoku, who was on the execution platform, was stunned when he heard these words. But then, his face sank. What a gift, well said. However, even a fool can hear this, he wants revenge. It's just a super rookie in a new era, just a pirate whose bounty has just exceeded 100 million. First declare war on 4 emperors Whitebeard and Marine headquarters at the same time. Then came the threat of revenge against Marine headquarters. These wild words were released one after another. It's too ignorant to look down on these remnants of the old era. With that in mind, Sengoku reminded in a deep voice. Advertisement. Backquote. Don't be too presumptuous. Kid. Hearing this, Kronos didn't care. Looking at Sengoku, who was standing on the execution platform, Kronos spoke indifferently. Artoria, give them a welcome gift. Hearing this, Artoria nodded in response. Yes. 35. Immediately afterwards, she saw that she took the invisible sword in her hand and slowly took 2 steps forward. After taking a deep breath, Artoria was no longer in the shadows. It directly showed its own strength. Boom. Accompanied by a loud humming sound. In Artoria's hand, the Wind King's barrier of the impossible obtain Lee's sword of vision receded instantly. A sword with a blue hilt and a golden body is revealed. And this is Artoria's noble phantasm, the sword of promised victory. Chang Om. A strong and sharp breath pervades. The wind howled suddenly. Countless golden spots of light slowly rose in Marineford and the sea, and converged towards Artoria. Artoria was also holding the hilt of the sword with both hands at this moment. Raise the sword of oath victory above your head. It was also the moment when the long sword was raised above Artoria's head. Countless golden light spots converged on the sword of oath of victory. Immediately afterwards, on the sword of oath of victory. Suddenly, a huge burst of energy erupted. Boom. A huge and dazzling golden beam of light shot straight into the sky, running through the sky. Artoria also took 2 steps in succession at this moment. He shouted and chopped off the long sword suddenly. Excalibur hook. Second update. Here it is. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Advertisement. Chapter 121 Hell Road. Rebirth Technique. The audience is horrified. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A dazzling golden light illuminates Marineford. The huge beam of light that was overflowing with golden streamers crashed down with the slashing of the long sword. It fell from the top of the Marine headquarters building. A large number of Marines and pirates along the way were swallowed by the beam of light at this moment. They didn't even have time to let out a cry. The figure was swallowed by the beam of light, and it disappeared directly into ashes. Boom. A huge bang resounded. The entire Marineford battlefield was shaking violently. Boom rumble. The Marine headquarters building was split in half by Artoria's blow. Thick smoke rose up. A huge and terrifying gully was revealed in front of everyone. The deafening roar still seemed to echo in my ears. Looking at the Marine headquarters building, which was directly split in half. Looking at that huge and terrifying gully. At this moment, the pupils of Marine and the pirates shrank uncontrollably. A look of horror appeared on his face, and his eyes were shaking violently. Difficulty swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the voices of everyone on the battlefield were a little trembling and said, "Guru, what a powerful blow. Hey, are you kidding me with 150? Is that a lie? See, Marine headquarters building, cleaved in 2. Anyone who walks out can split the building in half with 1 blow. Are those guys all such powerful monsters? Are these guys really just newcomers? With such powerful strength, what is their origin?" Advertisement. At this moment, not only Marine, but even the pirates were talking in horror. On the execution stand, looking at the building that was split in half, Sengoku froze in place. There was a look of incredible shock on his face. Even for a while, it seemed like he couldn't react. How is this possible? That guy split the headquarters building with 1 blow. Under the execution stand, Crane's face at the moment is also extremely ugly. At this moment, she can truly see the confidence of the Kamui pirates. The previous declaration of war on Marine headquarters and Whitebeard at the same time was not a lie. These guys. The real Ache monsters. Crane murmured solemnly. Garp, who was beside him, couldn't help shouting at Kronos. "Kronos, you bastard. 39. Just shout out to Garp." Kronos didn't care, as if he didn't hear it. With a smile on his face, he stepped forward and said, "Are you satisfied with this meeting? Then, let's go to war." With Kronos saying this, Madara's hands that had been wrapped around her chest slowly dropped, and the pair of purple Rinagons swept across the battlefield. Gojo Satoru slowly raised his hand and removed the black blindfold that had been covering his eyes. Those azure blue eyes like stars are also slowly opening at this moment. Clang. Following Guiwan's scabbard, the sun blade around his waist changed drastically. Invisibly, a sharp edge was revealed. Shish. Advertisement. Behind Conan, a pair of wings formed from pieces of paper suddenly unfolded. At this moment, like an angel. Below, Tian Dao Pain, Human Dao Pain, Hungry Keto Pain, and Beast Dao Pain took a step forward in unison. A gesture of preparation was made. And the Hell Road, Pain, stood on the spot, slowly raised his hand, and made a seal. Accompanied by a soft beep of, Om. It was next to Pain, the Hell Road, and a purple flame suddenly burned out of thin air on the ice. Boom. Immediately after, a monstrous behemoth with the word, King, on his forehead. From the purple flame, the huge head slowly protruded. And he is also the ability of Hell Dao Pain. Yama. Looking at Yan Wang's hideous appearance, looking at his head that is several times larger than a human being. Everyone around couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, keeping silent. Sigh. Then, what is that? Monster. It's a monster. At this moment, the person who was closer to Hades, whether it is marine or pirate. At this moment, they couldn't help but take 2 steps back in horror. It was also at this moment that Hell Road Pain groaned indifferently. Rebirth. With the words of Hell Road Pain fell on the mouth of Hades that was sewn by the lines began to detach. Immediately afterwards, a large mouth of blood was revealed in front of everyone. The next second, a purple tongue with a palm sticks out from the mouth of Hades. He grabbed the body of Shiradao Pain that was placed on the ground, put it back in his mouth and chewed it. Click, click, click. At this moment, the chewing sound of the King of Hell was particularly harsh. Advertisement. Everyone present, all their hair stood on end. Eat. Eat. That guy actually ate the body of his companion. Crazy. These guys are a bunch of madmen. 35. Even the corpses of the companions have to be eaten cruelly. What kind of savage people are these guys? Not only the people around, but also Whitebeard, Sengoku, Garp and others. After seeing this sudden scene, he was also stunned. They couldn't believe it. Someone would be so cruel that they cannibalize the corpses of their companions. It's just that, at a time when Sengoku and the others were stunned. Then the King of Hell suddenly stopped chewing and slowly opened his mouth. In the next second, a big, dark-colored Hades popped out of his mouth. Grabbed Yama's mouth. Immediately afterwards, the figure of Shiradao Pain walked out from the mouth of the King of Hell with a grin. Shiradao Pain stood unharmed in front of Hades' head. The body has returned to the same state as before without injury. And this scene also made the faces of the people present change greatly. Sengoku, Whitebeard, Garp, Kizaru, Suru, Aokiji et al. A look of shock appeared on Chi-Chi's face. Akainu, who had been sitting on the execution platform, stood up abruptly. Shish. Everyone looked at Shiradao Pain, who had returned from the dead, in disbelief. This guy is back from the dead. Today's update, the minimum 6, and the target 8. The first update, here it is. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Advertisement. Chapter 122 Summoning Technique Katakana Middle. 3-headed Dogs of Hell. Shock the audience. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, everyone present was horrified and horrified. Obviously dead. Obviously, countless holes have been penetrated through the body. But now, he has come back to life. He just stood in front of them so safe and sound. This, am I dreaming? He is obviously dead. Why? Monsters. These guys. Are real monsters. 35. Even if it is dead, it can be resurrected. How can such a monster be defeated? At this moment, the 3 views of Marine and Pirate have been subverted. They shouted loudly, trying to hide the fear in their hearts. But their bodies and minds have already fallen into ice caves. The ability to be resurrected from the dead. What the hell is devil fruit? Crane's eyes trembled slightly, looking at the unharmed Shiradao Pain, full of disbelief. On the execution stand, Sengoku's face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, he deeply realized how big the threat of the Kamui pirates is. The ability to bring people back from the dead and restore all injuries at the same time. This is beyond the scope of his cognition. I've never heard of it. It has the ability to bring back the fruit from the dead. Sengoku gritted his teeth and spoke in a deep voice. The other side. The smile on Kizaru's face also disappeared. Instead, there was that dazed and stunned expression. Is that why they didn't care about their companion's death? Resurrection from the dead, this is really a powerful ability. On the Moby Dick, even Whitebeard, who is called the strongest man in the world. At this moment, he also cast a surprised look at Hell Road Pain. After staring at the Hell Road Pain for a while, he laughed in a low voice. Old la la la. 9. Resurrection from the dead. Never heard of devil fruit with this ability. 95. Interesting. It was also the time when everyone was horrified by the ability of the Hell Dao Pain. Tiandao Pain, who was headed below, sank his waist steeply and drank lowly. Disperse. As soon as these words came out, the 6 pain immediately rushed to 6 different directions. The captain's words were clear. Except for the Kamui pirates, the rest are all enemies. Whether it is marine or pirate, they are all targets of Pen's attack. The indiscriminate slaughter begins here. Tiandao Pain is like a dragon crossing the river, wanton harvesting the lives of marine and pirates. Boom, boom, boom. Even in the face of those who have yet to react. Tiandao Pain is also merciless, and he is rushing to take his life. PFF'd. A palm knife stabbed out, piercing the throat of a stupefied pirate on the spot. I didn't wait for the people around me to react. Tiandao Pain made another move, holding a black stick in his palm. With a backhand and a swipe, they pierced through the temples of the two of them one after another. Chuck, chuck, boom. Marine, who had reacted, strode forward and slashed away. Tiandao Pain's pupils quickly turned twice. Immediately jumped up, quickly and calmly dodged the attack of the two Marines. The other two long knives that were originally slashing in the waist fell from their feet and slashed. Shish. Advertisement. In the next second, the two sailors did not wait for the next move. Tiandao Pain kicked his feet violently. Bang. 35. Crack. The bridge of the nose was kicked off, and the two sailors flew out on the spot, bleeding heavily. Hey. 99. Bang. Bang. Tiandao Pain landed steadily, but his movements were non-stop. Universal pull cast. The hum reverberates. Ohm. The surrounding marine and pirate gate were pulled by a huge suction force and flew towards Tiandao Pain. What is this? Flying. Do not. Haven't waited for them to come into contact with Tiandao Pain. Tiandao Pain turned his ability abruptly and launched the Shen Luo Tianzhong. Boom. Bang. 35. In an instant, a terrifying repulsive force erupted from Tiandao Pain as the center. All the people who were pulled here were strongly impacted at this moment, groaned in pain, and flew out like a kite with a broken string. But in the blink of an eye, the 10-meter radius of Tiandao Pain was cleared. Standing in no one. But Tiandao Pain didn't stop there, but with a flash, he suddenly ran towards the crowd. Before arriving, he made a move with both hands. 2 black sticks appeared, and they were held in the palm of their hands. Without the slightest hesitation, Tiandao Pain raised his hand and threw it towards the crowd. Shish. The black stick came out of nowhere. With 2 PFF'd sounds. The black stick runs through their foreheads. While taking their lives. That huge inertia also directly flew their corpses out. 0. Katakana middle dot ask for flowers katakana middle dot. Whizzing. Standing between the two, the one who was not killed by the black stick. After facing the loss of 2 companions in an instant, he was also slightly startled. It was exactly this startling. Tiandao Pain arrived, raising his hand and striding forward as a push. Boom. The palm of his hand hit his chest firmly. On the spot, his chest was sunken, and his ribs were all broken in an instant. Crack. Kick. Cough. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Killing without looking at the corpse, winning without looking back. Tiandao Pain turned around and ran towards the next target. Push the 2 fronts of marine and pirates. The marines and pirates around were horrified. 0. Feared, he stepped back one after another, and cried out with tears in his eyes. Monster. Unbeatable. Will die. Advertisement. This guy is a devil. The other side. The animal Dao Pain jumped up, formed a seal in the air, and fell towards the crowd. When she was about to fall into the ice battlefield on this side. Her spell is also completed. At the moment when he fell into the battlefield, Dao Pain clapped the ground with one hand and drank in a low voice. Summoning technique. 35. Boom. Thick white smoke rose up. Cover all the people around you. Before they could react, a deafening roar resounded throughout Marineford. Boom. 35. A huge claw palm covered with reddish-brown hair protruded from the white mist. He slammed the crowd on the ice battlefield. Boom. A loud roar echoed. Several sailors and pirates who could not react were killed on the spot. The powerful shock Yuba also dispelled the white fog a little. Hidden in the thick white fog, the behemoth with reddish-brown hair and 3 heads is looming. And this is also the 3-headed hell dog with 3 heads. Its huge body enveloped the crowd below. It brought an extremely strong sense of oppression and fear to the surrounding marines and pirates. At the same moment, the three-headed dog of hell raised its head violently. Towards the sky, a deafening roar was issued. Roar. Second update. Here it is. Spoon. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Boom. After a while, it emerged from another place. After an attack, it drilled into the ground again. Then drilled out from another place to launch an attack, and drilled in. Repeat this over and over again. With every attack, a large number of people will die. Boom boom. 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 PFF'd. 39. Boom boom. Roaring, beating, loud noises, wailing, all kinds of sounds echoed in the battlefield. At this moment, the entire Marineford battlefield was thrown into chaos. Cerberus, hell crab, rhinoceros, bullfighting, centipede, 5 huge beasts ravaged the battlefield. In addition, the already chaotic battlefield is like a dance of demons at this moment. The beasts attacked indiscriminately. The morale of Marine and the pirates was destroyed in just a few moments. The Kamui pirates swept the front line with a destructive force and took the lead. This moment, Marine Marshal Sengoku, 3 Admiral Kizaru, Akainu, Aokiji, Hero Garp, Staff Crane and others. There was an expression of incredible astonishment on their faces. Isn't it? She can summon 5 beasts at the same time. This guy, strong. I never saw her make a move before, I didn't expect her to hide so deeply. First come back from the dead, and now there is the summoning of giant beasts. The Kamui pirates, how much is hiding? 35. On the execution stand. Sengoku's face was gloomy and solemn as never before. Advertisement. I saw him looking at Kronos, who was controlling the board, and said through gritted teeth. Why? Why is this happening at such a time? 1 Whitebeard pirates is enough of a headache. Now another troublesome Kamui pirates. So far, the skills they have shown are not much better than the Whitebeard pirates. On the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard standing on the bow, watching the beasts raging on the battlefield, also couldn't help showing a dignified expression. What a bunch of troublemakers. 35. In midair, he witnessed his companion being killed by pain and crushed by a giant beast. Marco couldn't help it. With a look of anger on his face, Marco violently flapped his blue flame wings and flew towards Kronos, shouting angrily. Asshole! What are you doing? However, before he could finish his sentence, Gojo Satoru, who was standing to the right of Kronos, disappeared instantly. Whoosh! But in the blink of an eye, Gojo Satoru had already arrived at Marco's body. Faced with this sudden scene, Marco's pupils shrank suddenly, and a look of horror appeared on his face. So fast. At the moment when Marco's thoughts rose, Gojo Satoru slammed a punch towards Marco. Boom. The dull thumping sound resounded. Gojo Satoru's fist slammed firmly into Marco's face. Under the huge force of Wuju's punch, Marco directly turned into a blue streamer and smashed to the ground. Call out. Bang. Years. Boom boom boom. A huge roar echoed. Thick smoke rose up. Under Marco's huge impact, the ice layer trembled. Not far away, the members of the Whitebeard pirates watched this sudden scene. She couldn't help being shocked, and Guan Kei shouted. Marco. Team leader. Captain Marco. Under the cry of a companion. In the rising smoke, Marco's voice came from 4.7 soon. I'm fine. Shish. 35. Saying that, Marco swung his arms that turned into blue flame wings. At the same time as removing the illusion and changing back to his hands, he dispelled the smoke and dust that lingered around him. Raising his head slightly, Marco looked into the air and said in a low voice. You bastard. At this time, Gojo Satoru's figure was still hovering in the air. Those star-like blue eyes looked down at Marco, who looked a little embarrassed. Wutiawu raised the corners of his mouth and slowly drew a smile. How can you disturb our captain as soon as you come up? You are not qualified yet. 35. If you want to play, then I'll play with you. The third update, here it is. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Advertisement. Chapter 124 Marco. Your tone is very big. Newcomer. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing Wuho Satoru's wild words, Marco slowly stood up, looked at Wutiao without any fear and said, "You're so loud, newbie." Hearing this, Wutiao didn't take it seriously. He waved his hands at will, his face still smiling. "You can try." 35. Hearing this, Marco smiled jokingly, holding his hands together. The fruit power is unfolding immediately. 35. A soft whistle echoed. Marco's arms immediately turned into a pair of blue wings. The flame is beating. Marco leaned down steeply, spread his wings, and gave a low drink. "Come, say it." Marco's wings twitched sharply, turning into a stream of blue flames, and galloping towards Wujo in midair. Seeing this scene, Wutiao's face was still so calm. Marco's actions were clearly revealed under his eyes. "Come on, little bird." Advertisement. "I'll give you 5 minutes O2 time." 35. Saying that, Wu grinned, and the whole person instantly disappeared into the air. What followed was the loud noise from Gojo Satoru and Marco fighting. Bang. 35. Boom. 99. Boom. The other side. That is on the space boundary wall. Madara also slowly stepped forward at this moment, walking towards the edge of the space boundary wall. Come to the edge of the space boundary wall. Madara surveyed the situation on one side of the battlefield, then turned to look at Kronos and said, "Captain, do you have a chosen opponent?" Hearing this, Kronos glanced sideways at Madara and smiled. "You can do whatever you want, don't worry about me." Hearing this, the corners of Madara's mouth rose slightly. Understood. Having said that, Madara took a slow step. The whole person fell towards the ice battlefield. Shish. 99. Da. 99. Under the execution stand. Seeing that the members of the Kamui pirates have all been dispatched. Garp also gritted his teeth and said solemnly, "Advertisement. I'm going to fight." With that, Garp strode towards the battlefield. But just 2 steps away from him, the crane behind him stopped him. "Garp, do not impulse." However, in the face of waiting for the crane's call, Garp did not stop moving forward. "I'm so calm." Garp didn't even have a head, after leaving a sentence. He walked straight in the direction of Kronos. Outside Marineford Square. Among the Shichibukai arrays. Looking at Jigyu Ueni who came down from the space boundary wall. Mihawk couldn't help but smile and whispered softly. "Is this waiting for me? It's a wonderful feeling." Ji Guiwan just stood there and didn't make any statement. But Mihawk could feel it faintly. Jigyu Ueni is waiting for himself. And my heart, at this moment, is also a little restless. He wants to fight. This is like the traction between swordsmen, as if it is the traction between the strong. Similar to Mihawk. Advertisement. At this time, Jigyu Ueni also had this feeling in his heart. He also wanted to take on Mihawk. But his intuition was telling him to just stand there and wait. Mihawk looked at not far away, that Jigyu Ueni's figure was a moment. Then he whispered softly, "Wait a moment for me." With that, Mihawk took 2 steps forward. And his movement immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. Doflamingo, who is also the 7 warlords of the sea, and Boa Hancock. At this moment, they all looked sideways at Mihawk. Below, the Marines spoke in surprise. "Dracula Mihawk. Are 7 warlords of the sea finally going?" Under the execution stand, Akainu also noticed Mihawk who was doing something. This can't help but feel a little surprised. It's really rare. That Eagle Eye who does his own way, actually wants to join the war. Beside Mihawk, Doflamingo also grinned and asked, "What, are you going up?" 4th update, here it is. 2 more watch will be very late. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Advertisement. Chapter 125 The world's #1 opponent, the shocked Moria. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Mihawk looked up at the burly man standing aboard the Moby Dick. "Just give it a try. How far is that man from us?" 39. With that said, Mihawk slowly raised his hand and stretched out to the black knife, Yi. Clanging. The harsh humming sound of the blade suddenly reverberated. Mihawk slowly raised the black knife, and then moved towards the distance. Whitebeard, who was standing on the Moby Dick, slashed. Clang hum. 39. A harsh humming sound exploded. An emerald green blade appeared and flew straight towards Whitebeard. Shoo. Boom boom. Where the emerald green sword light passed, the ice layer split. Countless water ice cubes were stirred up. Seeing this, the pirates along the way also shouted with their faces changed greatly. Not good. 31. Escape quickly. The words echoed. The pirates fled. It's just that their movements are slower after all. Before they could run away, Mihawk had already arrived with an emerald green blade. Boom. A series of screams came out. The pirate who was hit by the sword light died on the spot, but the pirate who was not hit by the sword light was not far from the sword light. Then it was directly knocked into the air by the huge force of the sword glow. Doom. The other side. Advertisement. On the bow of the Moby Dick. Whitebeard didn't care about Mihawk's slash. With a smile on his lips, Whitebeard stood still on the bow of the boat. Just when that emerald green sword light was about to arrive. Above the icy battlefield below, a burly figure suddenly rushed out and ran towards the emerald green sword light. Immediately afterwards, a loud bang was heard. Boom. The burly figure that rushed out directly grabbed the sword light with both hands. The terrifying force of the sword light pushed back his body. But the burly man did not let go. Grabbing the sword light tightly, the burly man gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Drink. The next second, under the powerful force of the burly man, the menacing emerald green blade light was immediately changed by him. He was thrown into the sky. Call out. Boom. A huge roar echoed in the air. After a dazzling flash of light, the battlefield also returned to calm. The terrifying crack left on the ice after the slash was clearly visible. Ahead of the Moby Dick's bow, a thick plume of smoke lingered. Block it. The world's #1 slash was blocked. The Marines opened their mouths in disbelief. At this time, the lingering smoke and dust slowly dissipated. The appearance of that burly man was also completely revealed in front of everyone. He looked at the burly man who was shining brightly. The sailors were startled. Advertisement. Then, what is that? It's the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Yoja. His eyes fixed on the world's largest swordsman, Mihawk, in the distance. In the next second, Diamond Yoja suddenly grinned at Mihawk. Shout out. 35. As if to say provocatively. Your slash is not like that either. Mihawk didn't say much about it, and didn't take another shot at Whitebeard. Instead, he slowly retracted the black knife, on his back. Seeing this, Doflamingo on the side couldn't help laughing in a low voice. Shout, stop with one blow. This doesn't test the difference, does it? Hearing this, Mihawk just looked at Doflamingo indifferently. While turning to leave, Yo-Yo said, there is no need, it has failed. Seeing that Mihawk suddenly turned and left like this, Doflamingo was also slightly startled. Asked with a subconscious frown. You are leaving. The war has just begun, right? This moment, it's not just Doflamingo. The other members of the 7 warlords of the sea on the side, as well as the Marines, including Marine Headquarters Admiral Akainu, all set their sights on Mihawk at this moment. Only, for Doflamingo's questioning. Mihawk didn't even look back, just dropped a sentence like that coldly. I'm not going, I'm going to fight. My opponent. Dot was waiting for me. Mihawk said this. The expressions of the 7 warlords of the sea members present changed in unison. Unstoppable. At this moment, Doflamingo, Hancock, Moria, Akainu, and the surrounding Marines. The pupils all started to shrink sharply. Advertisement. An unbelievable expression appeared on his face, and everyone's eyes were full of disbelief. Right. An opponent. Doflamingo murmured in surprise. The next second, everyone's eyes turned to Mihawk's forward direction. Immediately afterwards, they saw that it was above the ice. A man with a high ponytail, black and red hair, and a pair of sunflower earrings on both ears. Holding a dark red long knife, he stood quietly. Within 2 meters of him, several people fell in a pool of blood. But he doesn't care about people 2 meters away. Looking at Jigyu Ueni, the unmoving figure. Boa Hancock, his pupils trembled slightly at the moment, and he murmured. Backquote. That is, the opponent of the world's greatest swordsman. 39. Akainu frowned tightly, staring at Jigyu Ueni with a stern expression on his face. One crew member alone can make Mihawk a match for. The crew members with low hands are so powerful, so what kind of strength will their captain be? With that said, Akainu's eyes slowly turned to the Kronos standing in midair. What the hell are these guys? And Moria next to Doflamingo. When I heard that on the Kamui pirates, a random person who came down turned out to be Mihawk's opponent. Moria's pupils also contracted sharply uncontrollably. A look of incredible shock appeared on his face. Just a crew member. His strength is already strong enough to make the world's largest swordsman call him an opponent. Just kidding. Sorry. The author is wrong. 360-degree spiral kneels down and apologizes. It is the author who overestimated his battery life and coding speed. I couldn't resist last night, and it was really sleepy at 3 o'clock in the morning. After 1 o'clock, the code words began to get stuck. The 2 chapters that cannot be updated are owed first, and there is a chance to make up. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Advertisement. Chapter 126 Madara. Do you want to dance too? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seems to sense Mihawk's movements. At this moment, Ji Guoyueni, who was on the ice battlefield, also slowly raised his head. The two looked at each other. No verbal communication whatsoever. Ji Guoyueni also started to walk slowly towards Mihawk. Soon after, the two met on the ice battlefield. Not in a hurry, Mihawk looked at Ji Guoyueni and said calmly. I thought about it when I first met you. If I can meet you in other places, I must compete with you. 99. Hearing this, Ji Guiwan kept looking at Mihawk's sharp eagle-eyed eyes. He replied with an indifferent and calm expression. Bring it on. Mihawk smiled and pulled out the black knife behind his back. It was also at the moment when Mihawk drew his black knife. The eyes of Mihawk and Ji Guiwan changed. The next second, the two of them shot with their knives and launched an attack on the other side. Shang-Om. The fierce battle between the two is about to break out. The other side. Madara's path forward, for the first time encountered obstacles. 2 marine generals wearing marine cloaks and holding long knives blocked Madara in front of them and spoke in a deep voice. I won't let you take a step closer to the square. Be aware. While speaking, the 2 marine generals had already taken the stance of attacking 153. Only, for the 2 marine generals in front of him. Madara was not only not alarmed by the decisive words of the 2 marine generals. Instead, he seemed to be amused. He bowed his head and laughed softly. He, just relying on your 2 ants, you want me to be enlightened. How arrogant. Listening to Madara's arrogant words. One of the marine generals was immediately provoked and said in a deep voice. Advertisement. Just a newcomer. 9. Don't get too carried away. After saying that, the marine general rushed out with a quick stride. Holding the long knife, he killed Madara. Whoosh. Another marine general saw this, also holding a long knife, and killed Madara. Looking at the 2 people who came running. With a smile on her lips, Madara stepped forward at the same time. Walked towards the 2 marine generals. The next second, Madara's figure flashed. Immediately afterwards, Madara appeared in front of the marine who rushed out first. Facing this sudden scene, the marine general was taken aback. Just waiting for him to react. Madara reached out steeply and grabbed his face. He suddenly fell to the ground. Call out. Boom. Boom. Under Madara's enormous force, the head of the marine general was directly embedded in the surface ice. The whole person also lost consciousness in an instant. The long knife went out of control and flew away. Madara grabbed the handle of the knife with one hand, and slashed with a backhand at the other marine who was charging. When 35. The 2 long knives collided, and the harsh sound of fine iron clashing echoed. In the next second, the long knife of General Marine suddenly made a clear and unbearable sound. Crack. When 35. The long knife in General Marine's hand shattered. Madara held the long sword with undiminished strength, severing the head of General Marine with one blow. Shish. PFF'd. The bright red blood splashed into the sky. Advertisement. Madara's expression gradually cooled. Too weak. It's so weak. With this level of strength, he can't even warm up. Not to mention the fun of fighting. Didn't go to see the decapitated body of the Marine General. Madara held the long knife back and stabbed it at will. PFF'd. The long knife pierced through the head of the general whose head was embedded in the ice. Without a bit of nostalgia, Madara continued to move forward. But in just a few seconds. Don't Ache have a short face-to-face. The two marine generals were instantly killed by Madara's hands. The weakness of the opponent also caused Madara's heart to fight a lot. That is, Madara didn't get far after killing two generals. A low voice suddenly came from Madara's side. Frozen time capsule. A terrifying cold air struck Madara in the shape of a shock wave. Wherever it has passed, the ice surface is on the original basis. A thick layer of frost formed again. Click, click, click. However, even if she felt the attack, Madara didn't seem to feel it. There is no action. Shoo. The chill hit Madara's body evenly. And this also caused Madara's legs to freeze in an instant. Crack, kick, kick. Looking down at her frozen legs, Madara muttered to herself as usual. Ice escape. Is the blood following the limit? Should it be called the power of devil fruit, now? Having said that, Madara is not in a hurry to break free. Instead, he raised his head as usual and looked towards the side where the attack was coming. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, Admiral Aokiji, the Marine headquarters, radiating a slight chill, came into Madara's eyes. Seeing Aokiji arrive, before Madara could make a sound, the surrounding Marines were the first to shout in surprise. It's Aokiji, Admiral. Look, it's Admiral here. This guy is finished. 35. He's trapped by Admiral. Fight back. Fix him. 99. Drink. Excited cries echoed. The Marines' morale is boosted by Aokiji's arrival. A large group of Marines rushed towards Madara with their weapons in hand. It was also in this cry of the Marines, this loud shout. Madara slowly turned her head. Looking coldly at the Marines who were rushing towards him, he said in a deep voice. Do you want to dance too? I'm really sorry for the outburst. I am so sorry. In addition, talking about the characters and the plot, the author glanced at the comments. Some readers asked about the plot and whether the characters were killed or not. First of all, the plot will definitely not follow the original plot. The question of life and death of the characters who are the obstacles on the way of the protagonist's domination will die. The person who can become the stepping stone of the protagonist after death has to die. Kill or not, it depends on the situation at the time and the maximization of the protagonist's own interests. Not much spoilers. In any case, those who emerge will not survive in the end. And in the author's arrangement, after the top is over, is the real unfolding of the plot. If nothing else, the plot after the top should be more interesting. This is the book that the author wants to write to the end. I hope I can maintain stability and not collapse, so that everyone's interest will not diminish, and continue to read. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Advertisement. Chapter 127 Konoha forces the king, dance online. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It was also at the moment when Madara's voice fell. Madara raised her hand slowly and made a seal. Shadow clone technique. A low voice echoed. Only hearing a soft sound of bang, a white fog appeared beside Madara. A clone that looked exactly like Madara also appeared beside him. Faced with this sudden scene, the Marines couldn't help but be shocked. Two. There are two identical people. This is a clone. Isn't it? He is also a fruit person. The Marines were horrified. The Kamui pirates have no more than a dozen people, and almost all of them are demon fruit power, who are currently fighting. That's fine. The key is that each of their abilities are so powerful and weird. First came back to life, then summoned a giant beast, extracted the soul, and now there is another clone. Who are these people? His eyes coldly glanced at the Marines who were rushing towards him. Avatar Madara smiled contemptuously, then jumped up abruptly. Run straight towards the incoming Marine. Whoosh. With the momentum of the fall, the clone Madara fell directly towards the center of the Marine crowd. Call out. Coming. Be careful out of the way. Their strength is not much weaker than the Whitebeard pirates. The Marines shouted and reminded. But how can the clone Madara do what they want? Relying on the power of the fall, the clone Madara stepped directly on the face of one person. Together with his head, he stepped on the ground fiercely. Boom. A huge roar exploded. Advertisement. The hapless Marine was stomped almost halfway into the ice. The whole person also lost consciousness in an instant. The long knife in his hand was thrown into the air. Seeing only one face to face, there is a companion who sacrifices. The Marines didn't have time to grieve for it, and roared at the clone Madara. Go together. After that, a large group of people armed with knives slaughtered towards the clone, Madara. Facing the scene of the avatar, Madara, she is not afraid at all. On the contrary, at this moment, there was even a grin on his face. Snapped. The backhand grabbed the long knife in midair, the Marine's free hand. Doppelganger katakana middle. Madara's slumped waist gathers power. Immediately, one dodged and ran towards Marine who was attacking from the side. The figure came in the blink of an eye. Doppelganger Madara grinned and slashed out. Shish. The sound of the blade breaking through the sky whistled. Marine, who faced Madara's attack, was startled and hurriedly raised his sword in both hands to resist. When the blades clashed, and the blade vibrated. With just one blow, the tiger's mouth on the Marine's hand suddenly burst, spattering a tinge of red blood. Before the Marine could make the next move, clone katakana middle. Madara's leg lift is a straight kick that hits Marine's chest. Boom. Kacha. Kacha. The rib was broken on the spot, and the Marine coughed out a mouthful of blood. With the bow body like a shrimp, the whole person flew out like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily on the ice surface. Cough. Call out. Boom. Boom. Doppelganger katakana middle. Madara's movements are non-stop. Advertisement. After 1 second to deal with a Marine, the next second he came to the side of another Marine. Cut off with a knife. Shoo. This time, the Marine was not as lucky as the previous Marine. Facing the attack of the clone Madara, before he could even react, he was cut in half by the clone Madara on the spot. PFF'd. The red blood spurted out like a spring. Madara doesn't care at all about it. The figure flickered violently because of the rapid movement. Avatar Madara quickly wields a long knife and pushes the battlefield horizontally. Fight for more than 10 meters in one breath. Shish. Boom. 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 Boom rumble. For a time, countless figures screamed and flew out with blood. Madara at this moment is like a god. Slaughter these weak humans. Among them, even the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates cannot avoid the fate of being slaughtered by Madara. Zero ask for flowers. It's raining on the battlefield. A fast-moving, red and bloody rain. Unprecedented despair germinates in the battlefield. Looking at the faces of Madara, Marine and the pirates who were fighting for more than 10 meters. It's all about the fear of despair. Demon. This guy is a devil. Impossible. It's impossible to beat him. Our strength is not at the same level as him. How can it be repaired? Advertisement. People shouted in disgust. Wanton venting the fear and unwillingness in his heart. Even some people, in this short moment. He was already killed by Madara and collapsed, holding his head in his hands and crying. Point 0. On the execution stand, Sengoku also noticed where Madara was on the battlefield at the moment. But when he saw that killing people was like mowing the grass, he instantly turned to Madara, which was more than 10 meters away. Sengoku's pupils suddenly contracted uncontrollably. A look of incredible shock appeared on his face. How is this possible? You alone can contain the entire battlefield in the square area. With such a powerful strength, are they really the newcomers emerging in the new era? Sengoku's pupils trembled violently. At this moment, he felt the great danger of Madara. There are so many people on several sides, but in front of him there is only the fate of being slaughtered. Sengoku understands that in the face of such an enemy, it is no longer enough to rely on numbers alone. At this rate, Marine's morale will collapse. Only Admiral can get rid of him. Thinking of this, Sengoku immediately shouted in the direction of Aokiji. Kuzan. And this time, the main body, Madara, is still standing there. With her arms around her chest, Madara watched this scene quietly. I don't know if the opponent is too weak and has no desire to fight, or because he doesn't care. Madara didn't break free, just let the ice seal her legs. Grimly laughed while watching the battlefield, jokingly said. Ants, always so weak. It seems that you have no strength to dance. The first one is served with a spoon. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Advertisement. Chapter 128 Chaos God. Chaos form. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It was also the moment when the main body, Madara's voice fell. Aokiji suddenly raised his hand and aimed at Madara. Threads of cold air permeated his body, and in front of Aokiji, an ice bird made of ice condensed appeared. In the next second, Aokiji let out a low voice. Bloody pheasant mouth. Immediately after, the ice bird flew towards Madara. Shish. Hearing the movement from her side, Madara couldn't help but look sideways. Immediately, he saw the surprise attack of the ice bird. Has come to him. Boom. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise. The ice bird suddenly burst, and countless pieces of broken ice splashed out. Thick smoke and dust also rose. Boom rumble. Looking at the thick smoke, Aokiji couldn't help frowning slightly. With a slight 830 wind blowing, the dense smoke and dust that lingered around were also dispelled. And Madara's figure also appeared intact in the smoke and dust, before Aokiji's eyes. Seeing Aokiji's vigilant look, Madara's expression was calm as usual. Is this your strength? While speaking, Madara slowly raised her hand. Lightly patted the dust off the clothes. That calm look obviously didn't take Aokiji seriously. No more than that, Madara said calmly with a contemptuous smile on her face. The other side. Doppelganger Madara is still wreaking havoc on the battlefield. That formidable strength, overwhelmingly occupied, and both marine and pirates, could not help but fall into collapse. Advertisement. At this moment, a golden flash streaked across the sky. Towards Madara, the doppelganger of the sadistic battlefield. Madara, who was fighting fiercely, felt something. With a single punch, the pirates on the side were knocked away. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Madara turned around abruptly. And the golden light that flew towards him also approached with the distance. Transformed into the shape of a person. The person here is also one of the 3 admirals in Marine Headquarters, Kizaru. Before anyone arrived, Kizaru clapped his hands together. Golden light in the palm of the hand. Tiankong Cloud Sword. As Kizaru's leisurely voice echoed, a sharp golden lightsaber was condensed by it. Immediately afterwards, I saw him holding a lightsaber and slashed towards his clone Madara with a sudden blow. Shoo! And the clone Madara was also at this time, holding the long sword, and met him with a steep knife. Shish! Boom! Boom! A huge roar echoed. The huge impact from the collision of the 2 weapons turned into a gust of wind and swept across the 4 directions. Boom rumble. Looking at the avatar, Madara, Marine Admiral Kizaru couldn't help but stunned. It's terrifying. A clone has such a powerful strength. The guy in the Kamui Pirates is really strong like a monster. Seeing another admiral arrive, the morale of the Marines, who had been defeated, was immediately picked up significantly. It's Admiral Kizaru. Admiral is here. This guy. The Marines looked like they were after the catastrophe. Advertisement. Under the execution stand. It was completely different from the happy expressions of the Marines who were rescued on the battlefield. At this time, the Crane's face was extremely gloomy, and his face was full of dignified meaning. Just one person can contain 2 admiral, with such a powerful strength, he is not even the captain. Then how powerful is Kronos? How much charismatic does he have to make these powerful crew members willingly obey his orders? Looking up at Kronos in midair, Crane's eyes were full of disbelief. At the same time, in midair, it is above the space boundary wall. After taking a short rest, Artoria also walked over to Kronos and said, "Captain, I'm going to fight too." Kronos nodded and agreed to Artoria's battle. Artoria also left the space boundary wall. Kronos is still standing on the space boundary wall. Take a look at the battlefield below. After a while, Kronos suddenly spoke up. Just stay here. It's safer for you here than down here. Hear the sudden words from Kronos. Asok and others in the back were stunned for a moment, and asked subconsciously. Captain, do you want to go down and fight? Didn't explain too much to Asok at all. Kronos moved slightly, then slowly stepped forward. Clatter. It was also at the very moment when Kronos acted. On the battlefield below, the eyes of countless people were instantly focused on Kronos. That's the captain of the Kamui Pirates. Kronos. Has he finally couldn't help but want to shoot. Super rookie with a bounty of 330 million berry. Hey, you have to make it clear that the strength they are showing now doesn't look like a pirate group with a reward of just over 100 million. Yes, but they can't be taken lightly just because they are newcomers. Advertisement. His crew is still wanton disrupting the battlefield. The strength of the crew is so terrifying, so is the captain, how strong will he be? At this moment, everyone was watching Kronos' actions nervously. On the execution platform, Sengoku's face changed. His face also became tense. The Kamui pirates, what are these guys trying to do? With so many powerful combat powers, why didn't they have any information on them before? On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's eyes were also attracted by Kronos' actions. Although there is still a proud smile on his face. But at the moment, the beard seems quite strict. This kid, is he going to shoot too? On the boundary wall of Space 0.0. It's different from the jumping off of the crew. Kronos raised his hand, and the fruit ability unfolded. A screeching sound echoed. Invisible stairs, from the platform of the space boundary wall, connect to the ice battlefield. Clatter. One step fell on the invisible ladder. Clear footsteps echoed in all directions. A black streamer appeared in Kronos' eyes, and a thick black mist spilled out from his body. Above the sky, a vision suddenly appeared. The sky that was clear and bright turned dim in that instant. The clouds turned from white to black. The sea of clouds tumbled and boiled for it. Boom rumble. Second update. Here it is. Tomorrow, the author will update earlier and update more. Advertisement. Chapter 129. Start a big move to show sincerity. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing that the entire Marineford suddenly dimmed. Everyone present couldn't help but look up at the sky. Only, when they saw that from white to black. When the thick dark clouds gradually enveloped the whole of Marineford. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned, and said with a puzzled look. Look at the sky. What it is. The sky was clear just now, why did it suddenly dim? What a thick dark cloud, the weather has changed a little too quickly, right? Many people looked up at the sky, full of doubts. However, he failed to notice the real problem. Until a Marine Vice Admiral. Drinking low will bring the problem out. Hey, open your eyes to see clearly. It's not just about getting dark. 1. It's a harbinger of a natural disaster to come. When Marine Vice Admiral said this, everyone around was stunned. As if to meet the words of Marine Vice Admiral. In the boiling dark clouds, terrifying and dense thick lightning flashed. The blue light shone, and the sound of thunder echoed. Boom. Boom rumble. 30. It was also at this moment that everyone woke up and realized that something was wrong. The clouds are boiling. This is the agglomeration of natural disasters. The pupils are constricting sharply. A strong sense of unease immediately flooded into everyone's hearts. On the execution stand, Sengoku stared at the sky with a solemn expression on his face. Did this guy's ability actually trigger a natural disaster? At this point, Garp couldn't take it anymore. His eyes were fixed on Kronos, who walked down slowly, his whole body shrouded in black mist. Garp sullen and strode out. Advertisement. On the Moby Dick. Whitebeard looked at the sky, then at Kronos, who was covered in black mist. Couldn't help but chuckle. Old la, this kid is not easy. And this time, step on the stairs formed by the space boundary wall and walk down slowly. Kronos said with a faint smile on his face. Make a big move to show your sincerity. With that said, Kronos took a step forward. Boom. In an instant, the black mist around Kronos boiled. The thick black mist, like ripples at this moment, ripples and spreads in the air. Above the sky, in the dense dark clouds, countless lightning flashed across. Kronos spread his hands, fully mobilizing his own fruit ability. Chaos falls. Boom. A huge humming sound echoed. A dim gray light fell from the tumbling and boiling dark clouds. In the next second, a powerful force rushed down. Boom. Under the gray light, the Marine headquarters building that was split in half by Artoria. It collapsed at this time. Boom rumble. In the battlefield, countless weak pirates, their consciousness is so heavy that they are on the ground. Boom. Rao is as powerful as Garp. When the gray light shone down, he couldn't help but bend over slightly. Wait until your body adapts for a second before standing up straight. Only, it's different from Garp. That's Sengoku on the execution stand. At this time, I suddenly felt my body light up, and I felt like I was about to float. And the crane's whole body just floated up. Facing the sudden scene, the Crane couldn't help but be surprised. Advertisement. What is this? Crane and Sengoku are not alone in this situation. On the battlefield, many people just floated up uncontrollably. What happened? What's wrong with me? Flying. My body got lighter. The person who floated up was still a little surprised. Some people even felt the slightest excitement because of their own floating. But soon, this trace of excitement turned into their fear. Infinite fear. Painful howls resounded. All eyes were drawn away. I saw a pirate floating in the air, his whole body shrouded in black mist. His weapon began to break inch by inch, and his clothes turned to ashes little by little. Even the flesh and blood, under the encroachment of the black mist, disintegrated little by little. Help me! What is this black fog? What? The pirate screamed in horror, struggling to pat the black mist off his body. But it simply can't be done. Because the black mist entangled around him is too much. There are more than a few that happen. On the ground, there are also many marines and pirates, their bodies are shrouded in black mist. The body disintegrates. Some people, although not surrounded by black fog. But his face was purple, and his whole body was full of blue veins. Immediately afterwards, he spat out a mouthful of dark red viscous blood, and fell to the ground on the spot. PFF'd. Thump. Look at the companions and enemies in the sky, on the ground, and beside you. Die one by one. Everyone's pupils shrank sharply, and their bodies trembled like a sieve and screamed. Advertisement. What is this? Go away. Follow me now. Boundless fear enveloped everyone's heart. Makes people's eyes full of terrified tears. It was also at this moment that violent unrest occurred throughout Marineford. Boom rumble. 833 The ground shattered, and terrifying cracks stretched. Then, the earth split and cracks appeared. Boom. A large piece of ground suddenly rose from the ground with several people on board. Immediately after, the second block, the third block, the fourth fastest. Everywhere on the battlefield, there are situations where the ground rises from the ground. Those who were entrusted to rise up, crawl on it, shouting in horror. The ground is flying. Jump down. Escape. It's just that they haven't waited for them to make a move. That huge piece of ground suddenly shattered and turned into one stone after another. Many people, because of the sudden fragmentation of the ground. And from the air, he screamed and fell. Boom. Doom. Looking at the gravel and people floating away in the sky. Sengoku widened his eyes, his pupils shaking violently like an earthquake. The whole of Marineford, it's starting to fall apart. What the hell did this guy do? At this moment, a look of incredible shock appeared on Sengoku's face. That looked at Kronos' eyes. There was an unprecedented shock. It is this moment. The dense thunder that has been shining in the clouds has finally been unable to continue to accumulate. Chapter 1. Here. Advertisement. Chapter 131 verses 2. Fighting Garp and Akainu. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise. Dozens of blue lightning bolts crashed down at the same time. Chuck. 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 Boom. Boom. 1. The terrifying and dense thunder ran, and the ground exploded wherever it passed. And people were directly split and flew out. Boom rumble. The wailing continued, and Marineford at the moment was like hell on earth. This time, even the execution stand where Sengoku is located cannot be avoided. With a flash of lightning, it slashed past the execution platform. The entire execution platform exploded in an instant. Boom. Under the devastation of dozens of terrifying thunderbolts. All forts on the bay were destroyed. Countless cracks emerge. Kronos took a full blow. Marineford cracked, the plaza collapsed, and huge ice-covered waves fell on both sides. Marine headquarters building completely turned into ruins. Countless marines and pirates also lost their lives as a result. The raging thunder didn't last long, but in just a few seconds, it disappeared. Kronos stopped the urging of the fruit ability, and consumed a lot of himself. The gravel and people floating in the air also fell to the ground. Bang. 1. Boom. Boom. Soon, the battlefield gradually returned to calm. But the whole of Marineford was turned into a ruined place because of Kronos' blow. Exhaustion flooded his body. Kronos exhaled heavily. I can't play like this next time. Advertisement. Above the space boundary, Rao is a Kronos crew member. At this moment, Asok and others were also trembling with fear. Is this the true strength of the captain? Too strong. Single-handedly destroyed Marineford in an instant. 1. Below, above the ground. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang. A boulder was pushed away and fell. After the boulder, Sengoku's figure also emerged. Looking at the messy Marineford, Sengoku's expression moved. This monster. Turning his head to look at Kronos in midair, Sengoku growled angrily in his heart. Kronos. It was at this moment that a loud roar resounded. Kronos, who was in midair, looked sideways subconsciously. But I saw Garp, jumped more than 10 meters, and ran towards him. With a loud shout, Garp clenched his sandbag-sized fist. Full of anger, he punched Kronos. Shish. The fist wind whistled. Kronos didn't dare to care. With a random move, while the space boundary wall is condensed in front, the backside retreats. The next second, Garp's fist hit the space boundary wall. Boom. Dang bang. With just one punch, the space boundary wall shattered directly. Kronos wasn't surprised either. Letting his body fall, Kronos still had a smile on his face as he looked at Garp's figure. Seeing that he missed a punch, Garp's popularity was shattered, and he immediately chased after him. Follow Kronos down to the ground battle. Boom. Land firmly on the ground. Advertisement. Without the slightest pause, Kronos immediately pulled away from Garp, who was about to fall. At the same time, the fruit ability has been expanded again. A long sword made of black mist was condensed, and he was holding it in the palm of his hand. And Garp also fell to the ground at this time. Boom. Thick smoke was thrown up. Garp's burly figure strode out of the smoke. Da da da. Whoa. Pull off the cloak with one hand. Garp threw it away, looking at Kronos with a gloomy expression. Today, I'm going to take you here. Hearing this, Kronos also smiled calmly. Although my vigor consumes a lot, but you want to. Only. Before Kronos finished speaking, Akainu's figure instantly appeared beside Kronos. The right hand was raised violently, and the entire arm melted into lava. Akainu looked at Kronos coldly and punched. Dark Hound. Boom. A fiery breath of pavement. Kronos, who had been unable to escape, simply did not. The long sword formed by the condensed black mist in his hand instantly turned into a shield. Kronos hits hard on Akainu's sneak attack. Boom. A dull beating sound came out. Kronos flew upside down. With the help of flying backwards, he pulled away from Garp and Akainu. Shoe. After flying backwards for more than 10 meters, Kronos, who had taken off all his strength, also landed smoothly on the ground. Looking up at Akainu not far away, Kronos laughed. Dignified Admiral, sneak attack is not authentic. With that said, Kronos made a move. A long spear made of black flashes emerged. Advertisement. The next second, Kronos took a steep step. He violently threw the spear towards Akainu. Boom. A high-pitched humming sound echoed. The black spear, in general, arrived in front of Akainu in an instant. Faced with this sudden scene, Akainu's pupils contracted sharply. There is something wrong in my heart. In the next second, there was only a loud bang of boom. The black flash gun exploded. A dazzling light emerged. A small cloud of mushrooms, money is good, also rises with it. Boom rumble. Ignoring Akainu's life and death. Garp's figure rushed over. He clenched his fist again and hit Kronos in the face. Shish. This time, Kronos didn't hide. Holding the black fog long sword in the other hand, the fist that swung towards Garp greeted him. Boom. Boom. The swords and fists collided, and a huge roar resounded. The aftermath of the powerful impact turned into waves of air visible to the naked eye, spreading like ripples. At the foot of Kronos, the ground was also under the tremendous force of Garp's punch. And the layers collapsed. Boom. 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 Bitter. Second update. Here it is. One more chapter, updated around 1 a.m. The big guys go to rest first, the author continues to work. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Advertisement. Chapter 131 Despair. This is the power of God. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The dark clouds hovering in the sky are gradually receding. Those who survived Kronos' blow also slowly stood up at this moment. Rao was hit by Kronos all around. Coverage. At this time in Marineford, there were still many people in the middle of fierce fighting. Boom. 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 Quote exclamation mark dot 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 quote. Boom. Continuous collisions and roars continued. The people who just stood up looked at the messy battlefield in front of them. Some even couldn't believe their eyes. Here? Where is it? Everyone here. Is this Marineford? Is this really Marineford? Looking at Marineford, which has become a ruined place, people's eyes are full of disbelief. Among them, the most affected is Marine. They stared blankly at the collapsed fort, the collapsed Marine headquarters building, and the dismal plaza. His pupils trembled like an earthquake, and a look of despair appeared on his face. No way. Marineford, in ruins. It was fine just now. How did it suddenly become like this? Is that a lie? 837 inches, damn it. The strength of these guys, and we are not at the same level. Even a random crew member is not something we can deal with. Can't even do the most basic resistance. Only Admiral, and only Admiral, is their opponent. Advertisement. Damn it. While talking, some Marines shed unwilling tears. This battle has dealt a huge blow to them. There was the Whitebeard pirates before, and the Kamui pirates after. The Whitebeard pirates alone are tough enough. But there is another Kamui pirates. And all of them are like monsters. The strength is so strong that they can't resist it at all. The Marine headquarters building is now destroyed and the entire Marineford is in ruins. It's not just Marineford that has been destroyed. And their beliefs. At the moment Marineford was destroyed by Kronos and turned into ruins. The beliefs of the Marines were destroyed together. Meanwhile, New World. Via broadcast in DAAA, Sabayati Land Group. Everyone in the Bonnie Pirates also clearly saw what happened in Marineford. Watch the members of the Kamui Pirates show their talents. Push the battlefield horizontally with a crushing force. Watching Captain Kamui Pirates, Kronos destroyed Marineford to rubble in an instant. The faces of all the members of the Bonnie Pirates were full of unbelievable shock. Is this the strength of Captain Kronos? It's too strong, isn't it? As soon as it was shot, Marineford was in ruins in an instant. And the strength of Captain Kronos' crew, compared to those guys. It's more than a level higher. It's too strong, not to mention leading the crew to the naval headquarters, but also able to navigate the war with ease and dominate. Not really. Captain Kronos even in Marineford today. At a time when there are Marines' most powerful three, Admiral, and the Sea Emperor Whitebeard, they can also occupy a place. It's just too strong. Advertisement. The crew was in high spirits and chatted enthusiastically. On the sidelines, Bonnie watched as Kronos single-handedly destroyed Marineford. With that god-like gesture, his face flushed with excitement. Suddenly, Bonnie stood up suddenly. He shouted with no regard for his image. Sharp. Bonnie's shouting summed up everyone's conversation at once. This scene made her crew members turn their heads and look back. Seeing Bonnie clenching his fists, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Kronos. Accidentally, they really made them do an amazing thing. Destroy Marineford and turn this war on its head. So handsome. With Bonnie's words coming out, her crew was instantly excited. In the next second, all her crew members stood up one after another, and answered with the same excitement and excitement. Really? Captain Kronos is super Hawkins. What Marine 3 Admiral, Emperor of the Sea? Captain Kronos is not afraid at all. Captain Kronos is the strongest. The crew of the Bonnie Pirates danced and cheered. And Bonnie was also at this moment, shouting excitedly to the crew. We have to work hard to become stronger. Can't let them surpass us too much. We want to make a name for themselves in this new world that is no weaker than them. At this moment, Bonnie responded. All the crew members were high-spirited, smiling and raising their fists to drink. Get stronger. Get stronger. Bonnie is also high-spirited and full of confidence at the moment. Turning to look at the big screen, Bonnie spoke again. Advertisement. The next time we meet them, we're going to knock them out. Bonnie said this. The crew just raised their fists to go along. But in the next second, they immediately noticed something was wrong. Immediately afterwards, all members of the Bonnie Pirates fell silent in an instant. At this moment, the surroundings became silent and terribly quiet. Listening to the crew suddenly disappeared. Bonnie also turned his head and asked with a puzzled frown. Hey, what are you doing? Why didn't you speak all of a sudden? As soon as these words came out, the crew of the Bonnie pirates were collectively ashamed. Slamming their mouths, everyone looked at the big screen that was broadcasting Marineford, and then at Bonnie, who seemed to be hesitant to say anything. Although he didn't speak, his expressions and actions were all talking. Would you like to hear what you just said? Break down the Kamui pirates. Would you like to see who are their opponents now? The Emperor of the Sea, the Whitebeard pirates will not say anything, just say Marine, the three admiral. They're people who can't even do anything about the three admirals. How many lives do we have to take them down? It's just that Bonnie didn't really care about the crew's reaction. Her fighting spirit disappeared. Looking at Kronos on the big screen, she still said confidently. We will definitely beat you. In the rear, all the members of the Bonnie pirates were silent. A crew member spoke out. Is it too late for me to disembark now? The third update is here. The code word is too slow, and the update is a little late, but the task is barely completed. Advertisement. Chapter 132 The Power of the Black Mist. The new form of fruit ability. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marineford, Marine Headquarters. I want to defeat Marine who represents the justice of the world. It's still 100 years early because of you guys. Little devil. Garp slammed his fist at Kronos. Kronos also held the black mist long sword and hit him with a single blow. Boom. A huge roar echoed. Yu Wei turned into a burst of air waves swept through. With one punch and one knife in a stalemate, no one obeyed. Looking straight into Garp's eyes, Kronos responded in a deep, uncompromising voice. This is the new era. A new era dominated by my Kamui pirates. 1. Your time is over. Garp. Listen to Kronos's wild words. Garp's forehead suddenly burst into blue veins. The fist that was deadlocked with Kronos opened sharply. Garp grabbed Kronos' black mist long knife and jerked his other hand up into a fist. Stop talking too much. After that, Garp punched Kronos hard. Shoo. The fist wind is whistling. Garp's fist roared with a cracking sound. But this time Kronos didn't hide. The black mist that spread around him. In an instant, they gathered together into a helmet that protected Kronos' head. In the next instant, Kronos ignored Garp's fist. The same savage punch hit Garp in the face. Boom. Garp's fist. It slammed hard on Kronos' helmet made of black mist. Advertisement. Kronos' fist slammed into Garp's face evenly. Boom. Almost at the same time, both of them were under the powerful punch of the other. Take a few steps back. Among them, it is obvious that Garp's strength has the upper hand. His punch made Kronos take 7 or 8 steps back. Blood dripped from the corners of Garp's mouth. Under the protection of the black fog, Kronos was fine. Going forward to continue fighting with Garp. Kronos suddenly heard, and a sudden low drink came from one side. Great eruption. Kronos looked sideways as he could. But he saw a mass of magma attached to a fiery flame, rushing towards him. Boom rumble. But in the blink of an eye, that huge, hot lava has covered the entire sky above Kronos. Boom. Boom rumble. The hot magma crashed down. Kronos' entire body is covered. The huge impact roared and reverberated, and thick smoke and dust also rose. Boom. Garp on the side saw this sudden scene. He also turned his head to look at Akainu and shouted in a deep voice. Sakazuki. Hearing that, Akainu's clothes were a little worn, and his cloak had been lost. He turned his head to look at Garp. Before Garp could speak, Sakazuki spoke in a deep voice. At times like this, it's like, he's your hand, or something. Don't forget our duty. We are Marines with justice, and we can't let these pirates continue to make trouble. Listen to Sakazuki's words. Advertisement. Garp gritted his teeth and turned his head away. Although a little uncomfortable, I have to admit that Akainu is not wrong. Boom. It was at this moment that a roar sounded. It hit Kronos, and the magma it was covered with exploded abruptly. Flaming lava splashed around. The figure of Kronos appeared unscathed in front of Akainu and Garp. Unlike before, at this moment, Kronos' body has undergone huge and obvious changes. Now he seems to be wearing a pair of armor. The whole body was enveloped in a thick black mist. The armor of black mist covered Kronos' entire body. It makes Kronos' figure at this time look a lot taller. Slowly exhaling a black breath, Kronos looked at Garp and Akainu, and said leisurely. Why do you always like sneak attacks? Akainu. Looking at Kronos, who was wearing a black fog armor, and his appearance had undergone tremendous changes. Both Garp and Akainu's pupils constricted sharply. A look of incredible shock appeared on his face. This guy, what's on his body? Armor. Garp's pupils trembled, and he couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. 0 for flowers 00. It took a solid blow from me, but nothing happened. Akainu was horrified. He didn't release the water, he did his best. But this guy is actually safe and sound. Hearing Akainu's words, Kronos calmly folded his hands. Even facing Garp and Akainu's 2 top-level combat powers at the same time, there is no sense of being a big enemy at all. On the contrary, he still had the mind to make a joke. It's not nothing. It's still hot. As soon as these words came out, Akainu's face suddenly sank. He said with a slightly angry voice on his face. You bastard, don't be too arrogant. Advertisement. It's just that Kronos doesn't care. Still with that calm attitude. 2 to 1. Originally, I wanted to keep some physical strength. 1. But now it seems unlikely. It's still a bit difficult for me to deal with the 2 of you at the same time. Let me deal with one of you first. Saying that, Kronos walked out slowly, stepping on the lava on the ground. Bah! The magma extinguished the moment it touched the black mist. Kronos, wearing a fog armor, went to Akainu. And Akainu also said in a deep voice at this moment. Don't underestimate people too much. FK. Before Sakazuki could finish speaking, Kronos took a steep step. Boom. The power of terror is accumulating underfoot. The hard ground collapsed at this moment. Boom. In the next second, Kronos' figure flashed. The whole person turned into a black streamer, and quickly flew towards Akainu. Whoosh. Watching Kronos suddenly skyrocket in speed and power. Garp, who was not far away, was shocked. This guy. Get stronger. Because of that black fog armor. The first update, here it is. There will not be only one update today. More tomorrow and 0 during the day. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Advertisement. Chapter 133 Fight. The terrifying power of the black flash gun. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Without much hesitation, Garp turned and ran towards Akainu. Although Akainu made him somewhat uncomfortable before. But also as he said. Now is the time to ignore these. However, Garp rushed towards Akainu to support him. He soon realized that he couldn't make it in time. The speed that Kronos showed at this time is really too fast. It's too late. I whispered in my heart. A black streamer flashed by. But in the blink of an eye, Kronos was already in front of Akainu. Probe. Bah. Ohm. The sound of tremors reverberated. A black flash spear instantly condensed into Kronos' palm. Ahead, Akainu was also shocked when he saw this. He quickly activated the fruit ability of his body. 837. Hot lava tumbles. However, before Akainu could counterattack, Kronos threw the black flash gun in his hand violently. Shish. Chang Ohm. The harsh sound of breaking the air exploded. The black flash gun hit Akainu in the chest. The next second, Akainu groaned. It was directly carried by the huge force of the black flashing gun, and it flew out like a meteor. Call out. Shoo. In the blink of an eye, it flew tens of meters backwards. Advertisement. Akainu's figure hit the ground heavily. The black flash gun also exploded with a bang. Boom. Doom. Dazzling white light shines. Within a few meters of the square garden, it was enveloped by a strong white light. When the white light dissipated, a mushroom cloud rose with it. Boom. Seeing this scene, Garp couldn't help but shouted angrily. Kronos. That is, the moment Garp's loud shout fell. Kronos' figure in black fog armor appeared in front of him in an instant, and responded with a smile. I'm here. 1. With that said, Kronos kicked Garp's neck with a volley. Shish. Garp was shocked when he saw this. Without thinking much, his fighting instinct made him raise his arms to block in an instant. Boom. Boom. The dull thumping sound echoed. The huge force of Kronos' whip leg collapsed the ground beneath Garp's feet on the spot. Boom. 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 Feel the great power. Garp's heart was already terrified. Why does his power grow so fast? The pupils are shrinking sharply, and the eyes are shaking violently. Garp's face was full of disbelief and shock. That is the moment when Garp was stunned. Kronos volleyed and turned, and once again took advantage of the force and fell down. Boom. That contains great power. The ground collapsed under Garp's feet again. Boom. But Garp reacted to this, punching Kronos hard. Advertisement. Shish. The big fist of the sandbag came with a whistling sound of breaking through the air. Kronos' body twisted amazingly. Narrowly dodged Garp's punch. Such a tough body. This guy. Seeing that he missed the shot, Garp felt uneasy. Didn't wait for Garp to get hired. Kronos' hands grabbed Garp's arm. Drop your feet to touch the ground. Kronos turned sharply and strode out. Grabbing Garp's arm, he slammed the shoulder and threw Garp out. Whoosh. Garp's body was flying upside down in the air, and there was nowhere to use Garp. He could only grit his teeth and watch Kronos distance himself from him reluctantly. It was also the next second after throwing Garp out. In the hands of Kronos, the black flash spear condensed again. Without the slightest hesitation, Kronos hurriedly threw it in the direction Garp flew backwards. Shoo. Chang-Om did not pay attention to the results. Kronos' figure flashed, and the whole person disappeared in place in an instant. However, the direction he was heading towards was not the direction Garp flew backwards. But on the other side, where Akainu is. He already felt Akainu's breath. He has slowed down. If you continue to fight with Garp, then when Akainu arrives, it will be a real one too. He doesn't want to be in this situation. Point 0. Now the advantage situation has opened. It looks like a 1-on-2, but it's actually a 1-on-1. Before one party has recovered, knock down or control the other party. This forms a cycle, but it is easier to deal with two top-level combat powers that cooperate with one another in front of one against two. Akainu, who just stood up, looked up and saw a dazzling white light in the distance. Then, there was a huge roar. Boom. A mushroom cloud also slowly rose. Advertisement. Taking a closer look, Kronos' figure was already rapidly approaching here. Gritting his teeth, Akainu had the ability to activate anger in his heart. His entire arm also changed into rolling hot magma. In the next second, Akainu took a step forward, urging his ability to shout loudly. The dog bites the red lotus. Boom. Hot lava tumbles. A red dog that was completely condensed by magma also condensed and emerged at this moment. Immediately afterwards, I saw it opened its blooded mouth and charged towards Kronos with a roar. It's just that I haven't waited for it to go far. Kronos had already come to it. Step into its head. Boom. One foot and one dog collided violently. Akainu's dog bites the red lotus, which is directly stopped by Kronos. At the foot of the Kronos black mist armor, a thick black mist also erupted. Boom. Boom. Boom 0.0 boom. A huge roar echoed. The huge aftermath caused by the powerful impact. Another black mist erupted from the feet of Kronos' black mist armor. Like ripples, it spreads toward the square. Soon, the power of the dog gnawing red lotus was completely dissolved by the black mist. Akainu's face. There was also a look of incredible horror. How can that be? The pupils contracted slightly, and Akainu's voice was full of surprise. But Kronos didn't explain anything about it. The right hand covered by the black mist armor was raised. Kronos looked at Akainu not far away and spoke calmly. You better lie down for me. Second update. Here it is. More tomorrow. More during the day. Advertisement. Chapter 134 Total War, shocked Sengoku. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Clang hum. 1. The black flash gun emerges from Kronos' hands. Akainu's eyes narrowed. The next second, Kronos suddenly threw out. Shoo. Boom. The other side. In a big pit. Garp slowly stood up from the pit with scars. At this time, he looked very embarrassed. The clothes on his body have been damaged, and the red blood can be seen everywhere on his body. Cough cough. There was a cough. Garp coughed up a large mouthful of red blood. It was also at this time. The figure of Kronos flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Garp. Only, This time Kronos appeared quickly. Garp reacts quickly too. Almost as soon as Kronos arrived, Garp's pupils shrank. Without the slightest pause, one punch slammed into Kronos. Facing this sudden scene, Kronos didn't panic, and the fruit could unfold with 30 force. Space plane reversal. Shish. In the blink of an eye, Kronos' figure was swapped with a marine not far away. Garp's heavy punch also smashed directly into the face of the marine who didn't react. Boom. The dull thumping sound echoed. With just one punch, the marine's teeth were shattered by Garp. A lot of blood splattered out. The marine also flew out like a kite with a broken string. PFF'd. Call out. Seeing that his punch misses Kronos. Advertisement. Instead, it hit Marine, who was a gang, in the face. Garp was also surprised. Position swapped. It's the last move. Thoughts crossed Garp's mind. Not daring to have the slightest delay, he turned around immediately. But that was the moment Garp turned around. Kronos' figure, like a streamer, kicked his chest with his legs together. Boom. Crack. Broken chest ribs. Garp looked at Kronos' figure and cursed inwardly. See. Immediately afterwards, he was the same as the marine who was kicked away by him. Like a kite with a broken string, it flew backwards and hit the ground heavily. Call out. Boom. Doom. Not far away, a crane stood up from the ruins. Watching Garp and Akainu's two top fighters against Kronos fell into a disadvantage. His pupils shrank for a while, with a look of horror on his face. Even if Garp and Akainu join forces, they are not his opponents. As soon as the words were spoken, he immediately noticed something was wrong. No, it's not that Garp and Akainu lost their battle together, it's that guy taking advantage of it. Although he sensed something was wrong with the battle. Understand that it wasn't Garp and Akainu who lost to Kronos. But she didn't breathe a sigh of relief. The dignified look on his face became even more intense. Continuously pushing a person into a situation where they can't fight in order to maintain a one-on-one situation. Even this incredible thing can be done. Kronos. This guy is a complete monster. Staring intently at Kronos' battle, Crane's eyes trembled violently. Another place. Sengoku is Marshal of Naval Headquarters. It seems that neither Garp nor Akainu is Kronos' opponent. The whole person immediately became bad. Advertisement. Powerful. It's too strong. Whether it's the Kamui pirates or Kronos, the strength shown in this battle. It's so shocking. That terrifying strength is simply a monster. I won't let you continue to act recklessly. Stare at Kronos' figure. Sengoku gritted his teeth and said solemnly with a hint of anger. Immediately afterwards, Sengoku activated his fruit ability. For a time, Sengoku was covered in golden light. Dazzling golden light shines out. His body is starting to get bigger and bigger. This vision also caused the surrounding marines to turn their heads and look over. What is that? It's Marshal. Marshal Sengoku has used his abilities. As the Marshal going to take action. It's the first time I've seen you. The marines were taken aback. And Sengoku's body has become dozens of times bigger at this moment. Human fruit katakana middle dot great Buddha form. On the Moby Dick. Watching Sengoku use his abilities, Whitebeard, who was standing on the bow, also let out a low laugh. Quote. The sword is not old. Sengoku. After that, Whitebeard jumped from the bow of the boat. Boom. Seeing that Whitebeard was suddenly dispatched. Sengoku's face suddenly sank. Whitebeard, is it at this time? Meanwhile, Marine and Pirate Gate also notice Whitebeard's actions. Whitebeard is out. 1. Daddy. Listen to the sounds around you. Shiro grins. Hands, cloud cut straight Sengoku. Haki opens his mouth. Rescue Ace. Kill Marine. Advertisement. After saying that, Whitebeard ran towards Sengoku first. Facing the scene, Sengoku's face instantly became extremely ugly. Leave Whitebeard alone and deal with Kronos or something. He didn't even dare to think about it. That's Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. As a result, Sengoku had to abandon Kronos and meet Whitebeard. Your time is over, Whitebeard. Hearing this, Whitebeard didn't care at all. 837 replied with a smile instead. Come on then. Come and try it, Sengoku. Now. The morale of the pirate camp immediately boiled with Whitebeard's battle. The pirates raised their weapons and shouted in unison. Rescue Ace. Kill Marine. Make way for Daddy. Drink. At this moment, The battlefield was screaming and shouting. However, just as the pirates rushed forward, a slightly lazy voice came over. Hey, I'm still here. You don't take me seriously, but it will trouble me very much. The words echoed. Wuho Satoru's figure slowly appeared in front of these shouting pirates. Seeing Wuho Satoru's sudden appearance, the expressions of the pirates changed greatly. Fear instantly covered his face. It's him. Gojo Satoru of the Kamui Pirates. Monster guy. It was at this moment that Marco's voice came from one side. Your opponent is me, asshole. 1. Listen to Marco's voice. Wuho Satoru had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and turned his head slightly to look at Marco, who was galloping in midair. Yo, so you're still alive. Haven't had enough yet, Birdie. The first update, hereby. Advertisement. Chapter 135 Fire Style Extinguishing Fire. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Looking at Wuho Satoru's arrogant attitude, he didn't take himself seriously at all. Rao is a good-tempered Marco, and he is also angry at the moment. My name is Marco. Don't underestimate me, asshole. After all, Marco flapped his blue flames steeply, and swooped towards Wuho Satoru at a multiplied speed. Shish. When he was about to approach Gojo Satoru, Marco's feet suddenly turned into a pair of claws, and moved towards the 5 claws. Crane claw. Shish. In the face of Marco, this powerful blow using the inertia of flight. Gojo Satoru still had a faint smile on his face. Simultaneously, he raised a hand. The next second, Marco's attack rushed to him. The claws and Wuho Satoru's hands collided violently. Boom. Boom. The strong impact caused a huge shock aftermath. Boom rumble. Layers of air waves visible to the naked eye spread. Gojo Satoru easily took Marco's blow with just one hand. But the body is still standing in place and motionless. Faced with this scene, Marco's pupils shrank and he was shocked. How is this possible? This guy, he stopped so easily. Looking at the startled Marco, Gojo Satoru didn't care. Looking at Marco calmly, he said with a light smile. Ha ha, I didn't underestimate you. After all, you are really weak. After finishing speaking, Wuho Satoru raised his other hand with a relaxed expression and spread it out. This time, the meaning of ridicule is full. Advertisement. Marco snorted with an ugly expression. You bastard. The voice fell. Marco tried his best to activate his fruit ability. At this time, he no longer has reservations, and starts to go all out. Boom. In an instant, the blue flame on Marco's body skyrocketed. Immediately after seeing his wings, he flew into the air again. Shish. Gojo Satoru didn't stop him, he just watched Marco fly into the air like that. Boom. In midair, Marco unfolded those huge blue flame wings. Above the claws, there is a terrifying power gathering. In the next second, he gave a steep low voice and stepped out to Wujo with a slammed foot. Phoenix Seal. Boom. A shock wave that enveloped the blue flames shot out towards Wuho Wu. The sound of breaking the sky exploded. Wujo Sho really did not evade, not even raising his hand to resist this time. Almost in the blink of an eye, the Phoenix Seal displayed by Marco firmly hit on Gojo Satoru's body. Boom. Boom. A huge roar resounded. A fiery blue flame spread out. In midair, Marco was stunned when he saw that his attack hit Gojo Satoru like this. This guy doesn't even run away. Not even resisting. Marco was surprised, but then his expression returned to normal. Without the slightest mercy. This can only be blamed on him being too arrogant, so he took the blow with all his strength in such a grand manner. If you want to blame it, blame yourself. Underestimate the opponent, this is a taboo on the battlefield. Marco spoke in a low voice. Advertisement. It's just that his voice just fell. A hand suddenly protruded out of the blue flames that filled the air below. Immediately afterwards, the blue flames that permeated the surroundings were quickly pushed away by the big hand. Shish. The blue flames dissipated, and Wuho Satoru's figure appeared in front of Marco intact. Before Marco could react, Gojo Satoru looked at Marco with a smile, just like a normal person. I said, I didn't underestimate you. Faced with this sudden scene, Marco was startled, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? He was clearly hit by my attack, why is there nothing at all? The pupils trembled like an earthquake. Marco was horrified. But just when he was stunned for a moment, Gojo suddenly raised his hand and aimed at him. Accompanied by a small beep. A small red ball suddenly appeared in Wuho Satoru's palm. Instinctively, an extremely strong sense of crisis surfaced in my heart. Without daring to have any delay, Marco was shocked and his wings climbed rapidly. It's just that his movements are fast, and Wuho Satoru's movements are faster. The moment he shook his wings, the red ball in Wu Diao's palm flew out steeply. Call out. Almost in the blink of an eye, the red ball had already reached Marco. Looking at the red ball that is close at hand, exuding a terrifying atmosphere. Marco's eyes shrank, and a thought appeared in his mind. That's too late. Can't escape. Bang. A loud bang echoed. The red ball exploded on the spot. The wings transformed from Marco's left arm, along with the small half of his body, were instantly pierced and disappeared. PFF'd. Dark red blood splashed out. Advertisement. Marco only felt a sweetness in his throat, and then coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Cough. Watching Marco get hurt. The pirates below were also startled and shouted with subconscious worry. Marco. Captain Marco. Team leader. However, Gojo Wu, who was not far away, did not feel much about this. A playful smile appeared, and Gojo Satoru looked at Marco and opened his mouth. Look, I just said I didn't underestimate you. It's you. Too weak. The other side. Qian Haojiao Madara is in all the battlefields. At this time, he also had a fierce battle with Aokiji. Boom. Boom. Boom rumble, accompanied by a loud bang. Aokiji's figure quickly retreats. And Madara, staring at the back of Aokiji indifferently. Ice ball. Suddenly, Aokiji's body was covered with white mist, and a terrifying cold air spread out. The next second, I saw him leap into the air with one step. With a big wave of his hand, 5 bursts of terrifying cold air were shot out. Shoo! In the face of the 5 cold air that came from the lacing. Madara's eyes drooped slightly, she glanced coldly around, and couldn't help whispering. Is this the trick again? Okay. Let's play with you for a while. After saying that, Madara raised her hands sharply and quickly made a seal. He drank a low voice and said meow. Fire style fire extinguishing. Second update. Here it is. Advertisement. Chapter 136 Want me to cooperate with you Marine. Stop dreaming. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Madara puffed out her chest slightly and took a deep breath. Immediately afterwards, he saw him blowing at the blast of cold air. Boom. A fiery flame erupted. In the next instant, a fiery flame spread out. In the blink of an eye, a huge wall of fire that covered the sky appeared in front of Madara. And swept away toward the front. Boom rumble. The light of the flames illuminated Marineford red. Heat engulfs every part of Marineford. The 5 chills emanating from the Aokiji fruit's power. In an instant, it was extinguished by Madara's arrogant fire, but it evaporated and devoured. Laugh. Faced with this sudden scene. Rao is Aokiji of Admiral who is Marine's headquarters. At this time, he couldn't help but be shocked, and his face was unbelievable. Flame. This guy is the Logia fruit ability. Then what happened to his previous clone? I didn't dare to think more about it. The wall of fire that seemed to cover the sky in front of him had already brought a great sense of oppression to Aokiji. The thick cold air turned into a white mist that was visible to the naked eye. Spilled out from Aokiji's body. In the next second, I saw Aokiji fully mobilize his fruit ability, condensing and creating an ice wall out of thin air. Drink. Crack. 837 kick. A crisp icing sound echoed. Almost at the moment when the ice wall rises. Madara's arrogant fire is extinguished, and it has arrived. The ice wall and the fire wall also collided violently at this moment. Boom. Advertisement. Boom rumble. Around the battlefield. A group of Marines and pirates, looking at Madara, just sighed. It created a wall of fire so huge that it seemed to cover the sky. All of them could not help but widen their eyes, and the pupils trembled violently like an earthquake. No. No. Is he also a Logia fruit ability? Isn't it? Even a Logia fruit power user, this kind of power is too foul. Just breathing out a breath can create such a huge wall of fire. Am I dreaming? What kind of monsters are these guys? At this moment, not only Marine, but also the faces of the pirates. It also showed incredible horror. A land of ruins. Portgas d'Ace just stood up while being held hostage by two marines. I saw Madara's relaxed sigh and exhaled a fiery and huge wall of fire. Rao is Ace, who is the Logia Mera Mera fruit ability. After seeing this scene, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. A look of disbelief and shock. Fire. Flame. Is there another Mera Mera fruit like me in this world? Just one breath can create such a fiery and huge wall of fire. 1. His strength is not inferior to mine, right? The other side. Sengoku, who just played against Whitebeard. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard behind him. What followed was the fiery red light and the fiery heat. This change brought him and Whitebeard into a stalemate. Instinctively, he separated his mind and looked towards the rear. Only, when the huge wall of fire that seemed to cover the sky came into his eyes. Sengoku was completely stunned. Advertisement. Flame. Could it be that Portgas d'Ace has been rescued? How? I just left for a while. Fortunately, this nervous and worried mood did not last long. After a while, Sengoku also found out. The person who displayed the huge wall of fire was not Portgas d'Ace. It's Uchiha Madara of the Kamui Pirates. It's just that the tension and worry have just dissipated. A more serious and solemn expression appeared on Sengoku's face. That guy is actually a Logia capable of flames. DAAA, 2 fire elements. How is this possible? Such terrifying power. It was also during Sengoku's solemn muttering. Whitebeard's deep laughter suddenly entered his ears. Old la la la. What's wrong? Sengoku. Your face looks ugly. You're fighting with me, and distraction will cost you a lot. Whitebeard finished. Shock Fruit's ability was immediately attached to his cloud cut. Immediately afterwards, Whitebeard was seen holding a cloud cut. With enough strength, he slashed down suddenly. Shish. Boom. Boom. A huge roar resounded. Sengoku was also caught off guard and was slashed by Whitebeard. Boom. Blood dripped from the corner of Sengoku's mouth, and the huge body also took a few steps back at this time. Clearly, the Whitebeard hit. Advertisement. Caused him a lot of damage. It's just that the current Sengoku has no intention of fighting with Whitebeard. Those guys, there is a threat from the Kamui Pirates. It's too big. It is no exaggeration to say that at this time, Sengoku felt that their threat was even greater than Whitebeard's. If it is not restrained, the entire marine camp may collapse because of this. Gritting his teeth, Sengoku looked at Whitebeard and said in a low voice. Whitebeard, didn't you see? They are slaughtering your sons. Are you going to let them go like this? Now the Kamui Pirates are our biggest and common enemy. After recognizing the huge threat of the Kamui Pirates, Sengoku can no longer be ignored. Compared to Whitebeard's pirates, Sengoku now wants to deal with the evil and rising stars of the Kamui Pirates. To this end, he did not hesitate to truce with Whitebeard. Even unscrupulously cooperate with Whitebeard. Hearing Sengoku's words, Whitebeard's face also sank. The Kamui Pirates slaughtered his sons. He saw it all. However, he had no choice. Get him to work with Marine, how is this possible? Thinking like this, Whitebeard's deep voice also came out. Want me to work with your Marine? Stop dreaming. My dear son, but it is still in your hands. When I solve you, I will naturally deal with those little devils. In view of the requirements, in the future, unless necessary, the end of the chapter will not be written. In addition, I am mentioning that the update will get better, please believe the author once. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Advertisement. Chapter 137 The Terrifying Power of the Light Blue Giant, Susanoo. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Between the words, Whitebeard raised Kong Yunchi in his hand again. A knife slashed towards Sengoku. Shoo. A piercing crack resounded. Sengoku has also understood that there is no possible cooperation between Marine and Whitebeard. Even the most minimal truce. Impossible. Knowing this, Sengoku doesn't care about anything else. With a huge body in the form of a great Buddha, he was also clenching his teeth at this moment and exerting all his strength. A sharp slap hit Whitebeard. Boom. Boom. The fight between the two caused huge damage to the surroundings. The sound of roaring roars echoed incessantly. The other side. During the fight between Aokiji and Madara. After Madara's arrogant fire was extinguished, the huge wall of fire was scorched. Aokiji's ice wall is melting rapidly. Madara's face was normal, but Aokiji was obviously struggling. At this time, his whole body was covered with a thick layer of frost. The coldness is palpable to the naked eye. Aokiji is still struggling to maintain the state of the ice wall. It was also during the stalemate between Aokiji and Madara. A golden light flashed across the sky. Call out. When that golden light came to the sky where Madara was, the golden light condensed into a human shape. Then, the figure of Kizaru of Marine Headquarters Admiral appeared in everyone's eyes. Looking at the huge wall of fire, Kizaru couldn't help but stunned. It's so hot. Really, are the Kamui pirates all such monsters? It's too scary. While speaking, Kizaru kept moving. I saw his hands crossed, golden light shining in his palms. Chang Om. In the next second, he only heard a low drink. 8-foot Chongu Jade. Countless light bullets surfaced with Kizaru's low voice. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, the light bullets, which were as dense as raindrops, shot towards Madara in unison. Whoa, 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 whoa. The sound of breaking through the air echoed. Madara below also squinted at Kizaru at this moment. Boom, 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 rumble. Boom. The dense light bombs crashed down. The sound of continuous explosions and roars is endless. The huge power of the light bomb immediately formed a strong impact that swept the four directions. The dense smoke and dust also rose up with the explosion of the light bomb. Boom, rumble. At the same moment, the huge wall of fire released by Madara disappeared. Aokiji was also able to breathe a sigh of relief. Stop activating the fruit ability. But after resisting the blow, Aokiji gasped slightly. The surrounding Marines watched Kizaru's arrival and the disappearance of the wall of fire. He had to be overjoyed and exclaimed, "It's Admiral Kizaru. Does it take 2 Admiral shots at the same time to deal with that guy? With one's own power, affecting 2 Admiral, this is really a terrifying monster." 1. However, even with his strength, he couldn't have survived the blow of Admiral Kizaru, right? That's right, Admiral Kizaru will arrive, he never thought of it. This blow should have caught him off guard. Everyone stared at the thick smoke that rose up. Although Madara can't be seen. But they also agreed that under the surprise attack of Admiral Kizaru, Madara is already mortal. It's just that fantasy is beautiful. The reality is often cruel. It was also the moment the Marines' voices fell. A giant light blue hand suddenly poked out from the thick smoke and grabbed towards Kizaru in midair. Shoo! Faced with this sudden scene, Rao was also shocked by Kizaru, his pupils contracted slightly. What is this? Advertisement. Too late to think about it. Kizaru's body suddenly glowed brightly. In the next second, he turned into countless spots of light and disappeared into the air. And this also caused the light blue giant hand to fall into the void. The same moment. Again, a light blue hand poked out from the thick smoke. Immediately, it was seen with a big hand. The dense smoke and dust surrounding it was immediately pushed aside with one hand. Shish. The thick smoke dissipated. A light blue half-length giant suddenly appeared in the eyes of everyone. And Madara, among the light blue giants. At this moment Madara, with her arms folded in front of her chest. Seeing her palm fail, Madara laughed angrily, and a playful smile appeared on her face. Did you escape? Ha ha, but it doesn't matter. While speaking, Madara's eyes fell on the Marine crowd not far away. At this time, Marine, after witnessing the appearance of the light blue half-length giant, his eyes were already widened, his face full of panic and fear. Giant, isn't it? This is also Fire Logia's ability. How can such a huge light blue giant appear? I've never heard of it again. The Logia fruit has such power. 0 for flowers 00. At this time, Kizaru's figure also appeared, not too far from Madara. Looking at the light blue half-length giant, Kizaru lost his mind for a while. With a shocked expression on his face, Kizaru looked at Madara in disbelief and said, Hey, what is this? Devil Fruit's ability. A red flame can manifest this light blue thing. Far away. Hearing the loud noise from Madara again, Sengoku couldn't help turning his head to look again. Unlike the previous one, this time Whitebeard. He also cast his gaze towards Madara. Because of him, he has already seen the light blue half-length giant. Unlike the sailors, Sengoku first saw Madara's light blue giant. It is not considered to be the embodiment of fire. Advertisement. Because he knew it was impossible. That thing doesn't look like it's fake. Point 0. But the same thing as the sailors, Sengoku at this time, his face is also full of shock. Giant. What kind of fruit power does he possess? Aside, Whitebeard's face at the moment was full of astonishment and disbelief. This is the first time he has seen such a strange fruit ability. At the same time, looking at the huge light blue half-length giant, he looked at his huge pair of eyes emitting a faint blue streamer. Feel the strong oppression from the giant. Whether it was marine or pirate, they all slowly backed away with a look of fear. And that Madara in Susanoo, after glancing at the crowd around him, cannot help but contemptuous smile. There are too many trash fish to count. You're so annoying. It was also the moment Madara's voice fell. A powerful and terrifying aura suddenly burst out from the light blue giant's body. Boom. The next second, I saw the light blue giant. There was a sudden change in appearance. Originally with one hand, 3 heads and 6 arms suddenly grew out. Immediately afterwards, the light blue giant raised his 6 arms high. Shang Om. A dazzling blue flash emerged, accompanied by a harsh humming sound. 6 light blue lightsabers with a terrifying aura appeared at the same time. And at the same time, it was held in the hands by the 6 arms of the light blue giant. See you for a moment. A strong sense of crisis flooded the hearts of everyone present. That unparalleled strong intuition of death filled with the figures of everyone present. Almost at the same moment, boundless fear appeared on everyone's face. The trembling, fearful screams echoed instantly. Escape. 0. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Advertisement. Chapter 138 Cruel War, the overwhelming terrifying power of the Kamui pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 138 Cruel War, the overwhelming terrifying power of the Kamui pirates. People started to panic and flee in panic. But, how can Madara let some unsightly guys escape smoothly? A contemptuous smile appeared on Madara's mouth. Susanoo's 6 arms holding the lightsaber slammed down. Shoo! A harsh roar exploded. 6 paths with a height of more than 10 meters suddenly emerged, slashing towards 6 different directions. Boom! Boom! For a moment, the whole person's marineford was illuminated by a blue light. Wherever the knife-on passed, the earth was cut open, and the soil layer was cracked. Anyone who touches the sword light will be wiped out in an instant. Even if it is a crowd within 10 meters of the sword light. Also under the terrifying power of the sword light, it was instantly affected and blown away. The whole of Marineford was shaking because of this. Boom rumble. 840 inches. PFF'd. The roar, the wailing, and the sprinkling of blood continued. With this single blow, Madara claimed countless lives. The number of seriously injured people is even more numerous. Marineford's tremors ceased as the blade light dissipated. The battlefield is also amidst the echoes, gradually returning to calm. Boom rumble. Thick smoke rose up. But this still couldn't cover up the terrifying and huge ravines of the 6 paths on the ground. That's the scary mark left after being hit by Madara's Susanoo. The silhouettes on the battlefield were emptied piece by piece. Marine and pirates fell in pieces. They struggled in pain, wailed helplessly, and wept in fear. At this moment, Madara's powerful strength. It has completely destroyed Marine and the morale of the pirates. Advertisement. Because of the distance, the people who were lucky not to be affected, looked at this hellish scene in front of them. His body trembled violently with fear like a sieve. Is that a lie? This terrifying power. Is it really possible for a person to master it? Damn it. If this is the case. If we continue like this, we will lose. This is not a fight at all, it is a massacre, a one-sided massacre. We've lost. The power of these guys is not at the same level as us. They are invincible. They are monsters. Demons. The Marines cried out in despair. Ace, not far away, witnessed this terrible scene with his own eyes. It was also a look of astonishment, and the pupils trembled violently like an earthquake. No way. Is this his true strength? This is too powerful. The other side. Sengoku watched the sacrifices of countless marines with blood dripping from his heart. The casualties this time were too great. Far beyond his estimates. Kamui pirates. Sengoku gritted his teeth and screamed almost like a roar. However, Madara's battle was not over. Cleaning up the trash fish is just incidental, tackling Aokiji and Kizaru that popped up. That's what he's going to do. The unsightly trash fish has been cleaned up. Then let's go on. Inside the half-length Susanoo, Madara folded her arms around her chest. Looking down at Aokiji and Kizaru with cold eyes. Immediately after that, he drove Susanoo and attacked Aokiji and Kizaru at the same time. Shish. 6 lightsabers trembled, and the decibels slashed towards Aokiji and Kizaru. Clang hum. Seeing this scene, Kizaru didn't dare to be careless. With golden light shining in his hand, Kizaru gave a low drink. Amaterasu Cloud Sword. Advertisement. In an instant, a golden lightsaber appeared and was held in Kizaru's palm. The next second, he was holding that lightsaber. With a sharp leap, he greeted the light blue lightsaber that Susanoo slashed. Whoosh. Boom. Boom. The two lightsabers collided violently, causing a huge impact. But the next second, Kizaru, however, had a sword and was slashed into the ground by Madara's Susanoo. Boom. The other side. Aokiji was also slashed by Susanoo's sword. Boom. Boom. Boom rumble. At the same time, the battlefield where Gojo Satoru was. Marco was bruised and blood-drenched from a big pit, and stood up with difficulty. In just a few minutes with Gojo Satoru. His physical strength was almost exhausted. On the other hand, Wutiao Wu, like a normal person, stood still with a smile on his face. Looking at Marco, who was panting, still unwilling to give up, and stood up with difficulty. Wujo Satoru smiled and said lightly, "Can you still stand up? I've been hit by my attacks one after another, and I haven't died yet. Your ability is really amazing." Gojo Satoru's words just fell, and Marco coughed up a mouthful of blood. 0. Cough. Whoa. Thick blood flowed out of Marco's mouth uncontrollably. Instantly fell to the ground. The surrounding Whitebeard pirates. Seeing Marco, who was seriously injured, he couldn't help but his eyes were red and he shouted worriedly. "Marco. Team leader. Stop standing up. Captain Marco." Looking at Marco, who was so embarrassed, Rao was a group of big men like them, and couldn't help but burst into tears. The strength gap between the two sides is really too big. Advertisement. They were witnessing this battle from beginning to end. As strong as Captain Marco, he couldn't hurt that monster at all. But that monster can bring harm to Marco every time. Over time, Marco couldn't bear it at all. Today's Marco is already exhausted. If it goes on like this, then Captain Marco will die. Understand the situation. Finally, there was a pirate who couldn't help but explode at this moment. I saw that the man's whole body was full of blue veins, and he raised his head and roared angrily. "Damn it, Marco. You can't keep fighting. This time, you should step back. Let's deal with this monster." Having said that, the pirate took the lead in holding a weapon and killed Wujo Satoru. One person takes the lead, and someone immediately follows. A large crowd raised their weapons and shouted in unison. "Protect Captain Marco. Chop that monster. 0.0. Drink." The shouts were loud, and a large number of pirates rushed towards Gojo Satoru like a tide. When Marco saw this, his body and mind trembled. He understands that the behavior of his companions is tantamount to going to death. Powers that are not at the same level, the result will eventually be a massacre. Marco raised his hand with difficulty and shouted in a hoarse voice. "No. Don't go over there. You are not his opponent. I'm going to die." It's just that no one heard Marco's cry at all. Now, Marco is struggling to even speak, let alone step up to stop him. And Wujo Satoru, in the face of these pirates who are killing themselves. A smile slowly emerged from the corner of his mouth. But this is not a mockery. Slowly raising his hand, Wujo Sho looked at the rushing crowd, and praised in a deep voice without hesitation. "Remarkably brave. The mayfly shakes the tree, it is admirable and beyond measure." Chapter 139 Blackbeard Pirates, Haki is here. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The hands are slightly folded together to form a seal. At this moment, Wutiaowu's aura skyrocketed. Purple lightning flashed all over his body. Ba, Sila, Sila. What followed was Wuho Satoru's low voice. The technique is reversed. Kang. A blue ball of light appeared behind Wujo Satoru as his voice fell. But Gojo Satoru did not stop. Just hear him say it again. Reversal of the spell. A red ball of light appeared behind Wuho Satoru. Immediately afterwards, a vortex appeared in the middle of the two light balls, and the space began to distort. The two light spheres of different colors began to slowly merge. At the same moment, Gojo Satoru slowly took a step forward and raised his hand to face the rushing crowd, facing Marco. With the fusion of the two light spheres, Gojo Satoru's whole body shone with purple light, and the arc also jumped further and further away. A powerful and terrifying 30 breath enveloped the entire Marineford at this moment. Boom. That was Whitebeard who was playing against Sengoku. After feeling this powerful and terrifying breath, he immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of Wuho Satoru behind him. Immediately afterwards, he saw a purple ball of light that appeared on Wuho Satoru's fingertips, and then rapidly expanded. Feel the terrifying aura emanating from that ball of light. Whitebeard was also shocked, and his pupils shrank sharply. Marco facing Gojo Satoru. At this moment, his face changed greatly, and he shouted at his companion with all his strength. Quick! Run away! Get out of the way! It's just that the members of the Whitebeard pirates didn't hear Marco's words at all. Advertisement. Even if they heard it, at this moment, they would not let it go. It was also at this moment that Wujo Wu's low voice came again. Imitation katakana middle dot c. 1. Boom. The voice of Gojo Satoru fell. A loud noise echoed suddenly, and then, the huge purple light ball flew towards the crowd with a terrifying aura. Boom. Wherever the purple light ball went, the surrounding objects were instantly destroyed. So is the ground. Call out. Boom. Boom. 1. Almost in the blink of an eye, the ball of light swept across the crowd. The crowd was instantly wiped out the moment they touched the ball of light, and they didn't even have time to let out a wailing sound. Rumble. After an echoing roar, the purple light ball disappeared. A huge and bottomless gully suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The members of the Whitebeard pirates who rushed towards Gojo Satoru. At this moment, none exists, all disappear. No way. How is this possible? Everyone disappeared. Just one move to kill everyone. All. Members of the Whitebeard pirates at several other battlefields. Looking at the disappearing companion, looking at the terrifying and huge ravine on the ground. Their bodies could not help but tremble slightly. The pupils were trembling, and their eyes were full of disbelief and unwillingness to believe. It was also at this moment that a hoarse cry resounded throughout Marineford. Marco. Greater than R. Advertisement. Are you still alive? You must still be alive. Answer me. Answer me. Ah woo woo. At the end of the cry, the screaming pirate was already sobbing. And his cry also affected the members of the Whitebeard pirates, shed 2 lines of tears. Cried out loudly. Answer us. Rao was Whitebeard's deity, and his eyes couldn't help but turn slightly red. After witnessing this scene, Sengoku also sullenly sighed. This is war. Brutal war. The other side. Madara, in the form of a half-length, 6-armed Susa, pressed the 2 Marine headquarters admiral. No matter how they attacked the light blue giant, the light blue giant was still unscathed. But their physical strength was consumed by the light blue giant swinging his sword again and again. You should almost give up your struggle, right? Looking at Aokiji and Kizaru who were struggling against Susanoo, Madara said coldly. Got no response. But Madara didn't care either. If they want to play, it's up to them. Shish. The sound of the lightsaber passing through the sky exploded. This time, 6 lightsabers were swung at the same time. The 6 paths swords flew out and cut off Aokiji and Kizaru respectively. Boom. Faced with this sudden scene, both Aokiji and Kizaru were shocked and secretly thought that something was wrong. The next second, only a huge roar sounded. Boom. Advertisement. The ground exploded, and the figures of Aokiji and Kizaru flew out. Call out. Boom. Boom. Unexpectedly, this time Madara did not follow suit. He just stared at Aokiji and 840 Kizaru's figures flying backwards with an indifferent expression. After all, Madara just spoke in a deep voice. But before he could finish his words, a loud laughter suddenly came from behind him. Gia ha ha. I've only just arrived, is this already what I look like? It was a fierce battle. Gia ha ha ha. Hear the piercing laughter. Madara frowned slightly, turned her head slowly, and looked back. I saw a fat man with a beard and a few teeth missing in his mouth. Leading a group of people, standing on top of the ruins, sneering and overlooking everyone on the battlefield. With his loud laughter, many people turned their attention to him. The members of the Whitebeard pirates recognized the leader at a glance. Marshal D. Teach. Hearing this name, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates showed angry expressions. Even Whitebeard couldn't help clenching his fists at this moment. Marshal D. Teach, who was staring at him, whispered coldly. Teach. You bastard. Aside, Sengoku's expression changed. Looking at the figure of Marshal D. Teach, he couldn't help but grit his teeth angrily. You bastards. How did you get here? Chapter 140 Blackbeard attacks Madara. The audience is shocked. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Looking at the astonished eyes of everyone below, Marshal D. Teach seemed to enjoy it. The playful low laughter reverberated again. Gia ha ha ha. Seeing the crowd standing on top of the ruins, the Marines opened their mouths in astonishment. Why are those guys here? Each one is the ultimate criminal whose existence is too cruel to hide. Such a huge creature can't be someone else. He must be a pirate, a giant battleship, San Juan Wolf. Located farther behind Marshal D. Teach et al. A giant with a huge object, after hearing the words of the crowd below. He couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Hey hey, it was discovered. Even the identity has been exposed. The Marines below were still looking at the people behind Marshal D. Teach, identifying them one by one. The King of Evil, Patro Pizarro, Drinkers, Bucks Choate, Crescent Moon Hunter, Catalana Tippin, and the former Impel Down Warden, Shiryu of the Rain. Next to Teach, he has long blue hair and a strong build. Bartrop Pizarro, who had a pair of horns on his head, spoke leisurely. What a nostalgic world. Behind Teach, a huge Bacchus Choate with a jug in his hand. After taking a sip of wine, I looked at Madara below, and looked at the crowd below with a playful smile. Gu dong, it's really good. Can I kill all these people? Hearing this, Madara below was stunned for a moment. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, a smile slowly formed on the corner of his mouth. Huh, interesting. Between the words, Madara slowly turned around and faced the entire Blackbeard pirates. However, Marshal D. Teach completely ignored Madara. He laughed at Whitebeard on the distant battlefield. Gia ha ha ha, long time no see. I didn't expect to see you before you die, Dad. 1. In the distance, listening to Teach's wild laughter, arrogant appearance. Whitebeard's face was completely gloomy. Teach. On the side, Sengoku, who is Marine Marshal, watched Shiryu, the former Impel Down guard, and was actually mixed with Marshal D. Teach. It is also difficult to suppress Xingzong's anger. Shiryu. You bastard. What happened to Magellan? What happened to Impel Down? How the hell did you get here? Hearing Sengoku's words, Shiryu of the Rain is fascinated. He took a deep breath of the big cigarette he was holding, and said calmly. We're here, doesn't it mean that we've answered your question? Marshal Sengoku. If you want to know the specific emptying, you can confirm it yourself later. All in all, I'm going to join forces with these guys. More advice in the future. Blackbeard on the side laughed complacently. Gia ha ha. On the other hand, Sengoku gritted his teeth in anger, staring at Shiryu of the Rain with wide eyes. It was also at this time that a Marine general trotted to report. Marshal Sengoku. Advertisement. I haven't had a chance to report to you. Not long ago I received the reopening of the Door of Justice. Report of an uncertified warship breaking in. Hearing this, Sengoku suddenly realized that he turned his head to look at Blackbeard and the others. Is that the group of guys? But there should be sailors in the power room, and there is no notice of the situation with bows in the streets. How the hell did they get in? Listen to Sengoku muttering to himself. Not far from Blackbeard, a Lafitte in white clothes and a top hat continued with a smile. He. I'm sorry, that's too easy. Before we Blackbeard pirates set sail to the recommended city, I performed hypnosis on the Marines in the power room, and if I found a warship at the gate of justice, I will release it all. Hearing Luffy's words, Sengoku's pupils shrank suddenly. And Blackbeard also opened his mouth with a playful expression at this time. If you are hostile to the world government as a pirate, you can't open the door of justice, and you can't sneak into Impel Down. I accept the name Shichibukai only for this. Now this title is no longer needed. Sengoku gritted his teeth and looked at Blackbeard, then at the guys next to him. Is your purpose just to release these guys? Blackbeard laughed, making no secret of it. That's right. I've been for this since the beginning. And that's all, you'll see soon enough. Saying this, Blackbeard suddenly turned his gaze to Madara not far away, and sneered. Gia ha 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 ha. Then now, let me, the Blackbeard pirates, come to an end to this war. Your fruit ability is very special. Kid. Advertisement. Hear this from Blackbeard. Madara's brows furrowed, her eyes cold as she looked at Blackbeard. Little ghost. There was a hint of questioning in Madara's tone. Even a little bit reluctant to match their ears. Over the years, this is the first time someone has dared to insult himself like this. Sengoku, not far away, heard Blackbeard call the terribly powerful guy, kid. The whole person was also involuntarily stunned. Famous people can see that this is blatant contempt and humiliation. Madara, no matter how she looked at it, was never a kid. At this moment, there were more than one Money who showed the same expression as Sengoku. The Marines present, including the pirates, were all stunned. Little devil, did I hear it wrong? That guy Teach actually called the terrifying monster a kid. Unbelievable. That guy Teach is taking the initiative to provoke that monster. Shout out. That's a good thing. Better Teach can piss that guy off. Will you be angry? After all, Teach is humiliating him. Without the slightest pity, the entire Whitebeard pirates looked at Teach with schadenfreude. What is wrong with provoking someone? Just to provoke the Kamui pirates. He didn't know that the people in this pirate group were all as strong as monsters. 2 members of the C group said so. At this time, Madara had already grown anger in her heart. Chapter 141 Full Shot, Susanoo complete. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The eyes of the two met each other. Blackbeard had a grim grin on his face, but Madara's face had no expression. It was at this moment that Blackbeard made a steep jump. It landed 10 meters in front of Madara. Clatter. What followed was Blackbeard's wild laughter. Gia ha ha. Originally, my goal was only my father, but your ability is also very special. To be able to show such a huge light blue giant to fight for you, both attack and defense. What a great ability. However, this ability will soon belong to me. Gia ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed, and the slightest black mist came out of him. And Madara can be considered to have heard the meaning of Blackbeard's words. Is this to take your own Susanoo and poach your own Rinnegan? At this moment, Madara was like hearing a big joke. He couldn't help but laugh too. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Madara laughed a little crazy. Not to mention whether the other party can gouge out his own eyes. What if you could dig it out? For others, Susanoo needs to rely on the eyes to open. But you don't need to. Even if you don't have eyes, you can still turn on Susa by yourself. Also invincible. But, can this guy in front of him gouge his eyes out of him? Cannot. If you can be poached with Rinnegan, then you don't deserve to have these eyes. No longer Uchiha Madara. After the laughter, a playful smile gradually appeared on Madara's face. If you have the ability, come and try it. From my 840, poach my Rinnegan. Hearing Madara's words, Blackbeard raised his hand. The palm is covered with black mist. In the next second, he slapped the ground with his palm and drank a low voice. Dark cave. Boom. With a roar. Advertisement. A large amount of thick black mist rushed out from the ground and swept in all directions. Soon, the thick black mist covered the surrounding ground. At the same time, Madara's ankle was also engulfed. Madara, on the other hand, just glanced at it and didn't care. Watching Madara, Blackbeard spread his hands and said in a loud voice. This is the ability of my devil fruit. The strongest power, the fruit of darkness. Taste his awesomeness. falling with Blackbeard's voice. Madara's body suddenly began to sink slowly. But Madara remained unhurried. With her arms still clasped across her chest, Madara stared at Blackbeard calmly and calmly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kronos single-handedly, abruptly knocked two top marines to the ground. At this time, Garp was already scarred and blood was all over his body. He fell into the pit, fell into a pool of blood, and passed out. On the other hand, Akainu is the same. Rao is a fruit power person, and he can't stand Kronos' fierce attack. On this day, he was attacked by Nuo, Daa, and he was severely injured. He was also covered with scars and blood all over his body. He also fell into the pit, fell into a pool of blood and passed out. With a heavy exhalation, Kronos lifted the black fog armor, stopped the display of the ability and changed back to its original appearance. At this time, he only felt a deep exhaustion. Find a stone anywhere and sit down. Kronos turned to look in Madara's direction, in the direction of Blackbeard. Watching Blackbeard challenge Madara, a smile appeared on Kronos' mouth. Marshal D. Teach. Blackbeard. If I don't provoke Madara, I don't know how brave he is. It is also this time. Suddenly there was a whoosh next to Kronos. Immediately afterwards, the figure of Gojo Satoru appeared beside Kronos. Yo, Captain. Gojo Satoru greeted Kronos with a smile. Kronos glanced at Gojo Satoru and asked with a smile on his face. Why did you come here? Gojo Satoru smiled. I've dealt with all the people over there. Advertisement. I saw you, Captain, as soon as I turned around, so I came here. Saying that, Gojo Satoru looked up in Madara's direction and asked. There seems to be a lot of people in Madara. Need help? Kronos shook his head and laughed. No, he can handle it. Let's just be an audience and watch the play. Hearing this, Wujo also nodded. That's it. Saying that, Gojo Satoru put on the black blindfold again. Unceremoniously, he sat aside and watched a play with Kronos. However, Wujo Satoru just sat down. Artoria's figure also fell. Clatter. Holding the sword of Oath of Victory, Artoria looked at Kronos and Gojo Satoru blankly. Captain. You are. Before Artoria had finished speaking, Wujo Satoru looked at her with a smile, and greeted Broken Stone enthusiastically. Yo, Artoria, you're here too, hurry up. Sit down. Let's be an audience and watch the play. Artoria was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Kronos subconsciously. However, Kronos nodded with a dumbfounded expression on his face. After a moment of hesitation, Artoria also sat down beside Kronos. At this time, with Blackbeard's dark acupuncture point, Madara's body was half submerged. The black mist has engulfed his knees. Looking at Blackbeard, he just smiled, but did not move further. Madara turned her head slightly and looked at Blackbeard indifferently. Is it just that? Blackbeard chuckled softly. Gia ha ha ha. You'll soon see how powerful it is. Hearing this, Madara put down the hands that had been hugging her chest. Looking at Blackbeard's appearance, Madara said leisurely. I thought you were so talented. At the end of the day, it was disappointing. Then, now let me show you what the strongest power is. With Madara's voice falling. Advertisement. A powerful and terrifying aura burst out from Madara's body. Boom. Boom. The surging power gushed out from Madara's body like the sea. There was a gust of wind all around. Madara's long black hair fluttered in the wind. The light blue aura visible to the naked eye spewed out from his body. A strong sense of oppression that was so strong that it was like suffocation suddenly descended. Boom rumble. Facing this sudden scene, Blackbeard's expression changed greatly, and he even took a step back unconsciously. In the distance, Sengoku and Whitebeard. After feeling this powerful force, he couldn't help but change his face. He opened his mouth with unbelievable horror. How can that be? With such a strong sense of oppression, is that guy hiding his strength all the time? Sengoku's pupils trembled violently, and an unprecedented shocked expression appeared on his face. Whitebeard on the side also said with a solemn expression. What a palpitating pressure this is. As the light blue breath emerged, a light blue half-length giant soon condensed above Madara. But it's not over. Layers of light blue, armor-like objects began to cover the body of the light blue giant. The giant's body is rising, and the lower body is rapidly condensing and perfecting. Madara's figure also rose from the black mist. Boom. Accompanied by this thunderous bang. In the horrified eyes of everyone. A light blue giant with a height of hundreds of feet, wearing armor, holding a giant sword and fully armed. Into the eyes of everyone. And Blackbeard, who was close to the light blue giant, witnessed the appearance of the full body of the light blue giant. The body is already shaking like a sieve, and the face is full of fear. So huge. This powerful breath can be oppressive. It made him feel like he was about to suffocate. No, isn't it? And at this time, Madara in Susanoo's forehead. Looking down at the trembling Blackbeard and the entire battlefield with cold eyes, he said coldly. Desperate. This is Uchiha Madara. God's power. Chapter 142 Blackbeard Pirates, all members are destroyed. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, all members of the Blackbeard Pirates looked at Madara's full body Susanoo, and their eyes widened. There was fear in his eyes. This size, is it too huge? Lafitte said with a trembling voice. It was behind the members of the Blackbeard Pirates. Rao is that huge creature, San Juan Bad Wolf. Madara's complete body Susa who needs to look up to now. Marine camp. All Marines, after witnessing the appearance of the full body Susa. All of them couldn't help shaking their bodies, and their faces showed fear. They took a few steps back one after another. Hey. Is this kidding me? With such a huge body, this is too foul. Is he still hiding his strength? Such a giant. How shall we face it? The strength is not at the same level at all. This is simply an impossible monster to defeat. 1. He looked up at Susa, who was several hundred meters tall. The Marines are desperate. Even the members of the Whitebeard Pirates have lost all their fighting spirit at this moment. Dang clang. The crisp sound of falling weapons echoed, and most of the people had already fallen into despair and completely lost their will to fight. The difference in strength is too great. Even Sengoku is martial marine. Whitebeard of the Sea Emperor. At this time, he could not help shrinking his pupils, looking at the huge body with a look of horror. Is it really something that humans can do? On the other side, Madara in Susanoo's forehead. Looking at the terrified Blackbeard, he couldn't help but smile contemptuously. Immediately afterwards, Susanoo's huge body suddenly moved. The light blue arm suddenly grasped the lightsaber around his waist. Advertisement. Boom. Seela. In an instant, a terrifying electric arc throbbed around Susanoo's body. The huge lightsaber slowly unsheathed with a deafening humming sound. Chang Om. Boom rumble. A terrifying sword aura filled the air. The whole of Marineford was once again plunged into violent turmoil. Blackbeard just below Susanoo. After seeing Susanoo's huge body and feeling the terrifying sword energy. The whole person has long been scared and bloodless. Even the ability was too frightened to display. What kind of monster is this? With such terrifying power, can't people master it anymore? Blackbeard took a few steps back. At this moment, he felt unprecedented oppression and death. The kind of fear that comes from the heart, unparalleled. More intense than ever when I faced my dad. Will die. With one's own strength, it is impossible to resist such a monster. If you don't do something, you will die. Will die. The brain is frantically warning. Blackbeard swept his eyes quickly, and shouted at the people of the Blackbeard Pirates. You guys. Don't hurry up and help me out. It's just that Blackbeard's words aren't finished yet. He saw the faces of the Blackbeard Pirates. All are full of fear. At this moment, stop. Advertisement. They had been frozen in place for a long time, and even forgot to escape. Asshole. Blackbeard snorted. Then his eyes inadvertently fell on Whitebeard in the distance. At this moment, he shouted as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Daddy. Save me. I'm your son. Hear Blackbeard's cry. Feel the terrifying pressure of Madara's light blue giant lightsaber fully unsheathed. Whitebeard lowered his face and said coldly. Although it may not be possible to kill you with my own hands. But only you. Only teach you bastard. Not worthy of being my son. Whitebeard snarled. It was also at this moment that the lightsaber in Madara's hand was raised. He slammed his sword towards Blackbeard below. Clang hum. 0 for flowers 00. Creepy and terrifying sword energy, accompanied by dazzling rays of light. What followed was a roar that sent the entire Marineford into violent turmoil. Boom. Boom. The powerful impact air wave blew away all the people within a few hundred meters of the square garden. Rao did not face the blow. The people on Marineford Island, in addition to Kronos, Gojo, Satoru and other members of the Kamui pirates. One hit Sengoku, Whitebeard et al. Everyone fell heavily to the ground because they could not bear the shock and earthquake. Plop, plop, plop. Advertisement. Marineford howled. .0. But they were all covered by the roar of Susanoo's sword. Boom rumble. As the roar gradually subsided. Very few people were still fighting in the entire Marineford battlefield. Thick smoke rose up. But even if the smoke is thick, it can't cover the ground, the huge bottomless ravine that runs through the entire Marineford. All Blackbeard pirates destroyed. Blackbeard, Lafitte, Shiryu of the Rain and others, including San Juan Bad Wolf. They were all destroyed by Madara's complete body Susanoo's slash. The entire Marineford was split in half as a result. Boom boom. That was in the forehead of the full body Susanoo. Madara put her arms around her chest and looked at the Blackbeard pirates who couldn't even take a single blow from herself. He could not help but speak coldly. Ola, not half as good as me. Also at this time, those who were blown away by the impacting air waves and knocked down. He also slowly stood up from the ground in embarrassment. Only, when they just got up. When they saw the scene in front of them, everyone was stunned. Immediately afterwards, their bodies trembled violently. There was an unparalleled look of horror on his face. This. How is this possible? Horse. Marineford, split in half. Am I dreaming? 0. Chapter 143. The war is over, the wicked fifth emperor. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What terrifying destructive power is this? Sengoku's eyes widened. He looked away in disbelief. That huge ravine that directly split Marineford in two. Whitebeard, who was on the side of Rao, looked at it, and at this time he couldn't help but open his mouth. Is this the new star of the new age? It really is shining a dazzling light. It was in midair. Asok and the others looked at the captain and the captain's crew. Demonstrated power. Everyone was excited to ultimate, and their faces turned red with excitement. Sharp. Captain, they are too strong. This is the Kamui pirates. At this moment, Asok and others felt a sense of accomplishment in their hearts because they belonged to the Kamui pirates. 840. They held their heads high, holding the Kamui pirates' flag. The double-winged blindfolded skull pattern on the flag fluttered in the wind, and the sea breeze blew wildly. Crash. Below, above the battlefield. Kronos also stood up slowly at this moment. Looking at Marineford, which has become a land of ruins. Looking at the crowd, even if marine and pirates are mixed. A smile appeared on Kronos' face, and he called out loudly. Come back. With a word from Kronos fell. After a while, a neat sound of landing sounded. Advertisement. Pain 6 Paths took the lead in returning to Kronos' side, standing behind Kronos. That Madara in Susanoo's forehead. After hearing Kronos' words, he also slowly withdrew Susa and fell to Kronos. Fell beside him. Later, Konan and Jigyu Ueni also returned to Kronos' side. He noticed the movements of the Kamui pirates. Sengoku was startled, and suddenly turned to look in the direction of Kronos and said angrily. You bastard. Want to leave like this? Hearing this, Kronos couldn't help but laugh contemptuously. How? You want us to kill you all before leaving? As soon as these words came out, Sengoku was stunned. Subconsciously glanced around Marineford, which had turned into a ruined place. Garp has fallen, Sakazuki has fallen, and both Aokiji and Kizaru are nowhere to be seen. Marine is now at the top of the invincible combat power except himself. Even the 100,000 Marine elites had already been killed and wounded by half. As for the Whitebeard pirates, it wasn't much better either. 14 squad leaders were killed and wounded more than half. 43 affiliated pirate groups, almost wiped out. Such an ending, although Sengoku had planned before the battle with the Whitebeard pirates. But he didn't count the Kamui pirates. Now that Marine and Whitebeard are hit hard, the Kamui pirates are in the best interest. No. Not right. Even if the Kamui pirates devastated the Marine and Whitebeard pirates, what benefit would they have at all? Thinking of it, Sengoku gritted his teeth and asked Kronos in a deep voice. Advertisement. Why are you guys doing this? What's in it for you, and what's your purpose? Hearing Sengoku's questioning voice, Kronos smiled. The fruit's ability is unfolding again. While carrying the crew up, he smiled calmly. Didn't I say it from the beginning? We're just here to make trouble, to subvert this war. As for the real purpose, it is naturally the prestige value. But even if this is said, Sengoku will not understand. Now that the goal has been successfully completed, Kronos feels a lot better. Although a little tired, Kronos was quite chatty at this time. You should be wondering, why didn't we clean up your anger when you were hit hard? I can tell you it's because you're still useful to me. At least, now is not the time for you to die. Didn't kill Marine, because when he dominated the world, it also requires a lot of manpower to maintain order, so Marine is essential. Of course, a big change is also inevitable. Didn't do away with Whitebeard. It's because the destruction of Marineford is already a pinnacle of prestige for the Kamui pirates. Even if he killed Whitebeard, it would not be a big deal for the world. This has a great possibility, which will lead to a great reduction in the income. The worst thing to say is that this leak is still worth harvesting once. However, only once. Back to the space boundary wall in the midair. Asok and the others bowed respectfully to Kronos and the others. At this moment, they only have endless admiration and yearning for Kronos and Kamui pirates. Advertisement. Kronos smiled and nodded. Then, raise your hand. 1 inch. Dang bang. Accompanied by a harsh, crisp sound, the void shattered. The dark avenue before, also appeared in front of everyone at one time. With the appearance of the dark road, Asok and others immediately retreated to both sides. Make way for Kronos. Before leaving, Kronos glanced back at Whitebeard and smiled meaningfully. We will meet soon. The Emperor of the Sea, Ed 0.0 Walter Newgate. 1. After all, Kronos led the crew into the dark road. The space is closed. The Kamui pirates disappeared over Marineford. Disappeared in Marineford. It was as if he had never been there. And below, everyone can only watch them leave. Do nothing. Will we meet soon? The Kamui pirates. The next time we meet, it should be the time when you want to take my life. Old la la la. Come on then. I'm waiting for you. Chapter 144 Marineford in Ruins, Shocking Red Hair Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. With the departure of the Kamui pirates, the war at Marineford also came to an end. The surviving members of the Whitebeard pirates evacuated with their undamaged captains. It's just that the captain of the Whitebeard pirates has not gone far. A marine warship came into their sight. Upon discovering this scene, the pirates who were on the observation deck looking out for the wind immediately shouted at the bottom. There is a situation on the sea. Found a marine warship. As soon as these words came out, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were all shocked. This has just escaped Marineford, and there are warships coming up immediately. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but feel nervous. Just had a terrible battle at Marineford. They still haven't recovered. So much so that they only heard there was a marine warship, but ignored that there was only one. And they still have several pirate ships. 30 on the main ship Moby Dick. Whitebeard raised his head slightly, and spoke in a low voice. Is this your land back? Sengoku. At the same time. On the marine warship discovered by the Whitebeard pirates. Shemale King, Ivankov looked ahead, the huge whale-headed vessel. The flag of the Whitebeard pirates hangs high on the ship. The whole person suddenly panicked. So, that's the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates. Moby Dick. How could they be here? The big noise ahead is the war over? Advertisement. Beside Ivankov, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates was also taken aback when he heard the words. Subconsciously he turned his head and asked. Whitebeard's pirates. Ace's dad. On another sea. A large pirate ship sails past the Gate of Justice. Sail on the fairway to Marineford. On the sails of this ship, this huge skull pattern is painted. There are 3 eye-catching red marks on the left eye of the skull pattern. And this is also one of the 4 emperors at sea, the red force of the red-haired Shanks. Located at the bow, the red-haired Shanks held the knife in one hand, staring silently in Marineford's direction. After he was in this state for a while, Ben Beckman, the co-captain, walked slowly to his side. Do you also feel something is wrong? Listen to Ben Beckman. After a moment of silence, Shanks nodded and responded. The loud noise just now gave me a bad premonition. Let's sail faster. 1. Already sailing at full speed. Ben Beckman said slowly. After a long voyage, Red Hair pirates finally saw Marineford Island. However, as the distance gets closer, the moment the Red Hair pirates were able to see the full picture of Marineford, everyone on board, including Shanks, his face changed greatly. Advertisement. Hey hey hey. Is it really Marineford? Behind Shanks, Lackey Lou, who was fat and dressed in white and green striped clothes, opened his mouth in disbelief. Not him. Throughout the Red Hair pirates, after seeing Marineford in ruins, everyone's pupils contracted sharply uncontrollably. There was a look of incredible shock on his face. Is it real? I'm not dreaming, am I? Marineford. Marine headquarters in ruins. Is this what Whitebeard did? That guy's power is still as terrifying as ever. 1. The crew looked at the ruins in the distance and talked in surprise. And the Shanks in the bow. At this time, he frowned, and said with a sad face. What happened? Day 2 after the Marineford War. The newspaper that prints the final victory is delivered by the delivery gull. Reached every corner of the world. The wicked 5th Sea Emperor, his prestige was known to the world. The reputation of the Kamui pirates has spread to every corner of the world. And this war ended in a disastrous defeat for Marine. It also has a huge impact on the world. Marine's fiasco caused riots all over the sea, and the number of pirates skyrocketed. Holy Land Mariajoy. Inside a magnificent castle, in a conference room. A burly old man with a beard suddenly threw the newspaper in his hand on the table. Snapped. Advertisement. What are you kidding? In one's own territory, losing so embarrassingly. When did Marine become so incompetent? Even a group of little devils can ride on your heads at will. The bearded old man yelled angrily. In front of him, Sengoku hung his head like that, gritted his teeth and said nothing. It was also at this time that it was beside the beard. An old man sitting on the sofa with a sword in his arms took a deep look at Sengoku and said, You Marines are the face of the outer layers of government. But this time at Marineford, you have not only disgraced the government, you have also brought down its majesty. Sengoku, aren't you going to give us an explanation? Hearing the words of the sword-wielding old man, Sengoku gritted his teeth. I want to say something, but I don't know where to start. It didn't take long for Sengoku to think. The old man with curly hair who was sitting on the other side suddenly spoke. Looks like you're getting old. Sengoku. 1. After returning this time, prepare to retire. Hearing the curly-haired old man's words, Sengoku was stunned for a moment. Do you mean to abdicate yourself? Although it is said that he has already made plans to resign from the commander-in-chief. But it's a little too sudden to say it from the mouth of the 5 elders right now. There was silence for a moment. Chapter 145 The latest reward is released, the overlords of the sea. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Accepting this matter calmly, Sengoku spoke slowly. The next successor. It's just that Sengoku's words were all finished. On the other side, the old man with short golden hair interrupted leisurely. You don't need to worry about this. Go back and get ready for your own business. Hearing this, Sengoku glanced at the blonde old man and said nothing more. Both sides know very well what the other is thinking. Another place, above the sea. Among the ships where the Kamui pirates' flag is hoisted. Conte held a newspaper excitedly, shouted, and ran towards Kronos. Captain! Captain! Today's paper is here, and everyone's bounty has come out. Hearing Kant's voice, Kronos looked back. After a while, Kant took the newspaper and ran to Kronos. Hand over the newspaper. New World. Aboard the Bonnie Pirates. Somewhat unusual, the Bonnie Pirates were very lively at this time. On the deck of the ship, a banquet was opened for the first time ever. The crew members raised their wine glasses, drank and laughed and talked, and the topic was inseparable from the Kamui pirates. Also somewhat abnormal, as the captain of the Bonnie pirates, Jewelry Bonnie. Not in the middle of the banquet at the moment. Instead, he stood in the corner and quietly looked at the newspaper in his hand. On the first page of the newspaper, there are 8 striking characters. The most vicious Sea Emperor. In the next column, this prints information about the Kamui pirates. Advertisement. The Marine headquarters has been roiled, and the Whitebeard pirates and marine have been severely damaged, and they are safely evacuated. The 5th Sea Emperor, Kronos. The bounty is 3.355 billion berry. Seeing that, Bonnie couldn't help but raised his head and sighed. The bounty is 3.355 billion berry. The most vicious Sea Emperor. That's amazing. Kronos. As he spoke, Bonnie suddenly clenched his fists in high spirits. I'll catch up with you. I'll be the Emperor of the Sea too. Also in New World, Cake Island, where the Bigmom pirates are located. In a huge bedroom, one of the Emperors of the Sea, the captain of the Bigmom pirates, Charlotte Linlin looked at the newspaper in his hand. He narrowed his eyes slightly. The 5th Sea Emperor. As soon as the words were said, Charlotte Linlin couldn't help laughing. Momomo. Do not make jokes. Just a hairy brat. Wanokuni. Ghost Island. Captain Beast's pirates, Kaido of the Beasts. While drinking spirits, listening to the reports of the people in the newspaper. When his subordinates finished reciting, Kaido picked up the jug and took a gulp of wine into his mouth. Cuckoo. 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 Immediately afterwards, he lowered his head, looked at the thought's subordinate, and said coldly with a sullen face. The most vicious Sea Emperor. Advertisement. This isn't a brat. This sea does not need so many Sea Emperors or so many overlords. Listen to the low voice of Kaido of the Beasts. The member of the Beasts pirates who read the newspaper report. I was already so frightened that I didn't dare to move. A sea area. On the Red Force where the Red Hair pirates are located. The red-haired Shanks, who is also one of the Emperors of the Sea, looked at the newspaper in his hand and opened his mouth. The most vicious Sea Emperor. Kronos. That's not a good sign. Another place. On the Moby Dick, where the Whitebeard pirates are located. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he muttered to himself in a deep voice. Don't make me wait too long, Kronos. My sons are still waiting for you below. 1. On the ship of the Kamui pirates. Kronos read the newspaper, which reported his own information. Then I looked at the crew's information and the latest bounty. Member of the Kamui pirates, Uchiha Madara, with a bounty of 2.16 billion berry. Gojo Satoru, 1.987 billion berry. Artoria, 0.933 million berry. 1. Following the fate of the country, 915 million berry. Take Conan. 0.913 million berry. 1. Heavenly Pain. 0.970 million berry. Beast Dao Pain. 965 million berry. Human Pain. 0.730 million berry. 1. Advertisement. Shura Du Pain. 0.515 million berry. Hungry Keto Pain. 0.520 million berry. Hell Road Pain. 1.030 billion berry. Asak. 0.120 million berry. Poproom. 0.120 million berry. Vians. 0.120 million berry. Carrot. 0.120 million berry. Ilya, a bounty of 105 million berry. Kamui pirates, all members offer a reward of over 100 million. Looking at the bounty of Asak and others, it has reached 100 million. K of the money, Lonos couldn't help laughing and teasing. Others have offered a bounty of more than 100 million yuan, which I expected. I didn't expect that they would be able to offer a reward of over 100 million if they carried a flag and walked in a circle. Obviously, Asak and the others can offer a bounty of 100 million. Relying almost entirely on the reputation of the Kamui pirates' vest. He squinted to the side, where Asak and the others were. Not as Kronos expected. At this time, they are dancing with excitement just because their 100 million overhang has exceeded 100 million. Kronos smiled, not paying attention to them. On this day, he has obtained a lot of things himself. Especially the prestige value is straight. Now it has reached an unprecedented height. Opened its own properties panel. The total number of prestige points came into view of Kronos. Open black lens bracket prestige close black lens bracket. 123,800. Sengoku exhaled and followed suit. Anyway, I am ready to resign, and now it is just a matter of early and late. Marine is now defeated in such an important battle. The 5 elders would make such a decision, and it makes sense. Chapter 146 New members board the ship. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Go to the member calling page. The button to call up new members came to Kronos' eyes. Open black lens bracket convening members 12,800, time close black lens bracket. Without much hesitation, Kronos clicked the button to call members. The system's prompt sound also echoed in his mind. Ding. Prestige value minus 12,800. Congratulations to host for calling members of One Punch World, Bangu. Ding. Congratulations to the member, Bangu, for obtaining the blessing ability, Observation Haki, Armament Haki. Close black lens bracket. Listen to the system beep. Kronos looked down and muttered to himself. Is it the One Punch World this time? Bangu, like Ueni, has the ability to bless. At this time, the prestige required for the next summoning of members has reached 25,600 points. Looking at the large amount of prestige needed to convene, rouse Kronos with over 120,000 prestige. At this moment, it is also a little distressed. According to this doubled increase, after a few visits, I can't take it anymore. It's just that, distressed, it is still necessary to convene. Ding. Prestige value minus 25,600. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for successfully summoning the members of Overlord World, Albedo, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ding 843. Prestige value minus 51,200. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for successfully recruiting Hokage World members, Senju Hashirama. Close black lens bracket. Called twice in a row, when the system beep fell. Suddenly Kronos noticed a problem. After calling members with 51,200 prestige. Advertisement. The required prestige value did not double as usual, but continued to stay at 51,200. This discovery made Kronos hesitate for a moment. In my heart, I wondered if it was not refreshed, or it stayed at 51,200 for a short time. In other words, 51,200 is the cap value, won't it double up? Kronos was wondering in his heart. On the deck of the ship, there was a sudden sound. Immediately afterwards, an oval mirror portal appeared beside Kronos. This sudden scene suddenly shocked Asok and the others not far away. Shouted hastily, "Captain, be careful!" It was precisely because of this cry from Asok. In the next second, the second floor of the ship. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise. The wooden door of the restaurant on the second floor burst open, and countless sawdust flew. Artoria broke through the door holding the invisible sword, landed on the deck and called out to Kronos. Captain. Pen 6 Paths also reached the deck in an instant. Whizzing. It was also at this time that Wuho Satoru's voice suddenly came from behind a sack. What happened? At the same moment, Konan, Jigyu Yuichi and Madara also appeared on the deck. In just a short while, the members of the Kamui pirates gathered on the deck. Asok, who was questioned, was stunned and pointed at the mirror portal. Then, that thing suddenly appeared beside the captain. Advertisement. Everyone looked up at the mirror portal next to Kronos. It's just that they haven't waited for everyone to see what the doorway is. The calm voice of Kronos was passed into everyone's ears. It's my own, don't worry. It was also at the moment when Kronos' voice fell. An old man with short silver-white hair and a warm smile walked out of the portal slowly. Immediately afterwards, another man with long black hair and a red armor walked out of the portal. Then a woman in a white dress with a pair of black wings on her back also walked out from the portal. And these three are the new members that Kronos called DAAA. One Punch World's S-class hero, Silver Fang, Bangu. The god of ninja in the world of Hokage. The pure white demon of the Overlord world, Albedo. Looking at Kronos beside him, a blush suddenly appeared on Albedo's face. Lord Kronos, are you waiting for me here on purpose? While speaking, Albedo was already in front of Kronos. Feeling Albedo's soft body exuding a faint fragrance. Kronos froze suddenly. Before Kronos could react, Albedo's melodious voice with a hint of breath came out again. Kronos-sama. Looking at Albedo's flushed face, her eyes were full of anticipation. Rao is Kronos, and he can't help but answer ambiguously. Kind of. Heard Kronos reply. Albedo immediately stood up happily. Even the pair of black wings behind her fluttered slightly because she was happy. It's so touching. Advertisement. It's just that Albedo hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, a warm and loud shout came from one side. You are finally here. I waited for you a long time. Hashirama. Madara stepped out and shouted at Hashirama, who had just stepped out of the teleporters. Hearing this, Hashirama also looked sideways. Seeing Madara's figure, Hashirama was also slightly taken aback. Immediately afterwards, I saw him shouting in surprise. Madara, are you here too? Looks like you're here a lot earlier than me. Madara had a full smile on her face, and she spoke directly without answering. Come and fight with me. Hashirama. However, as soon as Madara's words were spoken, Hashirama ruthlessly rejected them. Don't want. On the other side, someone interrupted himself and Kronos interrupted the conversation. Albedo was already a little angry at this time. Since Kronos was beside him, Albedo spoke as gently as possible. Be quiet, you two. Didn't you hear the captain talking? As soon as these words came out, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Immediately afterwards, everyone's eyes subconsciously turned to Kronos and Albedo. And Kronos, after hearing what Albedo said, the whole person was stunned for a moment, with a look of doubt on his face. I didn't speak. Advertisement. Chapter 147 Set sail the Fishmen Island, the ship of the Fifth Emperor. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Couldn't hold back the eyes of the crowd. Although they knew the members they called, the crew knew it. But Kronos still took the opportunity to say a few words. Let me introduce you. This is Albedo, this is Bangu, this is Senju Hashirama. Kronos pointed to Albedo, Bangu and Senju Hashirama in turn, making a brief introduction. Immediately afterwards, he turned his gaze to Asok and other miscellaneous workers. Don't shout on the boat next time, it's easy to cause misunderstanding. Hearing this, Asok immediately lowered his head in shame and responded. Yes. Seeing this, Kronos didn't say much. He waved his hands at the crowd. It's okay to go away. With that, Kronos also turned to leave. However, just after taking a few steps, Kronos suddenly remembered something. Then, I saw him stop and turn his head and let out a slow sound. Bangu, Ueni. When the two heard the words, they both looked at Kronos and asked suspiciously. What's the matter, Captain? Kronos raised his hand and pointed at Asok and the other handymen. You two, help me train them. As long as you don't kill him directly and don't lack arms or legs, it's fine. Being beaten to the point of death, call Hashirama for help. Hear this from Kronos. Asok, Populin, Kent, and Vians all trembled. It's just that there is no chance for them to speak at all. Hearing the captain's order, Bang Ji Yu and Yuan Yi nodded and answered softly. Advertisement. Okay, Captain. Leaving the deck of the ship, Kronos returned to his bedroom. Immediately afterwards, Kronos checked his properties panel. Open black lens bracket host close black lens bracket. Kronos. Open black lens bracket prestige close black lens bracket. 34,200. Abilities Renren fruit. Observation hockey top armament hockey top conquerors hockey top. Dream. Open black lens bracket convened members close black lens bracket. Conan. Wuho Go, Jiguyueni, Tiandao Pain, Beast Dao Pain. The Way of the Earth Pain, The Way of Hell Pain, Shira Way Pain, Hungry Kido Pain. Uchiha Madara, Artoria, Bangu, Albedo, Senju Hashirama. Open black lens bracket holdings close black lens bracket. None. Open black lens bracket entrance to prize pool close black lens bracket close double angle bracket close double angle bracket close black lens bracket. At this time, the sea was calm. The ship flying the flag of the Kamui pirates is heading towards the Subvert archipelago. And the reason is because there are no coordinates when leaving from Marineford. It caused a little bit of deviation in the location of the transmission. Teleported on a pirate ship. After a 2-day voyage, the Kamui pirates finally arrived at the Subvert archipelago. And retrieved his own ship at berth 33. There is no excessive trimming. At noon on the day they returned to their original ship, the Kamui pirates set sail for the Fishmen Island. Located in the deep sea. The Kamui pirates' ship, which has been coated, is still diving. The novel scene of sailing under the sea also attracted the curiosity of a small number of crew members. The bottom of the sea, is that what it looks like? On the deck of the ship, Artoria sighed as she looked at the schools of fish swimming in all directions of the ship. It was also at this moment that Wuho Satoru's exclamation came. Haha. Look at the captain, what a big fish. Advertisement. Kronos looked at the sound. I saw Gojo Satoru pointing at the distant, three-headed sea king swimming by. On the other side, Artoria saw this scene. His eyes flickered instantly. Walking a little closer to the side of the boat, Artoria raised her head and looked up. Sharp. Is that a whale, Captain? Hearing this, Kronos shook his head with a light smile. That's not a whale, it's a creature unique to this world, sea kings. Sea kings. Albedo also cast a suspicious look at Kronos. Kronos nodded and made a brief description. The size of the sea kings, without exception, is enormous. You can also think of them as the overlords of the sea. At the same time, it is located in the sea not too far from Mermaid Street. A coated pirate ship is escaping quickly. Hurry up. I don't know when the chasing soldiers will catch up, so try harder and hurry up. 0 for flowers 00. It is very difficult to master the currents of the deep sea, Captain. That's why the ship is to be transformed into an outer wheel type. On this pirate ship full of humans, the captain is anxiously directing the crew to row the oars. It was also at the moment when the captain was anxiously commanding that the pirates on the second floor of the ship. Suddenly, he discovered the front of the ship's channel, and dozens of black shadows appeared. This discovery immediately surprised them. Shouted loudly. Hey, Captain, look, there's something ahead. Advertisement. When these words came out, the captain who was in command was stunned for a moment and looked up subconsciously. But he saw the group of people he didn't want to see the most. No, to be precise, it should be a mermaid. The pupils shrank slightly, and fear appeared on the captain's face. Then, that is, the officer of the new Murloc pirates, Dothan. And Kadri Icarus is here too. At this time, in the deep sea, dozens of Murlocs with weapons hovered in the sea, looking at the slow-moving ships. Shout out, they really don't have a long memory. Murloc Dothan sneered. Hovering beside Dothan, Icarus snorted coldly. Humph. Humans love to run away. Hearing this, Dothan turned his head to look at Icarus and smiled. Shout out, is this okay? It's time to kill chickens and warn the monkeys again. During this time, those humans are not very safe. Hearing Dothan's words, Icarus also showed a hideous smile. All right. Then, kill them all. Chop their flesh. Let those guys take a good look and run away. After all, Icarus held a weapon and pointed towards the sailing pirate ship. The next second, the Murloc behind them rushed towards the pirate ship. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom. The fierce battle between humans and Murlocs is about to break out. And what they don't know is, in the sea a little further away from them, a pirate ship is slowly sailing in their direction. 0. Chapter 148 Instant Kill, Absolute Crushing Strength. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Bang. Boom. Boom. The sound of gunfire on the pirate ship continued. Under the innate talent of Murlocs, humans were mercilessly crushed and slaughtered. How come? The gun is completely useless. Damn it. Looking at the menacing Murloc, the humans shouted in horror. It's just that their terrified cries not only failed to make the fish people soften their hearts. Instead, the fish people were even more excited to kill. PFF'd. The screams, the wailing, and the sound of the flesh being torn apart continued. Humans were unilaterally crushed by Murlocs. Witnessed the slaughter of humans. The leader of the new Murloc pirates with 8 arms, Icarus couldn't help but let out a low laugh. Shout, shout, see clearly. Human. Defy our end, only death. Also at this time, only heard a soft, 843, sound of, clang. The captain of the human pirates pulled out a long knife, gritted his teeth and looked at the Murloc Icarus. I've also played against Murlocs. Do you think we have experienced how many Shira fields to get here? Just a fish. Don't underestimate human beings. Idiot. After saying that, the captain charged towards Icarus with a long knife in hand. Whoosh. Seeing this, Icarus, who had 8 arms and held 8 spears, gave a grim smile. It's underestimated. It should be us, right? Before the words fell, Icarus made a bold move. 4 spears stabbed the human captain at the same time. The speed was so fast that the surrounding area made an air-shattering explosion. Advertisement. PFF'd. Dark red blood splashed out. The human captain was only a face-to-face, and 4 holes were stabbed by Icarus. Thump. The human captain's body fell heavily to the ground. Icarus also sneered with a playful expression. The wrist strength of our murlocs is born 10 times that of your humans. Also, Haley is our home ground. Give me a good look at the situation, human. While speaking, Electrolux slowly raised his hand. Prepare to make up for this dying man. However, when he raised the spear, Dothan's voice suddenly came from the side. Hey, Icarus, look over there. Icarus, who suddenly heard this, was stunned. Subconsciously turned his head to look. But I saw not too far away, there was a plated ship with a flag of a blindfolded skull hanging on its wings. Sailing slowly in this direction. That's human, Icarus murmured. In the next second, a ferocious expression suddenly appeared on its face. It came just fine. Kill a group of escaped, charge them. After all, Icarus was about to run towards the slowly sailing pirate. It's just that he has only just taken action. Dothan, who was beside him, immediately stopped him and said nervously. Wait, Icarus, take a good look at that flag. Looking at Dothan, who suddenly became nervous, Icarus was always taken aback. I subconsciously looked at the flag that the ship was flying. But he didn't see anything special. So, he turned his head to look at Dothan and asked with a puzzled look. Isn't it just a flag? Nothing special. What's the matter with you, Dothan? You look nervous. Advertisement. Aside, Dothan opened his eyes wide and turned to look at Icarus. After swallowing hard, Dothan said hoarsely. That flag is painted with the Kamui pirates. They rioted at Marine headquarters some time ago and destroyed Marineford. 1. It is called the 5th Sea Emperor to exist. Their captain, Kronos, is called the most vicious Sea Emperor. 1. Hearing Dothan's words, whether it was a murloc or a human, the expressions froze. Instinctively, he looked at the approaching ship. 5th Sea Emperor. This kind of person actually appeared here. Unbelievable, are they really the ones who destroyed Marineford? The bounty for those guys is terrifyingly high. The minimum is a big pirate of over 100 million. Everyone was talking. But at this time, Icarus had a hideous smile on his face. Hey, don't you think this is an opportunity, Dothan? This is the bottom of the sea. It's the home of our murlocs. He is only the 5th emperor in the district. Compared with the 4 emperors, he is far behind. If we can take them down and take down the 5th emperor of this human race, then we will be even closer to our goal. The life of Fisher Tiger crushed by humans. The will of Arlong. The dark history of murlocs will end in this generation. It's the end of our new murloc pirates. Listening to Icarus' words, Dothan's pupils shrank slightly uncontrollably. 0. The hand holding Icarus also loosened a little unconsciously. Icarus smiled grimly, took out 3 red and blue medicines from his pocket, and threw them into his mouth. Gollum. With the swallowing of the drug. After a while, Icarus clearly felt his body, and the power of Pungbai erupted. His eyes became blood red at this moment. Icarus laughed and shouted. Gia ha ha ha. Boys, come with me. Take this human together and take down this 5th emperor. Advertisement. After saying that, Icarus bowed and bent his knees. Immediately afterwards, it rushed out like an arrow from the string. Boom. Whoosh. Under the powerful explosive force of Icarus, the deck of the ship collapsed with a roar. And around it, many murlocs heard Icarus cry. They also swallowed the medicine and rushed towards the Kamui pirates. Boom. 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 Whoosh. 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 At the same time, on the deck of the Kamui pirates. At the moment when the fish people quickly approached the ship, Kronos et al. Were immediately aware of their movements. Immediately afterwards, they turned their heads in unison and looked in the same direction. What caught my eye were the dozen or so murlocs approaching rapidly. Looking at this scene, Wuho Satoru, who was beside the boat, suddenly laughed. This aggressive look, they won't come to attack us, will they? Talking room. Wuho Satoru raised his hand and faced the group of mermaids that were approaching rapidly. The surging power gathers in the hand. The next second, Wuho Satoru snapped his fingers. Clatter. The spell is activated. A deafening hum reverberated. Boom. Immediately afterwards, only a few dull explosions were heard. The dozen or so murloc bodies quickly approached the ship. In the blink of an eye, Woohoo snapped his fingers. It exploded into a cloud of blood in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. PFF'd. Chapter 149 Thriller Scenes, Desperate Murlocs and Humans. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Look at this sudden scene. Not far away, Dothan and other Murlocs, including the human pirates. Everyone's eyes widened, and they all froze in place. Those fish people who still wanted to go with Icarus stopped their bodies at this moment. Don't dare to take even one step forward. The pupils contracted sharply and uncontrollably at this moment. His eyes trembled violently like an earthquake. No. No. Icarus. And everyone, dead. Just. Die like this. Even their ships were wiped out in an instant before they arrived. Not even a complete body. There's only a cloud of blood left. At this moment, unparalleled fear instantly enveloped the minds and bodies of all the Murlocs, causing their faces to involuntarily show a look of horror. Hey, is this a lie? I must be dreaming. Instantly kill dozens of Murlocs, is this really what humans can do? The fish people backed away in horror. On the side, Duo Sen, a member of the cadre of the new Fishman pirates. At this moment, his eyes widened, and his eyes were fixed on the pirate ship with the flag of the blindfolded skull with wings. Is this the wrist of the Sea Emperor? Icarus and the others didn't even have a chance to resist, and they instantly turned into a cloud of blood. 30 inches this powerful and terrifying means, their strength is not at the same level as ours. Dothan's voice trembled. At this moment, his eyes were full of horror and disbelief. It was also at this time that an exclamation from his subordinates pulled Dothan back to reality. They are heading straight this way. Hearing this news, Dothan was shocked. Without the slightest hesitation, Dothan waved his hand and greeted the Murlocs under him. Quick! Get out of here! Those guys, we can't handle it. It was also when Dothan greeted the mermaid to evacuate. In the sea diagonally above them. On the ship of the Kamui pirates. Wearing a white dress with a pair of black wings behind her, Albedo walked slowly to the side of the boat. Advertisement. Bowing her head slightly, Albedo looked down at everyone below her with cold eyes. He spoke with an irreversible majesty in his tone. Kneel down. As soon as these words came out, a deafening humming sound suddenly resounded. The next second, the fish people who were about to flee. They all felt their legs softened, their bodies sank, and they suddenly fell to their knees on the deck. Plop, 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 almost in the blink of an eye. The dozens of Murlocs present, including Dothan, all knelt on the deck. Looking at his knees, Dotson's eyes were full of disbelief, and his eyes trembled violently. His expression was full of unbelievable horror. Kneeling. On your knees. I'm on my knees. What's up with this irresistible order? In the end, what happened? Thinking like this, Dothan slowly raised his head and looked upward. The slow-sailing ship. At first glance, he saw Albedo, who was standing beside the boat, wearing a white dress. I saw Albedo's contemptuous, disdainful, and disgusting eyes. Immediately afterwards, Dothan saw Albedo respectfully moving to one side, bowing her head slightly, bowing her head, and backing away. Then came the figure of a young man. And that is the captain of the Kamui pirates, Kronos. Look at Yair. To young Jujing. Dotson naturally guessed the identity of the youth. Then the fifth Sea Emperor. Captain of the Kamui pirates, Kronos. It's just that the thoughts in Dothan's mind have just arisen. Albedo, who was on the Kamui pirates' ship, immediately shouted in anger. Who allowed you to look directly at Lord Captain? Kneel down, scum. As soon as Albedo said these words, all the Murlocs suddenly bowed to Kronos uncontrollably. Boom. The incomparably neat kowtow wanted to resound. Dotson's heart suddenly set off a stormy sea, and his face was full of horror and stunned. Even such simple words have become an order they cannot resist. Where is this still human? Advertisement. It's just a bunch of demons. Next to Albedo, Kronos calmly looked down on everything below. When he saw what the fish people looked like, and the patterns they branded on their bodies. Kronos also recognized their identity and history. New Murloc pirates. Are playing against me. Do you want to force us to become your subordinates just like you force them? Looking at the Murloc below, Kronos said in a cool and indifferent tone. Naturally, Kronos knew exactly what the new Murloc pirates were. Their growth is mainly by forcing the human pirates and Murlocs to join. Only, Kronos said this. Dothan below immediately explained tremblingly. No. No, you misunderstood, you are the Emperor of the Sea. Our little new fish man pirates, how do you feel about your idea? We just wanted to greet you. Hear this from Dothan. Kronos was also a little surprised. Does the other party know about him? However, they didn't always hate humans. Are you saying that you have to complete a plan even at the cost of your life? They don't look like people who are not afraid of death. Thinking of that, Kronos couldn't help but let out a contemptuous smile. Huh, so you know me. But luckily, I also know you and I know quite well. Kronos said that. Dothan couldn't help shivering suddenly, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, his pupils contracted sharply. An unprecedented fear emerged in my heart. It was the fear of death and despair. Looking at Dotson's shaky body, Kronos knew that he had been told by himself. A playful smile appeared on his face. Kronos sneered as he looked down at the Murlocs below. You really are a bunch of ugly people. Seize yourself, beasts. The moment Kronos' voice fell, a powerful force instantly enveloped all the Murlocs present. Advertisement. Accompanied by a humming sound. The fish people present took up their weapons uncontrollably. Targeted at your heart. This sudden scene shocked the fish people. At the same time, he began to struggle violently against 843. The body is out of control. This is the same feeling as before. Damn it. What the hell is this? I can't resist at all. Help me. No. The fish people screamed in horror. They want to resist. They want to struggle, but let them be. It was impossible to resist, blocking the long knife that was approaching the heart a little bit. At this moment, they are really committing suicide as Kronos ordered. Looking at the long knife approaching, feeling the death pressing step by step. The fish people shed 2 lines of fearful tears in horror and despair. Puff, puff, puff. In the end, in the sound of flesh and blood, all the Murlocs penetrated their hearts and completed suicide. Cough. A large mouthful of thick black blood coughed out of Dothan's mouth. Dotson's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at Kronos' figure with grimness and pain. Yunyu said in a hoarse and low voice. Bastard. Cough cough cough. Is this the most ferocious sea emperor? Just a monster. Around the Murlocs, those who are still alive, those who are not dead yet, witnessed the horrific scene of the collective suicide of the Murlocs. I was so scared that my whole body was trembling, and I didn't even dare to breathe. They buried their heads deeply, not daring to lift even half a point. But it still couldn't be hidden. Their hearts that have set off a stormy sea. And that look full of fear, and unbelievable horror. Those guys, just a bunch of demons. Chapter 150 The Riot of the Fishmen Island, the Kamui Pirates are here. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Glancing at those lying on the ground pretending to be dead. But because of the trembling body, the human beings who did not die were exposed. Kronos didn't care. Turning around, he said to the crew. Let's go. Hearing this, Albedo and the others all made way for Kronos to walk. But they did not leave the ship. The eyes of Albedo and the others were still on the humans who pretended to be dead. It also makes people who pretend to be dead. His back was cold, and he didn't dare to move a little bit. Soon after, the Kamui pirates' ship slightly adjusted its direction. Continue sailing on the waterway to the Fishmen Island. And those who play dead. It wasn't until the Kamui pirates left for more than 10 minutes that they dared to raise their heads cautiously and take a look. When it was confirmed that the Kamui pirates had left, the surviving humans immediately exhaled a long breath. Who scared me to death. Fortunately they didn't do anything to us, otherwise we would be dead. At this time, someone turned over and said with a smirk. Hee, it seems that we look alike in pretending to be dead. Those guys couldn't find it. It's just that this man's words have just fallen. The rest of the surviving people immediately cast an angry look at him. Haven't waited for him to respond. Several people cursed one after another. Are you an idiot? Advertisement. Is your brain frightened? We can survive. Do you really think we're pretending to be dead? Even if you are a fool, you should understand that the reason why we are still alive is that they are too lazy to do anything to us, right? A few words can make powerful murlocs commit suicide collectively. Do you think they can't see that we are alive? How many lives do you have enough to play dead? He was repeatedly scolded by several people. The pirate who spoke earlier was stunned. It's just that after those pirates scolded him, they ignored him. Instead, he sighed with emotion. The Kamui pirates. The Emperor of the Sea. As expected of those who dared to attack Marine headquarters and destroyed Marineford. This is powerful. Those murlocs slaughtered us effortlessly. And they slaughtered the murlocs and let them all commit suicide at the slightest touch. Shout out. Don't forget, they all have the lowest bounty, but they're all big pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. When I saw them, I gave up even the hope of surviving, but I didn't expect God to let me survive. 1 inch. A group of pirates opened their hearts and talked freely. Having experienced the scene just now, they seem to have forgotten what they are afraid of. Also at this moment, a pirate stood up. He stomped on the head of a murloc with a violent foot, and shouted with a ghastly expression. See clearly. This is the power of our human beings. Mere murlocs, don't get too carried away. We humans have such powerhouses as 5 sea emperors. The other side. On the ship of the Kamui pirates. Kronos was still reminiscing about what it felt like to cast his abilities earlier. It was the first time he had used such an ability. As for the result, that is of course perfect. The inspiration for this ability came from Albedo. Advertisement. After Albedo ordered everyone to kneel, Kronos became very interested. After expanding the space to impose rules, Kronos really imitated it. It seems that the ability of the fruit, I have not developed to the ultimate. Looking at his palm, Chloe said. The ship sailed forward. I don't know how long it has been. Artoria's voice suddenly came from behind Kronos. Hey, Captain, what is that? Kronos heard the words and looked up. An incomparably huge bubble shield followed Kronos' eyes. Seeing this, Kronos responded softly with a smile on his face. That's the destination of our trip, the Fishman Island. The shape is a bit like a gourd. In that huge bubble shield, there is a town that looks very prosperous. And above the huge bubble shield, there is a relatively small bubble shield. And inside that small bubble shield also carries a city. Unlike the towns that the big bubble shroud carries. Inside the small bubble shield is the residence of the king of the Ryugu kingdom, the god of the sea Neptune and his children. Dragon Palace. If you follow the incorrect path to break into the Fishman Island, the ship's coating will automatically peel off and merge with the island's bubble shield. Although it is located under the deep sea, the Fishman Island also has sky and clouds. On the abdominal muscles of the Fishman Island, there is a giant tree called Sun Tree Eve. It is able to transmit sunlight from the ground to the Fishman Island. Therefore, even if it is located in the deep sea, the Fishman Island, including the surroundings of the Fishman Island, still has sunlight and changes in day and night. At this time, the Fishman Island. In the Mermaid Cafe. Dang. Dang. Advertisement. A crisp sound of glass shattering spread. What followed was a scream of pain. No. Impossible. The future. How can the future be like this? One has a good-looking face and is larger than other mermaids. Some female mermaids covered their heads in pain and muttered to themselves. She has short black hair that covers her right face, and her eyes are cold blue. The skin is as white as snow, and there is a quite plump upper circumference. And she is also the fortune teller of the Fishman Island, Mrs. Charlie. Soon, Mrs. Charlie's screams caught the attention of the people around. A group of fish and murlocs all cast doubtful glances at Charlie. Isn't that Mrs. Charlie from the Mermaid Cafe? What's the matter, Mrs. Shirley? Are you panicking because the riots on the Fishman Island have gotten worse? There are many places affected by the Battle of Marineford. Money is good. And this, the Fishman Island, is one of them. During the battle at Marineford, the Whitebeard pirates were severely damaged. Lead to a decrease in its impact. The Fishman Island, which is located on the bottom of the sea and belongs to the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, was the first to be affected. In the beginning, it was only a small area where people made trouble. But it was also with the first incident of trouble. It was as if a Pandora's box had been opened, and fighting incidents began to appear everywhere. It didn't take long for the fight to turn into a small riot.
Today's the Fishmen Island. The peace and tranquility it once had is long gone. It's a pity that the boss voted for 12,000 words to urge the update, but hurry up, although the number of words has been reached. However, because the author was too slow in coding, he still couldn't finish it within the stipulated time, and was 15 minutes late, so he couldn't get anything. A little distressed. I don't know if it will be refunded.